아. 아이고, 반갑습니다. 음, 자, 되나? 오케이. 자, 목요일 국장 라이브 시작하겠습니다. 오늘 이제 국장 시작하기 30분 전인데, 시간 왜 그래? 오케이. 현재 SK하이닉스 마이너스 4%, 삼성전자는 2.5% 이렇게 떨어지면서 시작하고 있네요. 미장은 계속 좀 순환되고 있죠. 빅테크에서 반도체로 이틀 전에 넘어갔었고, 속스 20% 오르고 나스닥 3% 오르면서, 그러면서 이제 반도체들이 빠지면 AR들이 빠지면 또 빅테크 쪽으로 순환이 됩니다. 뭐 애플, 구글, 엔비디아, 마이크로소프트 이런 쪽으로. 그래서 오늘 코스닥이 좀 좋지 않을까라는 생각은 드네요. 오늘 코스피가 좀 떨어지면서 코스닥이 좀 괜찮을지 한번 보는 것도 관건일 것 같습니다. 현재 트럼프 대통령은 호르무즈 해협을 연다고 하지만 계속해서 중동에서 좀 뭐랄까 노이즈가 많아요. 그 중동 쪽에서 이란 측이나 뭐 파키스탄 측이나 계속 그 뭐 협상을 아직까지 확정을 하지 않았다느니 뭐 그런 얘기가 많아요. 베센트 재무장관이랑 또 이란 보도에서는 오늘 한국 시간으로 오후 11시 59분까지, 그러니까 미국 동부로 오늘까지 협상이 있을 것 같다라고 얘기를 했지만 아마도 연기될 가능성도 염두에 둬야 될 것 같습니다. 뭐 주말이라든지 이제 최종 합의에 다가오면서 마지막 노이즈들이 좀 많이 나오고 있어요. 지난번에도 그랬었고. 썸네일 가지고 또 뭐라 하는 사람들 있네. 썸네일 왜요? 아니 뭐 트럼프 국가 수장 한 것처럼 한국 국가 수장 한 게 왜? 어디 갔어, 저. 예민한 분들 많아. 예민할 거면 저기 보질 마. 이게 왜? 대통령이다, 대통령. 한국 대통령. 뭐 갑자기 갖다 박은 것도 아니고 여기 트럼프는 왜 말 안 하는데 그럼?
Skhainik's, which climbed in the previous session as investors continue to speculate that we could see a shareholder return plan
예민해가지고
downside of potentially about 1%. And of course, we do have earnings out of Japan today, including from Nintendo, expected to report a 30% rise in first quarter operating income.
어쨌든
Downside.
예민해.
Earnings reports from SoftBank, which will become the next test of Japan's AI trade. Let's bring in equity French here in Tokyo.
정치 그런 발언하는 분들 다 저기 30분 숨김 처리 좀 해주세요. 너무 정치적인 발언은 좀 그렇다. 여기가 뭐 그런 방송도 아니고.
On these investments. Of course, as you say, the OpenAI bet is a huge one here. We know that SoftBank has committed over $60 billion to the company. We know that they have a bridge loan of around $40 billion to try and finance this.
현재 시국이 뭐 좋았던 적이 있나? 현재 시국이 전라 안 좋습니다. 뭐 좋았던 적 있나? 뭐 맨날 그렇구만. 좋았던 적이 있어야 뭐 그걸 비교해가지고 뭐 그렇게 하지.
positive. Of course, SoftBank has also made some bets on the sort of physical AI space as well in recent months in terms of
그냥 봐. 그래. 썸네 가지고 뭐라 하지 말고.
ABB's robotics arm. So again, any updates on
자,
that
여튼 국장 시작까지 좀 소란이 있었습니다. 25분 전. 오늘 코스피가 보자. 코스피 야간 선물은 아직 안 나오네.
The broader AI trade in recent weeks, I think the stakes will be very high, and sort of any slip-ups, I think, will probably be judged quite harshly by investors.
And we have this
국장이 뭔가
every time that they report earnings, especially the last couple of times or so, we saw the stock decline, right?
활기차다 활기차. 아침이라 그런가.
We could potentially
아침이라 그런가 이 채팅이 달라.
So I think it's partly
이게
the overall
활기가 다르네요. 활기가.
SoftBank often sort of trades almost as a proxy for AI sentiment.
자, 다들 잘 자셨나요?
Sell-off
다들 좋은 밤
weeks, the stock price has come down quite
보내셨나?
from
자셨나?
that June peak that we saw. Of course, very briefly, SoftBank did actually overtake
뭐 활기가 돋네.
become Japan's largest company. And you know, there is still optimism out there. If we look at the sort of analyst ratings, people are expecting this to go back.
아니 근데
Investors really are looking for
그
clarity, right? And I think
개인 투자자분들 궁금한 게
does hinge on sort of the
왜
headlines
이렇게
around
bearish?
AI. So any
왜 이렇게 막
volatility that we can see there, I think would definitely help.
이제 막 떨어질 것 같고 아 이제 뭐 좀 그런 분위기예요. 2%, 4% 이거는 그냥 일반적인 하락 아닌가? 어제 그 유튜브 돌아다니다 보니까 막 국장 하락에 대한 그 걱정이 정말 많이 있던데 왜 그런 걸까? 국장을 잘 몰라서 그렇다고요? 그래도 최근 국장 흐름이나 뭐 이제 반도체의 그 중요도의 부상이라든지 그런 것들 고려했을 때 이제 영국 그 뭐지 시총 넘기도 했었고 그런 걸 고려했을 때 예전이랑 좀 다른 느낌인 것 같은데 아직 거기에 생각을 하면서 7월 역대급 하락을 맞아서 그래요. 바닥 잡고 정투하고 있다. 개인 기관 사네. 오늘은 개인들이 좀 사네. 정부 다들 너무 고점에 사서 불안감이 지배하고 있어요. 거기에 우는 아이 떡 주는 문화도 있음. 아 그런 느낌으로. 머리 샌디스크 지금 들어가기 좋나요? 샌디스크는 1250에서 1500 사이 가면 좀 푸근한 사이입니다. 마이크론은 850에서 9. 마이크론은 한 700에서 850 사이 괜찮고. 중동 정세는 진전이 있었나요? 아직 없습니다. 네, 중동 정세 아직 진전 없고. 삼전 24만 원 이하인데 지금 괜찮나요? 매수를 그리고 약간 롱끼끼 했다고 롱끼끼를 제가 언제 했냐면 이틀 전에 했어요. 이틀 전에 나스닥이 1% 오르기 전에 3% 오르기 전에 근데 거기서 뭐 롱끼끼 했다고 뭐 제가 롱끼끼 했었을 때 딱 잡고 좀 떨어지니까 이 믿음이 부족해가지고 이틀 만에 떨어지고 그러니까 이게 참 커뮤니케이션이 참 명확해야 된다라는 걸 또 느꼈습니다. 이 삼성전자는 22만 원 괜찮아요. 22만 원. 지금 23만 원 괜찮나요? 이런데 지금 요거 떨어지는 것 가지고 잡는 것보다는 그냥 22만 원에 잡는다고 생각하고 뭐 또 그 위에서 잡을 거면 알아서 하셔. 또 내가 롱끼끼 했다고 지금 롱 가가지고 지금 23만 원에 사가지고 22만 원 왔었을 때 니 때문에 잡았다 이렇게 하지 말고. 삼성전자 22만 원, SK하이닉스 168만 원, 오케이? 168만 원 밑에는 110. 그때까지는 추가 매수하지 말고 이런 느낌으로요. 네, 저는 계속 그렇게 한 3주 된 것 같아요. 3주 정도 동안 그렇게 얘기하고 있습니다. 네, 삼성전자 22만 원, SK하이닉스는 168만 원, 그 밑에 110만 원 추가 매수, 그때까지는 물 타지 말고 제 입장은 그렇습니다. 예, 그 외로는 뭐 지금 살까요? 뭐 23만 원인데 좀 내렸는데 지금 들어갈 건 지금 외치지 않으셨나요? 예. 110만 원. 또 이제 110만 원 얘기하면 110만 원이요. 장난해. 110만 원. 네가 110만 원이라고 110만 원 갈 것 같아? 머저리 놈아. 이렇게 이제 나온다고. 110만 원 간다는 게 아니라 거기를 대비 따라해봐요. 대비 간다는 게 아니라 국장만 하면 왜 이렇게 활기가 찰까? 이 국장이 가져다주는 그 기운이 있나 봅니다. 이 국장의 기운.
And in the US, for example, driver earnings are up 8% on a year-on-year basis. So, people talk about the K-shaped economy, but we think both sides of the K continue to be very healthy.
맞아요. 롱숭이 맞지? 롱숭이죠. 저는 이제 롱숭이가 됐습니다. 뭐 욕하건 말건 알아서 하죠. 난 이제 나스닥 사상 최고가까지 롱숭이요. 트럼프 이란 공격 갑자기 하지 않는 이상. 근데 이란 공격해도 당분간은 계속 롱숭이일 겁니다. 이란 공격했다가 갑자기 또 협상하는 때가 있기도 하기 때문에. 하여튼 몇 시야? 이제 20분 남았네. 메인 사진 좀 바꿔주세요. 다 30분 밴 부탁드립니다. 썸네일 바꿔주세요. 뭐 메인 사진 바꿔주세요. 다 30분 채팅 금지. 네. 샌디스크 실적 발표가 아주 나빴나요? 아주 나쁘지 않았습니다. 이 왼쪽 위에 적혀져 있어요. AMD 가이던스 그리고 샌디스크 가이던스 요거 하회하면서 하라. 사진 하여튼 오늘 그 라이브 방송 끝나고도 댓글 많이 달리겠다. 사진 바꿔주세요. 아이고 샤베님 감사합니다.
저도 롱순입니다.
말했죠. 롱은 틀린 박살난 시계라도 2번은 맞춰준다고. 롱은 박살나도 2번은 맞춰줍니다. 숏은 박살나면 그냥 박살나는 거예요. 차라리 이제 하방 추세 벗어난 상태에서 다시 하방을 외치는 것보다 롱이 좀 더 낫다. 롱이 지금 가능성이 이거 올라가는 거 못 먹으면 그것도 아프거든요. 그러니까 차라리 롱이 낫다. 그리고 근거들이 약간 좀 희미해지고 있긴 하지만 그래도 여전히 그 이란 그 협상될 거라는 기대감이 유가 떨어져 있고 유가 지금 안 오르고 있어요. 별로. 지금 이란에서 난리치고 있는데 오늘 이란 뉴스 진짜 많이 나왔어요. 신경도 안 썼습니다. 왜냐? 유가가 안 오르거든. 유가 안 오르는데 왜 신경 써? 이란이 뭐 하건 말건 노이즈지. 코인은 왜 올랐나요? 자랑하세요. 코인은 왜 올랐나요? 아침인가? 아침. 그래도 자라가. 이거는 뭐 오른 게 아니기 때문에 언젠가 또 7만 원, 8만 원, 7만 불, 8만 불 올 때가 또 있지 않을까요? 금과 은은 안 보시나요? 금과 은은 이제 3% 올랐으니까 좀 관심을 가지고 있죠. 여태까지 금 횡보하고 있을 때 이제 리포트들이 많이 올랐었어요. 그 기관들에서. 그래서 리포트들이 금 이제 슬슬 괜찮다라는 리포트들이 많았습니다. 근데 지금 뭐 볼 만한 정도는 아닌 것 같아요. 그냥 금도 이제 하방 추세 벗어나서 좀 올라가려고 하는 정도. 금광주가 미쳤었죠. 오늘 뭐 3배 레버리지 가서 미쳤지. 3배 레버리지 30% 40% 올랐지 않았나요? 근데 금 괜찮습니다. 금. 금은 아직 괜찮은 것 같아요. 어제 금 3% 올랐나? 자, 오늘 그 감이 안 오네. 오늘 어떨 것 같아요, 여러분? 오늘 삼전 하이닉스 샌디스크 박살 난 거 감안하면 이 정도면 뭐 나쁘진 않는 듯. 어이구 채팅 봐봐라 채팅. 대폭락 개폭락임 나락. 난리 났다. 국장은 쓰레기임 난리 났다 또. 그리고 우리 하락론자들이 숏 박사님들이 오늘 활개를 치셔. 우리 이 하락을 보는 우리 박사님들이 보자 어떤 근거로 보는지 한번 볼까요? 보자. 트라우마에 찌들어가지고 코스피는 괜찮고 삼성전자 지금 23만 8천 원, 23만 8천 원이면 보자. 아니, 여기서 우리 개폭락임, 하락임, 뭐 나락이라고 얘기하신 분들은 요렇게 될 거라고 보는 거 아니야. 그렇죠. 요렇게 다시 떨어질 거라고 보는 거죠. 오케이. 오케이. 어디가 맞는지 한번 봅시다. 이건 시간이 지나가야 알아. 나 혈압 오르게 하려고 하는 거 아니지? 우리 찹찹찹추. 찹찹추야. 찹찹추야. 우리 찹찹추 우리 20대 30대 찹찹추야. 이 처음 댓글 단 이제 최근 유입된 찹찹추야. 네가 110에 사라며 뭐 122에 사라며 하는데 나 이런 유입들이 존나게 짜증나요. 다 그냥 싹 다 이런 이 국장 하니까 저런 그 애들이 이 채팅에 이 채널 유입이 돼가지고 그냥 팍팍팍 그냥 해보고 싶단 말이죠. 잠깐만. 이거 너무 그 혈압 올라오면 안 되는데 살짝 조금 자제해야 되는데 아직까지. 아까 전에 그 미장에서 잠깐 졸아버렸거든요. 좀 한 1시간 50분. 그거 찾다고 또 이렇게 텐션이 올라오네. 하여튼 저는 댓글 진짜 적응해야지. 내가 적응해야지. 어쩔 수 없다 이거는. 이건 내가 적응을 해야 된다. 자, 10분. 자, 국장까지 10분 전.
We were talking a little bit about the enterprise side of things, right? Because we have you on a day where we're hearing about
그러니까 저런
targeted attacks on major Wall Street hedge funds.
주식이라고는 1년도 안 해본 이 주린이
When you take a look at the
들이 1년이 어디야? 뭐 이제 한 학밖에 안 됐는 녀석들이 뭘 안다고 이 채팅에다가 제 하락이니 뭐
have we seen industries and sectors really become too lax when it comes
아이고.
to being able to have the infrastructure in place to do that?
네가 110에 사는 오케이. 자, 내가 적응해야 돼. 자, 10분 남았습니다. 커피 한 잔 하시죠. 내가 카페 가서 이제 아이스 아메리카노 좀 사 먹어야 되나?
커피 한 잔 하시지요.
머리가 좀 뜨거워져가지고. 아유, 브래드님 감사합니다.
오늘도 안 나오면 아쉬운 그래서 지금 사요.
고맙습니다, 브래드님, 여포 반전님. 그래서 지금 사요. 네. 보자. 국장의 매운맛 그대로. 맛있네. 역시 그 또 한국 하면 매운맛 아닙니까? 탁 쏘는 맛, 그 딱 매운맛, 딱 그리운 맛이지. 국장의 맛이네. 에디님 오늘 컨디션 좋은 것 같은데 국장 6시간 방송해주면 안 되나요? 오늘은 조금만 하고 오늘은 방송 오늘 할까 못 할 것 같아요. 나도 사람이야. 한 시간 정도 하다가 아마 상황 봐가면서 오늘 미장도 되게 지루했거든요. 오늘 미장도 거래 되게 없고 막 아마 한 10시 정도까지 하지 않을까 싶어요. 여튼 저는 주린이가 뭐 아는 거 떠들면 다음부터 상대 안 합니다. 저는 상대를 해야 됩니다. 커스터머 서비스도 아닙니까? 여기 계신 분들이 다 이제 주린이 올해 주식하고 막 그런 분들이 다만 있지 않기 때문에 저런 주린이도 아까 전에 찹찹찹추 같은 애들도 좀 동화가 돼야 되는데 한 얼마 정도면 동화되려나? 긍정님 감사합니다. 윌고 샌프란시스코님 또 감사합니다. 찹찹찹추 같은 애들이 또 이제 또 보고 좀 이 건강한 이 투자 이런 것 좀 이제 동화가 돼야 될 텐데. 자, 코스피는 오늘 선물이 마이너스 2.6%, 야간 선물은 1.6%네, 마이너스 1.6%. 많이 떨어졌나요? 마이너스 1.6% 코스피 많이 떨어졌나요? 예전 기준으로 봤을 때 많이 떨어졌지만 요즘 기준으로는 보합입니다. 요즘 기준으로 마이너스 2% 미만, 2% 보합. 마이너스 3%? 좀 떨어졌네. 플러스 2% 보합. 플러스 3%? 그래, 뭐 좀 올랐네. 그 정도입니다. 한 4% 되면 약간 2% 느낌이야. 이제 곱하기 2를 하면 돼. 곱하기 2. 곱하기 2, 3 하면 이제 그게 지금 야간 선물 마이너스 1.63%잖아요. 나누기 2 해봐. 그러면 0.8, 0.6 정도? 그냥 거의 보합. 별로. 아이고 영숙장님 감사합니다. 파이팅입니다.
너무너무 감사합니다.
코스피 지지선 어딜까요? 코스피 지지선이요. 잠시만요. 6천에 있습니다. 6천. 코스피는 6천에 지지했습니다. 자, 본장까지 5분 전. 자, 신나는 국장이죠. 오늘 미장처럼 움직이려나. 미장도 되게 조용했었는데. 코스닥도 지지선 알려주세요. 코스닥은 안 봐서 잘 모르겠습니다. 이른 내로 코스닥까지 분석할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 코르 지지선은 얼마일까요? 코르는 11.5에 있으면 11.5 그리고 22. 제니캔님 감사합니다. 네. 오늘은 아마 조금만
하고 들어가세요.
상황 봐가면서 지금 코스피는 LS 일렉트릭 좀 봐주세요. 요즘 전자 얘기가 질문이 많네. LS 전자 보통주 이거는 무슨 차트인가요 이게? 전기 맞았나? LS 전자라고 전기 맞았나? 이거 차트가 왜 이래요 이거? 찍 올랐다가 치직 떨어진 치직 피카츄가 이거 왜 이래요 이거? 뭐 하루에 한 번씩 전기 맞네 이거. 7월 7일에 전기 맞고 7월 9일에 전기 맞고 7월 13일에 전기 맞고 7월 20일에 전기 맞고 7월 24일에 전기 맞고 자, 본장까지 3분 전. LS 일렉트릭으로 봐주셔야 함. 그 숫자 주세요. 잠깐 어제 숫자로 주지 마세요. 어제 숫자로 했다가 이상한 거 나와가지고 그 랜덤 박스 마냥 전 일렉트릭 이거구나. 이거는 이건 뭐 오케이 대충 보인다. 요렇게 맞나? 근데 잠시만요. 대략 요렇게 보시면 되겠네. 대략 요렇게. 근데 뭔가 이 차트 분석할 때마다 왜 이렇게 뭔가 답답한 느낌이 들지? 그냥 기분 탓인가? 모르겠다. 네. 이제 미장 막 그 근본주들 이제 차트 분석하면 대략 그냥 딱딱딱 나오니 왜 이렇게 뭔가 답답하지? 그냥 기분 탓인 것 같아요. 네. 기분 탓이겠죠. 여기 20만 원 지지네. 20만 원. 저항은 한 27만 원? 저항 27만 원 정도. 대략 요렇게. 건설 봐달라고요? 006360. 자, 본장까지 1분 전 006360. 이거 그러니까 요런 이상해 이 차트가 이 뭐지? 왜 이렇게 삐쭉삐쭉거리는 게 많죠? 상한가가 있어서 그런가? 상한가, 하한가가 있어서 이게 되게 뭔가 다르다. 얘도 전기 맞았네. 피카츄 전기 볼트 맞았네. 모르겠습니다. 저건 좀 추후 분석해드리겠습니다. 할 수 있으면. 자, 본장까지 10초 전. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 개장. 자, 들어가자. 아직까지 코스피 등락폭 안 뜨고. 자, 미장도 좀 움직이더라고요. 요 맘때쯤. 일단 SK하이닉스는 160만원, 그리고 삼성전자는 24만원입니다. 거래량이 오늘 좀 뭔가 작은 느낌인가요? 거래량이 많지는 않는 느낌. 하이닉스. 뭐 움직이는 거 맞나? 장 열린 거 맞아요? 장 열린 거 맞나? 여기 뜨네 이제. 코스피 마이너스 2%. 네, 코스피 마이너스 2%.
There's so much going on, but there is so much going on. We've got this wave of targeted cyber attacks on Wall Street hedge funds to contend with as well, so that sort of adds an extra layer to that broader AI trade concern. We're also looking ahead to that unlock for SpaceX as well, so we could see.
뭔가 보고 있으면 고통스러울 것 같은 느낌이 듭니다. 약간 무슨 느낌 방금 들었는지 알아? 이거 보고 있으면 오늘 머리 아프다. 오늘 안 보는 게 이득이다 라는 그 필링이 딱 와버리네요. 뭔가 횡보 느낌으로 계속 한 1% 플러스 마이너스 움직이면서 그냥 괴롭히다가 매일매일이 그래요. 예전에 그랬잖아요. 요즘은 좀 롤러코스터 장이라서 막 이런 저런 움직임이 있는데 예전에는 SK하이 마이너스 5, 코스피 마이너스 1.7, 삼성전자가 조금씩 올라오네. 에코프로 저항과 지지선 알려주세요. 오케이, 봅시다. 에코프로 586520. 이거는 일단 장기 추세선은 여기고요. 하방 추세선 꺼봐야겠다. 근데 이걸 어떻게 끊냐 이걸. 각도가 안 나. 각도가. 요런 추세에서 이제 벗어나려고 하네. 여기서 벗어나려고 하네.
Support share when it comes to treasury markets there as well. Better performance in the front and not really big moves that we saw in the overnight session. We did get some guidance from US Treasury, really sticking to its previous
삐쭉 올라왔죠? 요것도 에코프로도 삐쭉 올라온 상태. 눈치 본다 이거예요. 그 코스피랑 코스닥이죠. 이건 코스닥 안에 들어가 있으니까. 이제 에코프로가 코스닥에 들어가 있는 것도 알게 되었습니다, 여러분. 하여튼 코스닥이 지난번에 6% 그 매수 사이드카 걸리면서 삐쭉 올라온 상태라고 보시면 됩니다.
for the ASX. Of course, materials did really the big
삼성전기 한 번만 봐주세요. 우리 로즈님, 우리 로즈님.
jumping the most since February again on these expectations that potentially with the energy crisis
우리 로즈님.
removed, the Fed will be under less pressure to hike.
삼성전기에 뭐
Global market strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. It's a pleasure
인생 박았어요?
with us for a change. We were just sort of
인생을 삼성전기에 갖다 박았나?
the same thematic of questions
왜 이렇게 간절하실까?
Yeah, it's a pretty consistent
이 삼성전기 인생 박을 정도로 들어가면 안 돼요, 우리 로즈님. 삼성전자는 뭐 삼성전자도 그렇게 박으면 좀 그런데 이 삼성전기에 삼성전기가 이거 아니고 이거 맞나요? 이거는 158만 원 오면 좀 안정적. 158만 원. 그리고 100만 원 정도 오면 좀 물탈 준비해도 나쁘지 않고 100만 원에서 이제 물탈 준비해서 82만 원까지 물타면 나름 괜찮을 듯. 삼전 하이닉스는 인생 박아도 되나요? 자, 삼성 얘기하는 도중에 삼성전자가 양전했습니다. 삼성전자가 양전했습니다.
But when we look at what's happening in North Asia, the supply chain is still very strong. It's very hard to see that being competed away, and so we still think about investing across.
Sk하이닉스 다시 160만 원.
The hyperscalers, the supply chain, the apps, everything that really does benefit from what is going to be a very long time frame on this theme.
이제 보합까지 왔네. 샌디스크랑 AMD 그 실적 발표 약간 망한 거에 비교하면 나름 괜찮지 않나 싶네요. 효성중공 하비오님 텔레그램 링크 올려드리겠습니다. 어서 오세요. 회사에서 몰래 이어폰 끼고 목소리만 듣는데 쫄깃하네요. 네, 코스피 마이너스 1%, 삼성전자 양전했다가 현재 마이너스 0.5, SK하이닉스 160만 원 마이너스 4. 이렇게 미장은 오늘 안 움직여요. 원래 국장 시작하면서 미장도 막 롤러코스터처럼 움직였거든요. 그런데 오늘은 국장의 이 등락폭이 크지가 않아 가지고 미장에도 큰 영향은 없다. 현재 그런 상태입니다. 샌디스크 실적의 의미가 있나요? 샌디스크는 3분기 시장 컨센서스 부합하고 좀 만족스러워하지 못했다라는 그런 내러티브가 있습니다. 구글 가지고 있는데 익절해야 될까요? 이제 이탈이 오래가는 악재인가요? 인원 이탈한 거는 막 그렇게 큰 악재는 아닌 것 같아요. 예전부터 그런 악재가 있었습니다. 구글이 점점 엔트로픽이랑 오픈 AI 그 모델에 뒤처지고 있다라는 얘기가 예전부터 나오고 있었고, 그리고 예전부터 구글이 뭐 마이크로소프트나 오픈 AI나 그런 회사들한테 되게 뒤처지고 있었어요. 바드라고 AI 모델 처음 내놨었을 텐데 그때도 욕 뒤따 쳐먹고 그 프레젠테이션도 잘 못하고 뭐 실수하고 그랬었거든요. 근데 결국 해냈습니다. 네. 문제가 이제 딥마인드에 있는 그 핵심 인원들이 점점 나가고 있다라는 얘기가 들리고 있어서 조금 그렇긴 한데 그래도 이번에도 결국 또 해내지 않을까 네, 그런 기대감은 있습니다.
At a relatively lower cost for these open weight models in terms of tokens, but they do use a lot more tokens overall because of that. If I was looking at
엔비디아 어닝 전까지 반도체 쪽 호재가 남은 게 뭐가 있을까요? 그냥 돈 많이 벌고 있다는 거. 이번 실적 발표에서 돈 많이 벌고 있다는 게 여전히 확인됐다는 거. 웨스턴 디지털 지지선 좀 봐주세요. 웨스턴 디지털 오늘 실적 발표하고 떨어진 종목이죠. 11% 떨어졌었고 이제 하방 추세 하단까지 가면 427 가면 노려볼 만합니다. 웨스턴 디지털 많이 떨어지면 $400고. 너무 말도 안 듣는 고인물일 것 같아요. 딥마인드 그 사람들이 뭐 그럴 수도 있고요. 이제 새로운 인재를 찾고 뭐 그렇게 하면 그게 또 호재로 볼 수도 있고. 에디님 제 사진 또 한번 써주세요. 무슨 사진인데요? 맥도날드인데? 맥도날드를 왜 써? 보자. 스카이닉스, LS 쏘나요? 저런 거는 30분. 하루는 로봇, 하루는 반도체. 최근에 로봇주들이 한국에서 좀 곽강을 받고 있는데 빌 게이츠가 한국에 오는데 두앱일 어떤가요? 두산 에너빌리티? 쪽은 잘 모릅니다. 삼성 SDI 좀 봐주세요. 삼성 SDI. 이거는 35만 7천 원의 지지가 있네요. 35만 7천 원. 이것도 하방 추세에서 빼꼼 올라가려고 하는 중. 대부분 비슷해요. 요런 차트가 되게 많아요. 빼꼼 올라가려고 하는 차트. 하방 추세에서. 이거는 좀 근본 있네. 차트 움직임이. SDI 시가총액 좀 있죠. 뭔가 있는 느낌. 차트가 약간 근본이 좀 있네. 뭔가 상대적으로. 묵직하네. 현대 중공업도 봐주실 수 있나요? 현대 중공업. 이런 그 숫자 좀 주시겠어요? 중공업 같은 게 약간 캐러필러 같은 건가 보네. AI 인프라 회사, 그 AI 인프라 만드는 회사 그런 거 맞죠? 중공업. SK 스퀘어 지지선 부탁합니다. 우리 HH킴님 썸네일 바꿔달라고 하면 30분 채팅 금지 드리고 있습니다. 자, 벌써 처리가 되어버렸었네요. 아이고. SK 스퀘어 지지선 부탁합니다. 오케이. 보자. SK 스퀘어. 이거는 97만 6천 원 지지 그리고 140만 원. 네, 97만 6천 원, 140만 원 이렇게 보시면 될 것 같아요. 그러니까 썸네일 그 관련해서 이제 채팅 친 거 삭제할 기회를 드렸건만 갑자기 사라지셨어. 쓱. 보자. 현대건설 지지선 좀 봐주세요. 현대건설. 노통주. 이거는 이것도 약간 근본 있네. 이것도 그 AI 잠깐 근본 있다는 말 취소. 네, 이것도 그 AI 인프라 같은 거 이제 짓는 회사인가요? 이것도 빼꼼 올라오려고 하는 중. 일단 요렇게 요렇게 보면 될 듯. 그다음 지지는 요렇게. 그리고 저항은 여기다. 12만원. 12만원 올라가면 좀 안정적. 12만원. 이거 그냥 건설주예요. 네, 12만원 좀 안정적. 한화오션 지지선 봐주실 수 있나요? 한화오션. 이거는 저항은 있네요. 99,200원. 99,200원 돌파하면 좀 안정적. 지지는 그냥 74,000. 지지는 74,000. LG전자 좀 부탁드려요. LG전자. LG 요즘 와우. 이렇게 됐구나. 야. LG전자 뭐 휴대폰 사업부 접고 뭐 그 법규를 날리고 있네요. 차트가. 여기 동방국에서 요런 차트 나오기가 쉽지 않는데 법규 차트. 역시 LG는 다르네요. 역시 LG는 무빙이 다르네. 이거는 분석을 불가로 지정하겠습니다. 법규 차트. 근데 뭐 무슨 호재가 있거나 뭐 그렇게 있어야 이게 오르지. 그런 뉴스를 제가 아직 안 따라가고 있어가지고 뭐 유망하다, 뭐 괜찮을 것 같다, 뭐 이런 좀 코멘트를 하고 싶은데 차트만 봐선 이게 몰라. 이 차트 이 섹터에 비해서 뭐 어떤지 그걸 좀 알아야 이게 좀 차트 선 긋기도 좋고 이제 스토리텔링이 나오는데 저 법규만 보고 뭐 차트 분석을 할 수가 있나 이게. LG 전자 로봇 한번 띄워달라고요. LG 전자 로봇 숫자로 주세요. 숫자. shift up 봐주세요. shift up. 티커명으로 주세요. 질문이 삼성중공업 부탁합니다. 삼성중공업은 아까 전에 받긴 했는데 23,800원 여기 돌파는 안정적. 23,800원. 코스닥 1등 알테오젠 지지선 부탁합니다. 알테오젠. 액면 분할이 발생했습니다. 새 종목의 가격에 맞게 그리기 객체를 조정하시겠습니까? 조정. 네.
And China is also conducting its very first foreign trade national security probe into
알테오젠.
They are also
야,
holding factory inspections by US certification bodies.
잡주의 왕이라고 불릴만 하네. 코스닥에서 1등 할 만하네. 그래도 꽤, 야, 이거 진짜 횡보다. 이거 뭐 사게요? 이거 이거 봐달라고 한 이유가 뭐야? 이거 사게요? 왜 삼 이걸? 2월부터 지금 횡보하고 있는.
between the US and China when it comes to trade. And of course we're following oil prices at the moment. We're
이걸 뭐 사게요? 왜 물어보는 거야?
In the Asian session, we're talking about WTI below that $75 a barrel level. This as we continue to see risk appetite from optimism that we could see an interim US-Iran agreement and perhaps a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
그냥 LG는요? 그냥 LG.
Oil prices down, pulling longer dated yields down, supporting precious metals.
그냥 LG는 숫자로 좀 주시면 봐드리겠습니다. 아, 지금 국장 지루하죠. 장 시작한 지 이제 20분 경과. 계속 0.1% 플러스 마이너스에서 계속 왔다 갔다 거리는. 011070 LG 이노텍 부탁합니다. 011070. 이거는
For more on the potential US-Iran deal, Bloomberg editor John Herskovitz joins me now here in the Tokyo studio. I mean, what do we know at this point?
이노텍,
How far along the talks
이노베이션
are we?
테크.
Could we see the reopening of
약간 이것도 로봇 관련 중가요? 여튼 80만 원 매물대 있어요. 80만 원. 근데 이번에 코스피 상승이랑 같이 움직였네. 보니까. SPG 부탁드릴게요. 로봇 관련주. SPG. 요즘 로봇이 한국에 되게 각광이네. 이거는 10만 원 지켜주면 됩니다. 10만 원의 매물대가 꽤 많네요. 10만 원 매물대 꽤 많고 뚫리면 57,000 지켜주면 14만. SPG. 삼전닉스 현재 매수는 추천 안 하시나요? 하이닉스 110, 삼전 18까지 여전히 봐야 될지. 지금 매수 추천하잖아요. 징징이들이 너무 많아져가지고 얘기 안 하려고요. 알아서 하세요. 징징들이 너무 많아가지고 지금 매수 괜찮다라는 식으로 얘기하면 괜찮은 것 같아요. 제 생각엔 괜찮은 것 같은데 징징이들이 너무 많아져가지고 약간 몸에 살이가 나오기 전에 좀 자제하려고.
It was Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, UAE. These countries are the ones that saw attacks on U.S. forces in their borders. And the
커세어가 뭐지? 저거 커세어.
could be hit would be their energy infrastructure. Things which could hurt their economies and hurt
적은가?
commerce through the region.
커세어 리버.
the Saudis work around the Strait of Hormuz through the Red Sea.
아, 그러니까 이거.
What about that front?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a warning from the Houthis that's just recently the Yemen
징징이 커세어래. 저기네.
at the north side of the Red Sea for attacking Saudi tankers. This has been a workaround for Saudi Arabia.
프로토스예요?
There's a
국장
choke point at
근본
the bottom of the
로보티즈
Red
봐주세요.
Sea,
힐.
which
토스 커세어.
the Houthis can attack easily.
아, 이거.
The north side is the Suez Canal. It's a way for Saudis
아니 그 커세어보다 저기 그 뭐지?
by pipeline
걔네들
load the tankers, go through Suez.
커다란 그
Asia,
뭐지? 커다란 거에서 이제 징징징징 나오는 거.
if the Houthis go after the
아, 이게 징징징 거린다고 이제 커세어라고 얘기한 거구나.
for Saudi oil
스커지.
and also could affect tax applies in the market.
여튼 지금 괜찮은 것 같은데 지금 괜찮다고 얘기하면 또 고점에 잡았다고 징징징징 거릴까봐. 근데 저는 괜찮다고 생각합니다. 그러니까 인터셉터들 좀 이제 그 규모가 진짜 인터셉터급이에요. 댓글에 저기 캐리어 징 와가지고 싱싱싱싱
They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, nice AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was really nice.
올해 연말까지 보유하려고 하는데 삼성 괜찮은 거죠? 실적 발표들 잘 나오고 나스닥 사상 최고가 가고 뭐 코스피도 점차 올라가고 하면 괜찮지 않을까 싶습니다. 에리님 지금 하이닉스 157만 원인데 분할 매수 시작할 만한 자리일까요? 그냥 168만 원 위로 올라갈 때까지 기다렸다가 좀 안정되면 들어가는 것도 괜찮아요. 지금 굳이 여기서 잡는 것보다 지금 당장에는 그냥 한 168만 원 정도까지 올라가는 거 확인하고 매수하는 것도 괜찮은 게 어차피 가격 차이가 지금 158만 원에 잡나 좀 이따가 168만 원에 잡나 6% 차이거든요. 그래서 6% 프리미엄 그냥 준다고 생각을 하고 만약에 여기서 떨어지면 이제 좀 심신의 안정과 뭐 이제 좀 저가 매수 더 노려볼 수 있고 168만 원 위로 올라간다고 보면 이제 그때서 이제 200만 원까지 목표가 잡고 그냥 들고 있고.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
얘는 또 뭐야? SOS 오션 플랜트 차트 봐주세요. 아까 제가 SK 오션 봤던 것 같거든요. 근데 이제 플랜트가 붙었네. SK 오션 플랜트 차트 봐주세요. SOS 급합니다. 우리 안소냐님이 봐드릴까요? SK 오션 플랜트 어쩌다가 그런 특이한 이름의 SK 오션 플랜트 여기에 들어가게 되셨을까? 심상치 않네요. 이건 이제 고양이가 보이네요. 아까 전에 저기 그 LG 전자는 법규가 보였는데 이건 고양이가 보이네요. 고양이 귀잖아 이거. 고양이 귀. 고양이가 법규 날리고 있는 건가? 글쎄요. SK 오션 플랜트가 V자 하고 있는 건가? 어쨌든 기분 나쁜 차트네요. 기분이 좀 나쁜 차트네요. 보자. 보기 싫다. 네.
Saying what level is acceptable would amount to intervening. That is something that should be left to the Bank of Japan to decide. Communication is important, but there must not be any intervention. So perhaps it would be better if there were closer communication. If that happens, markets might have a better
096610 테스 부탁해요. 095610.
In this same conversation, Kishida also urged caution to add government bonds to a tax-free investment program for individuals. Finance Minister
되게 급등하고 있네. 이런 거는 약간 분석하기가 무서워지는 게
diverse range of people to hold Japanese government bonds. And to do that, it's important to make them more attractive as financial products.
네.
Something the Financial Bureau and so on need to give careful thought. That said, the fundamental concept behind Japan's initiative to become
자, SK하이닉스 ADR이 지금 국장 거가 떨어지면서 반응을 같이 하네요. 흥미로운 게. 확실히 반응을 같이 하네. SK하이닉스가. 긴 밤에 CLS는 무슨 일이 있었나요? CLS는 보자. 오퍼링 발표했네요. 네, CLS는 오퍼링 발표하면서 주가가 떨어진 것으로 추정이 됩니다.
When it comes to that guidance regarding future debt sales, suggesting that Treasury Secretary Bessent and his colleagues are quote somewhat uncomfortable.
우리 긍정님이 또 요런 스커지, 아까 전에 얘기했던 스커지 또 왔어요. 우리 특징이 있죠. 우리 이런 친구들은 샹럼들은 친구들이 아니라 제 채널에 온 지 이제 얼마 안 됐어요. 그리고 채팅한 지 한 번도 없어. 요런 이제 한 번도 안 친 게 보이죠? 그러면서 이제 특징 2 스커지, 징징. 이런 징징이 이렇게 하는 이런 것들이 많아요. 이 채널에 최근에 좀 유입 분들이 많은데 저런 특징이 있다. 삼전 추이는 어떻게 보시나요? 삼전 추이. 보자. 지금 삼전이 21만 원까지 가면 이제 하방 추세. 삼성전자는 21만 원 가면 하방 추세. 근데 그 위는 벗어난 상태. 그러니까 니값을 못하는 우리 긍정이가 징징을 자 유가는 오늘 보자 얼마 움직이고 있어. 보합 0.78% 떨어지고 난 뒤로 보합이 지금 하방 추세 상단 쳤을 때 매수 어떤가요? 그러니까 삼성전자 21만 원 왔었을 때요. 해볼 만하다고 생각합니다. 삼성전자 21만 원 하방 추세 상단 찍었을 때. 할 만하다고 생각합니다. 하이닉스 지금 마이너스 6.9. 하이닉스 120개 전에 ADR이요. ADR은 120까지 가면 거기가 지집니다. 미장 거. 미래 에셋 생명 봐주실 수 있나요? 미래 에셋 생명은 자, 보통주 이거는 상당히 우하향이네요. 좀 많이 떨어져 있네. 요런 거 이제 잡으면 좀 맛있긴 한데 근데 제가 이 미래 에셋 보통주가 뭘로 돈 벌고 뭐 어떤 걸 봐야 되고 그런 걸 잘 몰라가지고 네. 공부를 저도 좀 많이 해야 되는데 이런 미장은 웬만한 건 진짜 거의 다 알거든요. 진짜 웬만한 건 거의 다 아는데 요런 것들은 잘 M자를 그렸네. 이거는 미래 에셋이라고 M자를 그렸네. 광고의 일종인가요? 미래 커시브로 미래 에셋 증권. 이것도 어떻게 보면 현대 예술인가? 미래 에셋 증권. 이걸로 광고 찍으면 되겠네. 광고 장난. 이거 가지고 미래에셋 광고. 증권 광고인데 이거 가지고 광고하면 진짜 웃기겠네.
What could be the impact if OpenAI delays its IPO?
무슨 도박도 아니고 18,000원짜리가 8만 원까지 갔다. 이거 이제 좀 생각났다. 이거 스페이스X 때문에 떨어진 거잖아. 스페이스X 덕분에 그때 이 그 관련주들 올랐다가 떡상했다가 그 뭐 하나도 못 받았다고 하니까 이제 딱 떡락한 이제 이걸로 광고 찍어라. 고 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 오늘 국장 라이브 처음 들어와 봅니다. 지난주부터 했었어. SK하이닉스 하락 추세라고 봐야 되나요? SK하이닉스는 하방 추세에서 좀 벗어난 상태 보여드릴게요. SK하이닉스는 요 하방 추세 있죠? 요거에서 벗어났다. 168만 원 가면 좀 안정적입니다.
Sure. So SB Energy does a couple of things. It does the infrastructure build out for data centers. It doesn't really buy.
코스피 종목 차트 보니 웃기죠. 삼릭도 똑같아요. 코스피 종목 차트랑 코스닥 그 종목 차트가 굉장히 특이하더라고요. 주린입니다. 실시간 구매 대기와 판매 대기가 주가에 어떤 영향을 미치나요? 구매 대기와 판매 대기. 저도 그건 잘 모르겠습니다. 하이닉스 주주 환원 한다라는 그런 소문 돌던데 언제 하려나? 한미 반도체 봐주실 수 있나요? 손절 고민 중입니다. 한미 반도체 자 삼전 3.6%로 좀 떨어지는 중. 한미 반도체 이거는 22만 원 저항 22만 원 근처에 있으면 딱 안정적이고 지지는 15만 원에 있네요. 15만 원 7천에 있네. 되게 명확하게 차트대로 움직이고 있습니다. 네, 요거는 22만 원 그리고 15만 원 이렇게 보시면 될 것 같아요. 한미 반도체.
The fact that we're seeing so much volatility on the AI trade, the tech trade, we've even seen ARM being pretty much pressured this year. We're talking about
하이닉스 연말에 주주 환원 계획 검토한다고 합니다. 그냥 소문이었구만.
could also reflect the market fears of what's happening around the AI trade and all of this capex that has yet to actually be profitable for many.
제니님 하이요. 키옥시아 마이너스 10% 가는 중. 야, 많이 떨어지네. 거기는 샌디스크 영향을 좀 많이 받나 보다, 키옥시아가. 왜냐면 키옥시아가 지난번에 그 어닝스 콜 했었을 때 실적 발표 때 그 마찬가지로 전망이 부진했었거든요. 그래서 낸드 시장이 이제 피크 아웃 오나 그런 우려를 또 시장이 하고 있습니다. 셀트리온 차트 분석 부탁합니다. 금은 왜 오르냐고요? 아마도 장기 인플레이션 우려도 있을까요? 네, 장기 물가 지수가 올라갈 거란 그런 우려. 그리고 달러도 좀 떨어졌고요. 그리고 증권사들 3주 전부터 금 좋다라는 얘기가 있었습니다. 셀트리온은 이거 2차 전지 느낌인가? 셀트리온. 네, 이건 그냥 사놓고 까먹는 그런 종목인데. 셀트리온. 뭔가 분석할 게 없다 이거. 엘리시아 청님 어서 오세요. 텔레그램 링크는 고정 댓글에 없구나. 잠시만요. 그냥 올려드릴게요. 여기로 들어오시면 됩니다. 제약회사요? 아하, 바이오주. 그렇군. 셀트리온. 뭔가 이름이 바이오테크주 같다. 셀트리온. 제약. 약간 한국의 일날리니 같은 회사인가요? 약간 근본 제약회사. 되게 큰 바이트리온으로 이름을 바꾸지. 셀트리온으로 해가지고. 그래도 잘 가네. 네. 일날 릴리가 근본 제약회사냐고요? 돈 잘 벌면 뭐 근본이지 뭐. 그 비만약으로 돈 많이 벌고 있는 테바 같은 센트리온. 테바가 뭐지? 코스닥 대표 스캠주? 사기꾼이라는 채팅이 꽤 많네. 아무래도 좀 논란이 있는. 근데 뭐 논란 없는 기업 뭐 있나? 한국에 논란 없는 기업이 뭐 없으니 뭐 놀랍진 않네요. 아직 롱숭입니다. 왜냐? 아직 하락 안으로 안 들어갔거든요. 하락 추세 안으로 안 들어갔거든요. 지금 롱이라면 부들부들, 발발발, 징징징 꺼리는 분들은 이 어차피 돈 잃은 분들이야. 왜냐? 이거 5%, 이 지수가 5%도 안 떨어졌는데 이 징징징 거리는 거는 이건 뭔가 잘못된 거거든요. 최근 변동성이 하루에 5% 움직이는데 이거 5% 지수도 안 빠졌는데 이 롱 외쳤을 때 징징징 거리는 건 이 기준이 없다는 거예요. 기준이 없으면 주식을 하지 마. 그냥 S&P 박아놓고 코스피 박아놓고 그냥 할 일 해. 지금 돈 벌려고 저기 SK하이닉스랑 삼성전자로 20%, 50% 벌려고 하는 건데 이 뭐 5%, 6% 떨어졌다고 징징징거리는 뭐 무슨 심보야 그게. 수익에는 고통이 따르는 법. 공짜 점심은 없다.
Disney's quarterly profit beat estimates driven
호리님
by
감사합니다.
entertainment and theme parks businesses. Profits at its film studio and Disney Plus streaming service rose
뭐 하방 추세 안으로 들어가면 저도 이건 좀 저 죄송합니다. 약간 이런 느낌으로 할 것 같은데 아직 하락 추세도 안 들어갔는데 뭐 징징징징.
It's the second straight quarter of better than expected profitability for CEO Josh D'Amaro.
에디님 덕분에 벌었어요. 물결표 키키키요.
에리는 덕분에 늘었어요. 아유 감사합니다 토리님. 하이리스크 하이리턴 로우리스크 로우리턴. 그리고 내가 숏을 얘기했으면 지금 식은땀 나가지고 이거 채널 그 삭제해야 되나 이럴 것 같은데 이 롱 대형주들 롱은 믿음 영역입니다. 예. 물론 이제 뭐 고평가 됐다 뭐 그런 얘기가 있지만 돈 벌고 있잖아요. 이번에 돈 계속 벌잖아. 돈 피크업 찍고 그러면 이건 좀 어렵지 않을까요? 저도 그렇게 가요. 근데 계속 돈이 찍히는데 뭐 그쪽으로 가지 마 이런 것도 어떻게 보면 그것도 약간의 범죄일 수 있어요. 돈을 못 벌게 하는 돈이 계속 찍히는데 그거 끝입니다. 들어가지 마세요. 이런 것도 약간 어쨌든 결국 딸깍하는 거는 내가 아니에요. 딸깍거리는 거는 이제 본인이 가장 최선의 선택으로 잘 그 프리 윌로 해가지고 딸깍 하는 겁니다. 그러니까 뭐 너무 저를 믿지 마시고 저는 원숭이라니까요. 저는 이제 롱숭이가 됐다니까. 그러니까 알아서 하십시오. 그리고 그 저가 매수 가격은 동일합니다. 삼성전자 22만 원, SK하이닉스 168만 원, 그리고 110만 원. 삼성전자 22만 원 뚫리면 얼마였더라? 보자. 삼성전자 22만 원 뚫리면 18만 원이네. 22만 원 뚫리면 18만 원이네. 뭐 오를 때는 18만 원 간다며 그러고 떨어질 때는 오른다며 그러고 이건 뭐 어쩌라는 거야? 지연님 만. 오케이. 블룸버그에서 한국 시장은 ETF 문제로 답도 없다고 언급한. 그거 무시해요. 그거 무시해. 블룸버그에서 한국 주식시장은 ETF 문제로 답도. 그거는 그 뭐지 어디에 올라온 거냐면 그 오피니언에 올라온 거. 오피니언. 그거는 뭐 다룰 필요도 없는 그런 건데 약간 옥으로 끌려가지고 뭐 어디 언론사에서 다뤘을 수도 있고. 그거는 신경 아무것도 쓸 필요 없어. 그 오피니언이 한국어로 뭐지 그냥 오피니언 오피니언 의견 그냥 내는 분석이랑 막 그런 거 막 엄청 들어가지 않은 칼럼 같은 거.
On the US AI boom, so those Honai results are really quite strong. Honai was a legacy phone maker for Apple, but it has shifted quite aggressively into making servers for the likes of Nvidia, and that business is absolutely roaring. So very strong results, and it'll be interesting to see how Taiwan trades in the context of some pretty sharp tech weakness that is developing as the session goes today. You have the Nikkei tech.
미국 한국 24시간 라이브냐고요? 지난주부터 하고 있습니다.
Now in HS Tech, the HS Tech index has bounced quite sharply off the lows here, led by the likes of Tencent and Alibaba. And one of the drivers for that bounce is the fact that the Chinese are starting to benefit from quite cheap AI.
어젯밤에 웃기기 하면서 저는 국장 살짝 우울 모드라 하시네. 우울 모드가 아니라 힘 빠진 모드. 오늘 좀 빠지긴 하네. SK하이닉스가.
레디님 잠을 자면서 하셔야 합니다. 개도서관 바로 방송하다가 사망했어요.
예. 알겠어. 고맙습니다. 예.
Bloomberg Markets reporter Anthony Stevens there with the latest on the
3전 20만.
Now Hong Kong is seeing an influx of white-collar professionals thanks to a booming IPO market and planned tax breaks. The city saw its expat population
SOXX 담아도 괜찮을까요? SOXX는 어디냐면 지금 이 위치 553 가면 좀 안정적이고 516 가면 지지고. 도다리님 감사합니다. 대체적으로 늘어지는 느낌이네 오늘. 뭔가 좀 그렇네. 코스피 마이너스 3. 그래 이게 이제 좀 떨어진 거지. 마이너스 3. 코스닥은 마이너스 0.5. 뉴스도 없고. 삼성전기 지선 얼마일까요? 그러니까 삼성전기 인기가 많아. 이거는 100만 원의 지지가 있습니다. 100만 원. 158만 원의 저항이 있고. 오늘 매수 타이밍이냐고요? 삼성전자 22만 원 그리고 SK하이닉스 168만 원에 매물돼 있습니다. 네이버 단기 저항 부탁합니다. 네이버는 22만 8천 원. 네이버 단기 저항 22만 8천. 샌디스크 실적 보합이라는 이유 하나로 저렇게 떨어지나요? AMD랑 SK하이닉스 저기 그 샌디스크랑 그리고 키옥시아도 전망이 좀 막 그렇게 좋다라기보다 아쉬운 전망을 내놨습니다. 키옥시아도. 많이 하락하길래 하이닉스 레버리지에 10,000원 정도 들어갔는데 몇 주 그냥 둘까요? 10,000원에 레버리지? 적당할 때 빼야 될까요? SK하이닉스 단기 지지 알려드릴게요. 오늘 어디서 버텨줄까? 삼성전자, SK하이닉스. SK하이닉스는 매물대가 별로 없다. 이게 123만 원인데 너무 밑인데. 네, 모르겠습니다. 이게 매물대가 별로 없네요. SK하이닉스 매물대가 별로 없네. 120만 원 뭐 이렇게 아니면 매물대가 별로 없어요.
Consultants are telling us that the wait list for these top international schools are extremely long these days as a lot of expat talents coming in. And outside of Hong Kong, you see
하이닉스 저가 116만 원 찍혔는데 맞나요? 그거 뭐 오류라는 얘기가 있던데요. 하나 뭐 잘못 찍혀가지고 오류라는 얘기가 있던데.
And it's important for expats to consider that even though we're seeing they're coming back, but
SK 상한가, 하한가 11주. 야, 지금 미장 SK 하이닉스도 꽤 떨어지네. 도다리님 감사합니다. 삼성전자도 부탁해요. 삼성전자는 22만 원이요. 22만 원에 매물도 있습니다. 힘들다. 차트 보지 마십시오. 힘들면 이거. 아직 뭐 하방 추세 온 것도 아니고 미장 빠지면서 미장 샌디스크랑 AMD 빠지면서 반도체 빠지는 거라. 하이닉스 분석 부탁해요. 하이닉스는 168만원 그리고 110만원 이렇게 보시면 됩니다. 오류가 아니고 넥스트장의 단일가를 시장 안에서 자주 장난칠 침. 키움 KB가 11주 거래함. 오늘 개인들이 꽤 사네. 1조 달러, 1조 원. 외국인 1조 원 팔고. 기관들은 뭐 하나? 기관들은 아무것도 안 하네. 기관들 지금. 기관들 뭐 놀러 갔나? 휴가 갔나? 넥스트장 시초가는 문제는 넥스트장 없애라라는 그런 얘기가 있더라고요. 그런 그 여론이 꽤 있더라고요. 양행 분석 부탁합니다. 네, 봐도 제가 잘 못해드릴 것 같아요. 외국인들 안 사나요? 그러니까 외국인들이 지금 1.1조 팔고 있고 개인이 1.1조 사고 있고 기관은 거의 아무 움직임이 없습니다.
Bifurcated session. The Nikkei 225 down by 1.6% there as we see that AI rally once again taking a pause. Despite some of the optimism on the geopolitical front with oil holding on to those losses.
코카콜라 지지선 봐주세요. 코카콜라. KO. 이거는 86 지지. 코카콜라 86. 그 저항은 없습니다. 신고가나. 마이너스 8. 잠깐만 이것도 사이드카 걸리는 거 아니야? 매도 사이드카. 오늘 또 사이드카야. 어제는 사이드카가 코스닥이었나? 마이너스 5% 찍으면 선물 마이너스 5% 근접하면 이제 선물이 먼저 마이너스 5% 되면서 사이드카 걸리는 거죠. Google DeepMind is also moving into a chairman role at the lab. The leadership changes could make it harder for the company to recruit top talent and compete 어제 코스피 사이드카 2분 걸렸었어요.
Wall Street bankers are on track for bumper bonuses as volatile markets continue to drive business. Johnson Associates projects that bonuses could rise 10.
국장 온 지 얼마 됐다고 사이드카를 몇 번 보는 거예요. 그러니까 평생 볼 거 다 보겠네. F 지지선은 360에 있습니다. 360. 애플라빈. KLA 지지선 보세요. KLAC는 168 그리고 200. 168 그리고 200. 파마 리서치 분석 가능할까요? 파마 리서치. 파마는 분석을 별로 안 좋아하긴 한데 그냥 차트로만 봐드리자면 이제 하방 추세 벗어나고 있고 여기 42만 돌파해주면 돼요. 42만원 돌파해주면 57만원까지 47, 57. 마이크론 지지선이 850만 나요. 네, 850입니다. 850 밑에는 오늘 거의 900 근처에서 끝났어요. 좀 떨어지고 있긴 하지만 850의 지지가 있고 그 다음은 727.
근데 다들 회사 화장실에서 방송 보시나요?
변기에 차서 TMI 보소. 보통 한 몇 분 정도 있다 가나요? 한 10분. 지지선. 펩트론. 네, 지금 자 펩트론.
The Africa Infrastructure Summit is a launchpad for what we want to see into the future.
이거는 23만 5천 원 돌파면 신고가 23만 5천 원 주요 매물대. 시아스 전쟁 났나? 지금 이란 전쟁 소식은 없습니다. 유가도 뭐 변동 없고 실적에 부합하면 하락인 거죠. 대체적으로 그래요. 네. 실적을 상회해야 되지 실적 부합하면 별로 안 좋게 봐요. 삼전 지지선 어딘가요? 22만 원에 있습니다. 자, 현재 코스피 마이너스 3.85%. 오늘은 개인들이 매수를 많이 하고 외국인들이 좀 많이 파네. 최근에 외국인들이 많이 샀으니까.
That not only enables economic growth, but in certain instances enables regional integration as well.
We're an organization that's very deliberate about action and execution and results.
As Africans, we have to take charge of our development trajectory, and we have to move from potential to prosperity, from aspiration to execution.
But we must build this ourselves as Africans.
The future that our children will inherit.
자, 월스트리트저널 속보입니다. 소식통에 따르면 트럼프 대통령이 케빈 워시가 연준 의장이 되고 난 뒤로부터 여러 차례 전화를 걸었다고 합니다. 트럼프 대통령이 케빈 워시가 연준 의장이 되고 난 뒤로부터 전화를 계속 건다고 합니다. 그리고 이란 전쟁이 경제에 미치는 영향과 같은 문제에 대해서 케빈 워시한테 자문을 구했대요. 월스트리트저널 보도입니다. 소식통에 따르면 트럼프 대통령은 이란 전쟁이 경제에 미치는 영향과 같은 문제에 대해 케빈 워시에게 자문을 구했다고 월스트리트저널이 보도했다고 합니다.
Trying to lie down and move the armrest to make this work.
I spent a number of trips when I was young and non-revving doing the same thing.
Weren't you the same? You spot those 3 seats, that's mine. And you see someone outside get up, and not a chance.
Yeah, that actually happened with my younger son. Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance live every weekday.
AMD 샌디스크 때문에 메모리가 더 하락할 거로 보시나요? 하방 추세 안으로 안 들어가면 돼요. 떨어져도. 예를 들어서 마이크론이 700까지 가는 방향이라든지 샌디스크가 1100까지 가는 방향이라든지 요렇게 안 지켜주면 괜찮습니다. 그렇죠. 하이닉스 ADR 기준으로 보면 지지선은 몇 달러인가요? SK하이닉스는 152의 저항이 있고 120의 지지가 있어요. 그래서 120. SK하이닉스는.
Him how much he wanted. He said 250. I said fine. I didn't negotiate with him, and I did no due diligence.
I have something I'd like to sell, and how they stay there. You don't feel inadequate now because being only the second wealthiest man in the world. Is that right? Perhaps the most impactful justice of the Supreme Court over the last 50 years was Justice Anthony Kennedy. He served in the court for 30 years and wrote some of the court's most impactful decisions. I had a chance recently to sit down with Justice Kennedy, talk about his life on the court, his life outside the court, and how he really tried to influence the court in many different ways that I think are quite important for the American people.
전쟁 소식 왜 안 나냐고요? 아직 뭐 협상 안 받겠죠. 유가는 오늘 애프터장에서 0.1% 별로 안 움직이고 있습니다.
My children grew up in Sacramento, but they didn't know about those earlier decades.
대원전선이 지수보다 좀 강한데 봐주실 수 있나요? 비중이 많이 들어가 있어서. 대원전선. 이거는 상한가, 하한가가 많네. 이런 거 진짜 보기가 어렵다. 이거는
The first thing many people do is they forget about the Sacramento part. They want to read about the recent cases, so they look. But we wanted to have this for our children and our grandchildren to read. And then, as the writing went on, it seemed to me people were saying that it might be of interest to others. So
For those people that have not been a
16,500원? 16,500원 돌파해주면 좀 안정적으로 신고가 분위기 낼 듯. 16,500원. 16,500원.
Is that you have only cases in which the law has been undecided. And you recognize
삼전닉스 손절해야 될까요? 주마해야 될까요? 삼성전자는 22만 원의 지지가 있고 SK하이닉스는 110만 원의 지지가 있습니다.
There's a whole new vista, a whole new realm to explore, and that's the fascinating part of it. We only take cases in which
하방 지지선이 무너지고 지면 가지고 있는 주식 팔아야 되나요? 꼭 그렇지는 않아요. 뭐 이런 경우도 있습니다. 그 지지선 뚫리고 패닉셀 나왔다가 바로 올라가는 경우도 있고. 네. 그래서 대체적으로 이제 주요 매물대 뚫리면 이제 보고 패닉셀까지 노렸다가 물 타는 전략을 짜는 게 더 나아요. 자, 코스피 4.26% 하라. 5% 근처 가져가면 또 사이드카 걸리는데 코스피가 좀 약세입니다. 지금 저 차트들은 코인인가요? 거의 코인보다 더 움직이죠. 코인이랑 비교할 게 아니죠, 지금. 코인은 오히려 굉장히 안정적이기 때문에. 국장분들 채팅도 극단적인, 그러니까 레알, 이거 레알 진짜.
We're very careful not to talk to each other before, in part just in fairness to the lawyers, and we don't want cliques.
어제 샀는데 손절해야 될까?
I don't tell you what I've talked to the other. We don't do that.
After you hear the oral arguments, you go back to a conference and you have a airtight room so nobody can listen to what you're saying, and so forth, and nobody is allowed in the room other than the justices.
Right, and we have a double door just to remind everybody that what goes on in there.
오늘 미장 또 빠질까요? 미장 나스닥은 0.3% 내려오고 있긴 합니다. 국장 영향 받아가지고. 근데 S&P는 보합이고 다우존스는 S&P 다우존스 괜찮아요. 유가도 뭐 별로 안 오르고 있고.
If you're the most junior and it's 4-4, it's very exciting because everybody is listening to what you're going to say.
So who decides who writes the opinions? Who decides that?
Let's assume there's a majority and a dissent. Sometimes they're unanimous. There are a lot more unanimous opinions than most people think. The senior justice in the majority assigns the majority, and the senior justice in the dissent.
QLE 장기 투자 어떻게 생각하시나요? 2배 정도면 나쁘진 않습니다. 코스피 얼마? SK 얼마야 지금? 마이너스 8.7? 마이너스 8.7. 아유. 실시간인가요? 네, 실시간입니다. 지금 한국 시간 맞지 않나 지금? 오전 10시 맞는데. 코스피 지지가 어디죠? 코스피 지지는 6천... 잠시만요. 코스피 지지 6천. 지금 또 약간 지지이긴 함. 6,350. 6,350도 지지이긴 함. SPYM 언제 들어가도 되나요? S&P 신고가에 들어가 뭐 어떤 뭐 계속 분할 매수할까요? 그럼 아무 때나 들어가도 돼. 근데 이제 큰 금액을 들어가고 싶다? 그러면 한 10% 떨어졌을 때 한 번, 20% 떨어졌을 때 한 번, 요렇게 하면 돼요. S&P는. 이제 미장 반도체 실적 발표 끝났나요? 엔비디아 남아 있습니다. 엔비디아 이번 달 말에.
Gore bought the case, not Bush. Gore bought the case. And the rule is that if you're unsuccessful in the lower court and you come to the Supreme Court, you're the so-called petitioner and your name is first. So it was Bush who bought the case at the Supreme Court, so it was called Bush versus Gore. But Gore was the one who started the case.
오라클 지지. 삼성 언제 매수해야 될까요? 삼성전자는 22만 원. 오라클 지지 부탁해요. 오라클은 132. 스퀘어 지금 들어가도 될까요? SK 스퀘어. 엔비디아도 봐주세요. 엔비디아는 지금 0.16% 하락 중. 아까 전에 고점에서 1% 내려오고 있습니다. 엔비디아는.
One of my concerns, my present-day concerns, is there's too much partisanship. Presidents appoint justices from their same party, but the partisanship should not be an overriding factor. What you look at is temperament, learning, background, reputation.
삼성전기 지지 다시 말씀해 주시면 삼성전기.
The partisanship is overemphasized in the Senate during the nomination process. They should not
100만 원.
emphasize it so much.
삼전기 100만 원. 맥디나 RSI 같은 보조 지표도 참고하시나요? 하긴 합니다. 네. 해협 문제 생겼나요? 해협 문제 없습니다. 주주환원 기사 떴다고요? 보자. SK. Sk하이닉스. 제 쪽에선 보이진 않습니다. 내일 오를까요? 떨어질까요? 내일 오를지 말지는 트럼프의 마음입니다. 네. 트럼프가 새벽에 타코 뭐라고 말했나요? 오늘 트럼프 대통령 나온 거는 그 선거 유세 연설하러 나왔지 그 외로는 아무 그게 없었어요. SK하이닉스 250만을 물렸습니다. 언제 물타면 될까요? 현금은 보유 중입니다. SK하이닉스는 168만 원 그리고 110만 원 이렇게 매물대가 있거든요. 그래서 그때 약간 골라가지고 물타면 괜찮지 않을까 싶습니다.
those of us in the majority.
You have been concerned about civility generally.
오라클 지지선 봐주세요. 오라클 지지는 132에 있습니다. 132. 지금 하락하는 원인은 뭔가요? 지금 하락하는 거는 AMD랑 샌디스크 실적 발표 나오고 떨어지고 있어서 그렇고, 삼성전자는 22만 원, 그리고 SK하이닉스는 단기 매물대로 봤을 때는 100. 맞지. 그래도 꽤 낮았네. SK하이닉스 단기 지지로 봤을 때는 127만 원, 127만 원. 그냥 127만 원 아니고 그냥 110만 원 봐도 될 것 같습니다. 그 단기 추세 볼 필요 없고. 국장 하이닉스 미장 ADR 2배 레버리지. 장투기 한번 봅시다. 지금 SK하이닉스랑 삼성전자가 하락 추세로 들어가지도 않은데 달달달달 떠는 우리 개인 투자자 여러분은 날씨도 더운데 머리까지 뜨거워지지 맙시다. 더위 먹어요. 너무 뜨거우면 이제 편의점 가서 아이스팩으로 아이스 그 컵 있죠? 그거 가져와서 소다 부어가지고 드링킹. 카페는 비싸니까. 카페 스타벅스는 좀 비싸니까. 좀 오를 때는 오를 때 이제 포모 올 때는 저기 좀 카페 가도 괜찮은데 오늘은 좀 떨어지고 있으니까 편의점 가서 그냥 아이스 컵 사서 어쩔 수 없다.
San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
우리 최빈전 같은 님은 또 징징이 왔죠. 제 특징이 뭡니까? 특징이 4월 15일 이후로 처음 왔네. 최근에 알고리즘 타가지고 여태까지 있었던 거는 싹 다 무시하고 이제 상승 롱 그 영상 보고 빌 받아가지고 풀 롱 들어갔다가 너 때문에 샀다. 어제 샀는데 손절해야 될까요? 어제 사라고 해서 마이너스 10% 됐네요. 이러한 거에 시달려야 됩니다. 어쩔 수 없다. 나의 숙명이다. 받아들이자. 나도 받아들이자. 카페 보내드리죠. 아니야, 저 카페 갈 필요도 없어. 전 SOXX 지지 저항 확인 가능할까요? SOXX는 516 지지 553 저항입니다. 516, 553. 아직 하방 추세 위에 있죠. 네, 그래서 괜찮습니다. 472까지 가면 약간 거기가 변곡점이고. 그러니까 누가 사라고 했냐 뷰를 이야기한 건지. 그러니까 이런 그 개념이 아주 알차게 박힌 이런 시청자분들도 계셔서 제가 힘이 납니다. 누가 사라고 했냐 뷰를 이야기한 거지. 난 어쩔 수가 없어요. 자, 골든돔 골든돔 관련해서 기사 나온 거 있나요? 골든돔. 이거는 골든돔 뉴스는 따로 없어요. 발미툴리드. 아이고 또 우리 숏 박사님들 이제 나오셨어. 어제 미장 롱차 할 때는 없다가 이제 우리 테토남 우리 테토남 QREWJ6BOU 내일 국장 하락하 보시나요? 고경곤 더 쏟을 것 같은데 7월 28일 하락 끝났나 이 지로를 하더니 키읔 자 이제 롱에 대한 또 조롱도 나오고 조롱도 롱이다. 조롱도 이렇게 이제 숏 박사님들이 나오기 시작하면서 또 균형을 이루고 있다. 균형을 이루고 있다. 이게 주식이지. 자, 여튼 저는 여기까지 하고 오늘 어떻게 될 것 같냐? 자, 그래서 오늘은 대략 좀 한번 분위기를 이제 봤으니까 제 생각에는 모르겠습니다. 네, 오늘은 약간 뷰가 안 나오네요. 오늘 뭔가 이게 안 나오네. 그냥 횡보? 모르겠다. 네. 이게 매물대에도 좀 멀리 있고 지금 막 지금 떨어지면 저 밑까지 떨어지는 거고 오르면 저 위까지 가는 거라서 약간 그 과도기겠다고 말씀드리면서 방송 종료는 11시에 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 좀 이따가 또 저녁에 봬요.
And so he asked me to draft the amendment. And I said, well, I don't know anything about budgets or bonds or special
잠깐만 사이드카 걸렸다는 것 같은데. 가는 타이밍 또 사이드카와 함께 가겠습니다. 11시에 방송 종료하겠습니다.
The constitutional law I teach has nothing to do with what you're talking about. He says, you mean you can't write something that we're spending too much money? Oh, I said, okay. So as it turned out, I told him that if he could, there were two or three very brilliant
사이드카 타고 가겠습니다. 여름 더위 조심하시고 좀 이따 저녁에 뵐게요.
Asked him for a recommendation to be on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and he recommended you, although you were only 38 years old.
Right.
You were confirmed easily, and then a couple years later, Reagan is president of the United States.
Yes.
Did you ever think he would be president of the United States when you first met him?
When his name started to surface, I thought, you know, there is a possibility here.
Okay. All right. So he gets to be president of the United States. He has a vacancy on the Supreme Court. And he calls you to be considered for it, and you come in for the interview.
Yes.
He nominates you, and you get confirmed by 97 to nothing.
Yes.
The last justice to be confirmed unanimously. So, okay. So you get on the court. This is, I think, the only time in the Supreme Court's history where you had the same 9 justices for 11 years.
Yes.
So you worked together with these same people for 11 years. Did you get tired of seeing them every day or not really?
Just the opposite. It would be, we were together so long, you knew what I knew, that you knew what I knew you were going to say, and we could more or less begin from there. And we knew sometimes we wanted to really work hard to convince each other, which we sometimes did in conference. You didn't always go into conference knowing exactly how the case should come out. You hear things that you had not thought of before, and you see new possibilities for the law, because after you decide something, there's a whole new realm for which to explore the future.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Like a recipe for disaster, like numbers.
Not only for the CFO, but also the company's management. That's a communication and the collaboration.
I spend a lot of time figuring out how to take the complex and make it simple, and then finding a way to be able to communicate that both internally and externally.
I think it's relationships, whether it's working with investors, bankers, with the senior management team, with the board. Having your head down is one thing as a finance person, but keeping your ears open is super important as well. And I think that all of that is what kind of builds out being a successful CFO.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Brief.
Rolling inflation shocks is likely going to persist for the foreseeable future. So this increase in inflation volatility will lead to an increase in rate volatility, which means the correlation between stocks and bonds have flipped positive. And we expect that to continue. The role that alternatives play when you think about infrastructure is where we're leaning into, because clients have been underallocated, especially on the retail side.
Don't miss Bloomberg Brief, live every weekday.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
What would you like people to know about the court, and they might get by reading your book, that they might not already know?
They should know more precisely how collegial it really is. We know that if you and I are justices together, we know we would disagree. We're supposed to disagree. That's our job. But the question is how we disagree. The interaction on the court is much more fascinating than most people know. You hear things that you had not thought of before, and you see new possibilities for the law, because after you decide something, there's a whole new realm for which to explore the future. It was my privilege to serve with 17 different justices.
Your book is called Life, Law, and Liberty. I enjoyed reading it, certainly, but I want to ask you a final question.
You stayed awake? Well, that's good.
Why? It is said by some that if you see the word liberty in an opinion, you know it's written by Justice Kennedy. Why is liberty such an important thing to you?
When the authors of the Constitution sat down for a period of, 3 months in Philadelphia, if they had known all of the details of what freedom means, they would have put it down. But they were thoughtful enough to know that the components of freedom, the components of liberty, are something we must learn over time. So they use spacious words like life, liberty, and property. Incidentally, lawyers even sometimes make the mistake, we think of life, liberty, and happiness. That's the Declaration of Independence. The Constitution talks about life, liberty, and property. Why doesn't the Constitution talk about happiness? Because that's judicially unenforceable. Although perhaps some judges would be ready to try. But
you always carry a copy of the Constitution with you everywhere you go?
Well, usually I do. Because it's interesting. This is both the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. If you read the Constitution of the United States, sit down cover to cover, it'll take you about 2.5 hours and you'll fall asleep for part of it. The preamble, the preface is simply beautiful. But the Constitution, it's fascinating that has lasted we have the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence next year. And we're going to have a time capsule that people will open 250 years from now. If we put the Constitution of the United States in the time capsule 250 years from now, will it still be known? Will it still be respected? Will it still be the way in which our nation defines ourselves? It has been for the last 250 years.
Dubai is the space where anything you dream of can actually happen. That's why the private sector, they double down and they invest more and more in Dubai. For us, the sky is not the limit, the sky is just the beginning. Take Dubai chocolate. So this started off by a woman who was pregnant and just had a craving. So she just went about creating this new thing that went so global that everyone started to also reference Dubai through a Dubai chocolate phenomenon.
So that's the reason.
Bringing you the most important news and financial information whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee on the Mexican border, and this is Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on the close.
You're entering into Mexico, your first store there, a big one out there in the Monterrey region. Why do you think you can make that work?
We believe Mexico is a really important milestone for our great brand as we continue to lean into our global strategy. It's an important country for us. We recognize and admire the culinary heritage.
There's a little bit of irony when it comes to the fact that Chipotle Mexican Grill is opening up, expanding into Mexico. And with that in mind, what changes do you have planned for Mexico?
We'll locally source as much of the product we bring over the border today as it relates to avocados and tomatoes and peppers, but it'll be the same menu we've launched in Western Europe, the same menu we launched in the Middle East with our partner Al-Shaya, and the brand really resonates well when we deliver on standard the same execution and same menu that we have in the United States.
Don't miss the close live every weekday.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hodern in Beijing, China, and this is Bloomberg.
For most of spaceflight history, NASA and government or nation states were really the biggest players in charge. That has recently shifted.
This was a frontier we really believed for a long time. It was only a place for governments to build and innovate.
What we're seeing is a democratized space sector with a lot of smaller players and a lot of larger commercial players as well.
With the global space economy currently valued at over $650 billion, one American state in particular is betting big on this rapidly growing sector.
Governor Abbott coming to you from the great state of Texas.
Texas is a really good snapshot of the new direction that the space industry is taking.
There's a huge space community that's just embedded in Texas.
From a NASA standpoint, because of that competition, they're lowering the overall cost. That allows us to be able to do more.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff.
This is where we do the majority of all of our rocket testing, engine testing, component level testing, 200 acres of a factory floor and engine test and machine shop.
Firefly Aerospace is one of many commercial space companies that has set up in Texas. It's valued in the billions of dollars thanks to a string of extraordinary technical achievements in recent years. In March 2025, it became the first commercial space company to land upright on the moon.
It was a 45-day transit from Earth to the moon, and we had 10 NASA payloads on board doing all kinds of scientific experiments that I think really took us to the next level.
Firefly has secured multiple contracts with NASA worth hundreds of millions of dollars and has recently expanded its manufacturing and rocket testing facilities just outside of Austin.
Making sure that we keep all of this manufacturing in-house and in Texas is one of the key areas that allows us to be really scalable and kind of dominant in this industry.
So why has Texas become a hotbed for companies like Firefly?
Texas has a very long history with spaceflight. Everyone knows, Houston, the Eagle has landed, and the Johnson Space Center, which is home to Mission Control.
This is Houston. Say again, please. Houston, we've had a problem.
Houston was such a central location for spaceflight, and so a lot of engineers that worked out of Johnson Space Center would go on to create their own companies, and a natural place for them to go would be right next door. The biggest tenant in Texas is SpaceX, so they have set up shop with their Starbase facility on the southern tip of Texas. One of the reasons is that when it comes to launching rockets, you want to be as close to the equator as possible in order to get an extra boost to get into orbit. Another big tenant is Blue Origin. That company set up its launch facility in West Texas outside of Van Horn. And then you also have a big cluster of companies in Houston, the home of NASA's Johnson Space Center. And so various alums of NASA have set up shop just nearby. So you have Axiom Space, you have Intuitive Machines, and then in Central Texas, Firefly Aerospace has its rocket facility and development center.
Aside from being in close orbit to NASA, Texas offers some other critical advantages.
We have a cluster of businesses that have a certain synergy. It's interesting that the oil and gas industry on the surface is very different from space. But if you start to look at a lot of the capabilities, whether it's heavy machinery, metal fabrication, telemetry, a lot of those same capabilities are used for offshore exploration and drilling in harsh environments. They also focus on renewable energy and low carbon technologies. And these are also very important for the space industry. We certainly depend upon solar panels to power our satellites, for instance.
One of the reasons that Firefly Aerospace originally came to Central Texas was for land, needing a lot of open space to test its rocket engines. Also, Texas loves to pride itself on being light on regulation and very business friendly.
It's one of the reasons SpaceX relocated its headquarters to the Lone Star State in 2024. Since then, it's rapidly expanded its footprint, with giant solar and chip-making factories in its plans for the future too. Originating in California and often launching from Florida, both competing states in the world of space, it was significant that when Elon Musk announced the biggest IPO the world has ever seen, the bell rang from the new NASDAQ in Texas. Even as its hyped share price starts to come back down to earth, SpaceX's impact on Texas is undeniable. based on the sheer number of companies that stand to benefit from its success. But the company's presence in Texas isn't necessarily in the interests of Texans or the environment.
This morning, environmental concerns in the aftermath of the SpaceX explosion.
SpaceX has gotten a lot of attention for its presence in Boca Chica, which is where the company has set up shop to launch its Starship rocket. There are endangered species who live in the area of that beach and the mudflats that surround it. SpaceX has essentially started building up around that area, and now it looks completely unrecognizable to what it looked like before.
Despite pushback from some Texans, the state is doubling down on its commitment to support the industry, including companies like SpaceX with taxpayer dollars.
Those who reach for the stars do so from the Lone Star State.
In 2023, the Texas legislature passed a bill to create the Texas Space Commission. What we wanted to do is make it well known that those companies who had already decided to be set up here in Texas, that they didn't leave, and that they are also helped to expand their existing footprint.
Last year, the Texas Space Commission gave out $150 million in grants to support space business in the state. It's due to double that by the end of this year.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era.
Build smarter options trades in seconds with the Interactive Brokers Options Strategy Builder. Trade predefined option strategies or build your own with ease. Visualize your risk and reward and trade confidently. Choose a strategy and place your trade in just a few clicks. Start trading today.
Behind every great golf shot is smarter manufacturing. AT&T Business helps connect the factory floor and the supply chain, offering precision in every swing.
While it's not the only state catering to the space economy, the creation of entities like the Texas Space Commission, with its eagerness to woo industry, marks a crucial shift in the way space exploration in the US is being conducted. And that has a lot to do with the changing role of NASA.
A recent report showed that last year there was about $55 billion of investment in the space industry. And you compare that to, say, NASA's annual budget, which has hovered around roughly $24 billion annually for the last few decades now. The way NASA used to do business throughout most of its history is that if it needed a rocket or a spacecraft, it would go to its contractors and say, hey, we need this vehicle, we'll cover all the costs, but we're gonna oversee the design and the development with you, and then we're gonna own that vehicle when it's complete. Now the agency is transitioning to a new way of business where it's less of an overseer and more of a customer. That being said, though, NASA is still a major player when it comes to leading the direction of where the space industry is headed.
That's especially true in Texas, where the Johnson Space Center and its 11,000 employees are integral to arguably the most significant space program yet.
We're moving into an era that we're calling Artemis.
And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
We're in an era where its access is open. It went from being all government with Apollo, with the shuttle. And so commercial industry is a part now of Artemis because they have responsibility for building the landers. And so as we're building out Artemis, as we're building out this moon base, we will have responsibility for the overall integration of all of those things.
Back in 2018, NASA started the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program, CLPS, which is managed out of Houston. By outsourcing to companies, NASA aims to reduce the cost of lunar exploration and encourage innovation and growth.
The companies got a number of things. They got a big chunk of NASA investment up front, and then the promise that they would actually have someone who would pay for that flight. If you get a NASA contract, sometimes that can be much more valuable than something that you can raise from private investment alone. When it comes to space development, you're looking at really expensive vehicles that take a lot of upfront capital and require years and years of development.
In many ways, SpaceX built the model. After its first $1.6 billion NASA contract back in 2008, which saved it from bankruptcy, the company evolved and diversified, forever changing the relationship between NASA and its commercial partners.
NASA did help to provide a lot of that upfront funding for the Falcon 9 that SpaceX has then used to become the most prolific launch provider in the world. Now, a primary source of the revenue that they generate comes from Starlink, but they were able to get to that level because of the initial funding from NASA that they received.
A lesson that's very much being learned by the new wave of Texan companies like Firefly.
A lot of the economic success that we may see from Firefly over the next few years is going to be pretty diversified between commercial or defense and then scientific exploration and partnerships, whether that's going to be in launch or in lunar and on-orbit servicing.
Do you mind being called an ideological lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nut jobs?
You know, I've been called worse things than that.
You'd think she owned the place.
23andMe, I think, is so incredibly valuable.
We're coming back. It had that kind of detective story feel to it, you know, when you're hot on the trail of something.
What magazines were you reading as a kid?
I don't think I was reading magazines until I was in them.
Why should people trust you?
I don't think anybody should trust any company or entity completely with any of this.
It's very uncomfortable. Artificial intelligence is this force that is far bigger than we are.
The way I could see AI being banned or blocked is if something really went wrong. And if something really went wrong, then maybe it deserves to be.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era.
This is it. The trade that will make your day. This is what it's all been for. The daily commutes, the endless market monitoring, tracing patterns, tracking flows, auto-quoting, coffee crushing, working orders. This is the trade you've been waiting for. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Bloomberg Trade EMS. Expect more from your execution management system.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What's coming next for Cuba? Capture and kill is still an option?
I just can't tell you that. We've got options all over the map.
Perhaps no other nation epitomizes Cold War politics more than Cuba.
When you look for a country that's, let's say, punched above its weight on a global stage, Cuba should be on the list.
Cuba and the United States, by default of their geography, have always had some kind of economic relationship. When we had prohibition in the United States, Cuba became a haven for American tourists.
Cuba is just 90 miles south of Florida. It's in the heart of the Caribbean. It's been seen as kind of a strategic platform for U.S. rivals.
The U.S. has had a broad trade embargo on Cuba since shortly after the revolution in the 1960s.
Cuba is ruled by a single party, the Cuban Communist Party, and it controls the legislature, controls the military, controls all facets of society.
Socialismo o muerte.
But the socialist idealism that birthed Cuba has ground to a halt, literally running out of gas.
There is a dire jet fuel shortage in Cuba as the U.S. is moving to cut off the country's oil supply.
Crippling blackouts and a teetering economy have sparked unrest on the island.
We have an unprecedented degree of suffering on the island.
The Trump administration has taken a hard line.
Cuba has always posed a national security threat.
Tonight, the Justice Department unsealing an indictment against former Cuban President Raul Castro.
Will Castro actually face this prosecution?
The message the indictment sends to the Cuban government is that the U.S. is serious.
Amid the upheaval, many are looking for change, and some see opportunity.
Realmente me gustaría que Cuba pudiera realizarse.
2 million plus Cubans that live abroad. They have a genuine desire to see their country prosper and the people prosper and move forward into a different direction.
Uncertainty and crisis are no strangers to Cuba.
Cuba was, reeling in the early 90s from the collapse of the USSR, so they lost a massive benefactor.
Then, in the early 2000s, Fidel Castro started one of Latin America's most important political and economic alliances with Hugo Chavez of Venezuela.
And Chavez vowed to support Cuba to help provide them with what they needed, which in essence was a steady supply of oil and refined products.
Oil powers Cuba's electrical grid. The imported supply has steadily fallen. Even when you add in the roughly 40,000 barrels of domestic production a day, it's well short of what's needed to function normally.
The U.S. swooping in and snatching Maduro and his wife out of bed was a complete game changer for Cuba.
With Venezuelan oil gone, Cuba quickly became more vulnerable.
In the past, Russia has supplied some oil, and Mexico also got, in late January, Trump threatened sanctions on any nation that supplied Cuba with oil.
Obviamente no queremos que haya sanciones para México, ¿verdad?
And President Claudia Sheinbaum of Mexico decided that was too great a risk to her own economy.
International voices are calling Trump's crackdown inhumane and illegal.
And the humanitarian consequences, as you might expect, continue to deepen.
El bloqueo hoy es brutal. Es brutal, sencillamente es algo criminal, es algo que no merece el pueblo cubano.
It is in particular impacting Cuba's health sector, which was long a point of pride. The surgery wait list has grown. Infant mortality is rising.
Attempts to bring in humanitarian aid and food from places like Mexico is very slow. And when you have no gasoline to distribute those things on the island, it's also difficult to get those things into the hands of the people that need them. Really, it's the Cuban government that ends up with the fuel, with the goods.
Malo, no hay agua. Hey, que no hay. Malo que no hay agua. Y ojalá fuera el agua. Abusivo. Ya. Que nos metan 1, 2 días, 3 días sin luz.
The famous ration card that the Cuban government always guaranteed people an allotted amount of rice or chicken or eggs, that's all breaking down.
En mi casa se desayunaba, se almorzaba, se comía. Hay que reducir una comida al día.
And now what people are saying on the island is these products are available, they just simply can't afford them anymore.
Estamos aumentando precios constantemente a medida que va subiendo el costo de los productos.
Juan Carlos Blaín runs a restaurant and grocery that is struggling through the shortages.
Para mantener los servicios con la generación de un grupo electrógeno que consume diésel y la transportación de la logística se nos ha encarecido también.
Inflation in Cuba has been running very, very high. It kind of peaked during the pandemic at about 71%. It's at 14% in 2025, and those are the official figures.
But economists estimate it's really up here, at nearly pandemic levels.
Airlines have had to cancel their flights because there's no jet fuel available on the island, so that's, of course, hurt the tourism industry.
Tourism is a key pillar of the economy. In 2016, President Barack Obama visited the island as part of an attempt to normalize relations. Look how visitors climbed, peaking just after that trip. Then the pandemic hit. Cuba never fully recovered, with last year's arrivals the lowest outside the COVID years in 2 decades. Hotels have closed, and credit card transactions have been suspended. The Cuban government has remained reliant on Soviet-era programs.
The biggest single source of foreign currency for the island right now is its doctors, its medical brigades. At times, there's been more than 24,000 doctors working these brigades abroad, and they bring in more than $4 billion to the economy.
Venezuela sent subsidized oil to Cuba in exchange for Cuban medical workers. Cuba has made economic reforms in fits and starts when it had to, but it is the only remaining communist country that it hasn't attempted any type of substantial market reform.
Pivoting to state-run capitalism may be the obvious move for leadership in Cuba, but in the near term, the private sector may offer its best hope at recovery.
The Cubans have this incredible ability to adapt. You start to read about the business literature in Cuba, and it always talks about how resilient they are. And that's what we're seeing now.
Donde estoy dedicado todo el tiempo tratando de hacer que las cosas funcionen, de no parar nuestros servicios y que seguir trabajando y al menos lograr mantenernos en estos tiempos.
The Cuban government says there are now more than 9,200 small and medium businesses. The private sector, shown here in gray, is also employing a growing share of the workforce.
Yo siento una desconexión entre los gobiernos y las empresas privadas. Me gustaría que se pudieran unir más y trabajar más en conjunto para el desarrollo de la sociedad.
La realidad nos impone cambios urgentes y necesarios.
Cuba's leadership is not blind to the situation.
The Cuban government approving more than 170 sweeping economic reforms, opening the door to private investment.
Cuba is opening itself up to foreign investment. It is allowing its private sector to grow, but it is still a communist system. Doing business in Cuba involves doing business with the state.
The government has also said that Cubans living abroad should be allowed to invest in small business and own small businesses on the island. But again, there's so many caveats there.
You would be a fool to invest in Cuba under these circumstances, precisely because the Cuban government provides no guarantees for either the investment that you might make or property ownership or just the rights of private entrepreneurs to control the nature of their investment or the profits that might accrue.
Cuba's expat community is helping to fill the void. Hugo Cancio runs Catapult, an online marketplace that allows the Cuban diaspora to buy anything from groceries to mobile minutes for their relatives.
We have over 33,000 products. We do about 1,500 to 2,000 orders a day. We have a huge logistic on the ground.
There is an exception to Commerce Department's export controls on Cuba. This allows companies like Hugo Cancios to import food, to import consumer goods without running afoul of U.S. sanctions.
Cancio's company is even shipping containers of natural gas to the island. But the quantities needed to recharge the country's energy grid will have to come from big suppliers.
Big money is going to take a while to come. You need to change the rules of engagement. You need to have a legal system that protects investment. There's wealth being created in Cuba. I think the private sector are the champions right now. They're the one moving forward, whatever little economy there is left.
Meanwhile, American internal politics are also driving much change in Cuba.
You can't tell the Cuban political story without telling the South Florida story. Marco Rubio is born to Cuban parents in Florida. He's definitely part of this kind of Cuban hardline, this Cuban political force that wants to see change in Cuba. And it's important for U.S. politics.
I really don't believe this system is capable of reform unless new people take over.
Somebody like Rubio, who probably has presidential aspirations, if he could give this to that community, if he could be the one to usher in regime change, it would probably vault him to the very front of the field in a future Republican primary.
I think he'd like to be the liberator, quote unquote, of Cuba. And I think that the Republican Party in general owes much of its electoral success, at least since the year 2000, to the state of Florida and largely to South Florida voters who are Cuban exiles.
I'm going to take good care of them. I'm going to let them go back to their land.
El momento es sumamente desafiante y nos convoca otra vez, como en aquel 16 de abril de 1961, a estar listos para enfrentar serias amenazas, entre ellas la agresión militar.
I personally and a lot of Cubans don't want this direct military confrontation with the United States. That would be really sad. Somewhere in Cuba, there is someone's mother, someone's father. Here's my young nephew who is 19 years old. He's in the Cuban military. I hope and will do everything within my powers to where my adoptive country and my native country comes to term and negotiated end to this humanitarian crisis that is happening on the island right now.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era.
Behind every great golf shot is great equipment powered by advances in technology and smarter manufacturing. AI-assisted design expands the sweet spot on club faces. X-ray vision helps ensure consistency in every golf ball. And AT&T Business helps manufacturers connect operations across the factory floor and supply chain, giving teams the visibility to make faster, smarter decisions, so players can prepare for the most important shot, the next one.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era.
Fidelity active ETFs can shift and transform as markets do the same. They can cast a wide net, explore and uncover new opportunities, adapt to risk, and leverage the full power of fund managers and research teams to pursue outperformance. Markets can change in real time. Make sure your ETF can too.
Modern enterprise. It's a lot of moving parts. Comcast Business helps you orchestrate it all. With AI-powered networking that's optimizing traffic across 5 continents. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Welcome back to the China Show. Here's a look at the Hang Seng half hour into the session. Well, if we can pull out the Hang Seng and how it's faring. I mean, we know how it's underwater, right? We're about 2% down on the index. Yeah. And we know how the property stocks, the financial related names, those are the ones that are getting hit today against the backdrop of some of these tax concerns or the crackdown that we're seeing potentially right from the mainland. So that's causing some skittishness, and not helping, I suppose, is what we're seeing on the tech front on the day where the memory trade is still coming under pressure despite some of the early signs of a reversal earlier in the week. Can momentum come back? What does this mean for the Chinese internet platform names that look like they were making that, staging that rebound?
and then today happened.
Yeah.
Biggest drop on the Hang Seng since March. In terms of market breadth, almost everything is down with the exception of your gold place, which we'll show you in a moment. So the likes of some of the mining stocks, the jewelry makers, the retail place like Laopu and Chow Tai Fook. Apart from that group, everything is down across the tech space, across the tech stack, across the region, and as you can see on your screens, despite, of course, the usual tailwinds in the form of a softer dollar, tighter spreads, and falling yields. Right, just on the gold story, flip the page, please, and gold, as you can see, in spot and precious metals, again, having their moment in the spotlight today. Some of the insurers, we talked about this, very much in focus. Big drop in the afternoon yesterday following that Caixin report, which we'll get to in a moment, continuing to see very sharp drops in the region. We're down about 9% on AIA. Prudential's off 6%. Ping An down 2%. HSBC is also down alongside these names, including StanChart coming up on your screens, ICBC and Bank of China Hong Kong on your screens as well. So on top of financials, property names, which is somewhat related, of course, to what's going on here, also seeing some tremendous pressure in the Thursday session.
Yeah, let's get back as well to the Caixin report that Beijing is closing a key tax loophole for Hong Kong insurance policies. We're joined by Bloomberg's North Asia chief correspondent Stephen Engel and Bloomberg Intelligence banking and fintech senior analyst Francis Chan. So, Steve, we talked through some of these considerations earlier. I mean, what else are we expecting in terms of the clarity of what this is really about?
Yeah, I think the markets are a bit spooked, like they were in June as well, when there was, concern that some of the banks here in Hong Kong were being asked not to open up accounts for mainland visitors. That spooked the market a little bit. Of course, the crackdown on those brokerages that were allegedly doing illicit trades and cross-border flows. So there's been crackdowns on and increased scrutiny on wealth and wealth being transferred across border, and also essentially tax transparency. We do know that Chinese authorities are trying to revamp, and they have been for quite some time, trying to revamp their tax code. What we're hearing from the Caixin Global news report is essentially saying that there are new rules that are already being implemented and enforced. In fact, early enforcement cases in Beijing and also Hangzhou says tax authorities are already levying a 20% tax on individual payouts, dividend payouts, interest earned as well from offshore policies, as Beijing is expanding its personal income tax to include any returns from those insurance policies that mainland Chinese have come across the border to buy. Many insurance companies, whether it's AIA or Prudential, HSBC, and the bank side and others, have seen a large increase, obviously, and have seen a great boost in that side of the business. I can get into HSBC in a little bit after Francis and some of the numbers they were reporting, but those insurance policies have been quite popular. Now, the mainland authorities have been able to tax this by law, but they haven't been able to implement it necessarily because of sort of data visibility has been lacking, and just enforcement has been a problem. So this is, again, sort of spooking the market about how far and deep and how are they going to continue to get this 20% tax. A 20% tax would, on personal income from these policies and the dividends and also the returns, would essentially negate any benefit potentially that these policyholders would get by doing it in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I mean, they're fixing the incentive structure. And I'm sure the HSBC folks across the street, if not already, are working out the numbers. But Francis, you've run the numbers on potential impact on HSBC?
Well, it's very hard to quantify any impact given the very imminent nature of the piece of news.
Okay.
Well, we know that there has been about half of the new premiums coming from non-residents for the Hong Kong insurance business, and more than 60%, about 60% of their insurance balance coming from the non-residents, including the mainland residents. So that obviously there could be a bit spooky, but I just want to reiterate, HSBC has been continuously under the common reporting standard, report to all tax authorities globally, including the mainland Chinese authorities. So any information about maybe the income from policies from mainland residents is not new. The information is always there. Secondly, I just want to reiterate, there's no sign it is a tightening from what we have already seen. The State Council Order number 837, which has been effective from early July onwards. So it could be an enforcement of existing rules instead of some new set of tightening. And if we take a look at what happened last time in early June, the HSBC Standard Chartered, the share price bounced back right after the very spooky trading sessions.
Overall, how do you see this perhaps affecting the outlook for the wealth business? I mean, to a point, we're not quite sure yet what this would mean, but wealth momentum, what is that going to mean?
The CEO of both Standard Chartered HSBC, they came out after their first half results, reiterate there has been no impact or at least a very immaterial impact to the account opening and new fund flows, at least towards the end of the second quarter. And so far what they have seen in the third quarter. So this is a very critical piece of information. HSBC in particular, they have been very responsible corporate citizen, and they have been always adhered to very strict rules. And those rules, most of them are already in place. Some of them could be refined. But so far, at least from the management, we didn't see any signs of stress, at least over the last news flow, data back May and June.
They do have a bigger book. It's a larger group, of course, than just a pure play insurers. Steve, where do we go from here with the story?
But some of those numbers, and Francis, you can maybe corroborate this.
For it.
I mean, life insurance was among HSBC's fastest growing wealth business, with fee income up 21% in the second quarter. Hong Kong annual new premiums for HSBC was up 26% in the first half. So essentially you said there's no material impact right now, but I think the market reaction is to this report that says authorities in Beijing and Hangzhou are already implementing this 20% tax on personal income because, as you said, perhaps mainland authorities are already getting the records of who's buying those policies and that tax. So I think this reaction on the market is to the news that policy enforcement has always been the issue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right? And that's essentially what we're seeing now, right? And authorities have been trying to do a number of different crackdowns on trust products, which has been very popular with the ultra wealthy in China. We saw the crackdown on the cross-border flows for money to come in that maybe exceeded some quotas for IPOs. We've seen a number of crackdowns, or that crackdown as well on the offshore listings for red chips. That vehicle. So this might be part of that, but again, it's the enforcement angle, the 20% levy of these taxes that is really sort of spooking the market again after what we saw, the spook that didn't last very long in early June.
What do you think, Francis?
Totally agree. In fact, there has been some market views overnight talking about the focus could be on the ultra high net worth individuals, family office, like the tightening on the trust income. Of course, the same market view is talking about maybe it doesn't affect the mass market as much. That's the first point I want to make. The second point would be about the interest rate differential between the policy in mainland China and Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, there can be many US dollar denominated policies. Those are running at US rates, and the Fed may have rate hikes, through the 2027. And the spread has been existing for a while. And of course, a 20% tax on those policy returns could be a hit. But even if you deduct that 20%, there should still be a spread. I just want to reiterate that point.
Okay, so what is the message, Francis, you think, for two separate groups of people? What do they need to be taking away? For investors in these financial institutions, so shareholders of HSBC, Prudential, what do they need to be thinking about? And separately, wealthy people, what's the takeaway for them?
Well, I think for the banks, well, they have been constantly having dialogue with all the regulators, all the authorities. So is it to their surprise? I doubt. and they might have countermeasures, or they might have imposed whatever measures to make sure business will be run very smoothly.
But I think the concern is, does this impact onboarding of new clients, which these banks have been doing?
Definitely. I also do my market chatter, and some account opening has slowed down. Not for the two banks we just talked about, but for some other banks in street. Agree that could be the case. So new flows, there has been some concern about the slowing new fund flows, but at the same time, the base is big enough. We have investment return, and we still have the local new fund flows coming in, and the fund flows from elsewhere. And mainland tape has not been shut down. There may still be a good portion of those coming to Hong Kong, the compliant ones. So for the investors, I think that's my short comment. For the wealthy individuals, I think they have many cards in the sleeves too.
Okay.
I just won't want to go into that topic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a Bugatti and a Ferrari in the garage, right? Why worry about the Camry? Okay, guys, thank you so much, gents. Fantastic. Thank you so much. As we got into that, almost got derailed there. Stephen Engel. And of course, Francis Chan there on many sides of the story. Okay, as we were just having that fairly lively conversation, DeepSeek is out, and this conversation on pricing, it's looking to raise some overall pricing here.
For API services, so it looks like it can set prices.
Pricing power.
Yeah, this is exactly what investors want to see among the AI model developers, right? And whether it's for tokens or, something to step in the right direction when it comes to monetization. And of course, I think we'll continue this conversation with the AI read-through in terms of what this means for maybe data center investments as well. So coming up, we'll be speaking with JLL's Pamela Ambler on the firm's latest Asia-Pacific capital tracker and what it reveals about investor appetite for commercial real estate across the region. This is Bloomberg.
Only 39% of business leaders believe their systems are ready to handle future challenges. Scaling AI will require broad modernization.
An always-ready environment will be what sets leaders apart as new technologies emerge.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
The players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is open interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
When news breaks,
in comes the car into Downing Street.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Andy Burnham arriving.
For all the context and clarity you need.
A broad vision here from the new Prime Minister.
Hear it first on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We're we're taking a look at Minimax and Zhipu as well, following on from this DeepSeek news that they are raising prices for API, right? The pricing power, that's really what we want to see. That is coming through, I guess, in the market reaction. You're seeing the double-digit gain on Minimax as well, but perhaps this is also the other layer, the southbound inclusion when it comes to this AI developer. Zhipu, of course, the other one on the other side of the screen, you're seeing those gains loud and clear on a day where if you look at the Hang Seng Tech, the Chinese internet platform names are not doing terribly well. So you're seeing the likes of Baba, Tencent, the old names. Those are the ones that are coming under pressure. So it might take a while for them to do that rebound. But also when it comes to two sides of a coin, I suppose.
Yes.
There's been this online debate on the value of appreciating the yuan in a bid to fix global trade imbalances. Former IMF chief economist Geeta Gopinath said while the Chinese currency is undervalued, calling for a revaluation would only get, quote, the diagnosis and the cure wrong. And she, along with former IMF colleague Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas and London Business School Professor Helene Ray, have argued in The Economist that China's surplus reflects weak household consumption, currency appreciation could worsen deflation without rebalancing trade.
And on the other side of that argument, in case you miss it, it's gone proper long on X and Twitter. Michael Pettis disagrees. Well, while they both agree on the valuation of the currency, what will revaluing it solve is, I think, their sticking point, and that he thinks that if you appreciate the currency, that remains one of the most direct ways to reversing some of the imbalances like domestic income that then generates a trade surplus. And I think this goes to the crux of the issue is when you have efforts to rebalance the economy towards consumption and you have this resurgent export machine, and it's not just the Chinese side of the conversation, right? You're seeing that in many parts of the region. Taiwan exports, Taiwan GDP, you look at South Korea and you look at Honhai Precision and the sales that they're seeing. You look at the yen, for example. So this really gets us into a lot of very topical things this week.
Let's bring in another voice on this so it's not just the two of us, right? Also in red, Joanna Chua, Head of Emerging Market Economics at Citigroup Global Markets. So Joanna, we've just kind of run through the two sides of this debate when it comes to the yuan and how it might be, with appreciation, helping to deal with some of these trade imbalances. Where do you sit on that?
Look, there's no question, there's no doubt that yuan is undervalued. It's a question of, is it undervalued? Is it a cause and effect? Is it the main cause of the undervaluation? Is it the main cause of the global imbalances and therefore appreciating it would solve all the problem? Or is it partly a consequence? Because part of the reason why it's so undervalued is because inflation is so much, inflation differential in China relative to the rest of the world is much lower. Obviously we've got much more subdued inflation. That's actually further exacerbating the undervaluation. And that may be a symptom of structural policies. The fact that you're having policies too skewed towards supply and industrial policy and investment rather than supporting consumption. So it's a question of what's the best way to solve this. I think, where I have a little bit of sympathy with, some of the arguments that Geeta has said, it's like discussing about the renminbi and saying that's a solution. It's almost like it's dead on the water. It's not like the Chinese authorities are going to respond and say, okay, I'm going to revalue the currency and that will solve it. We can debate all we want. There's more policy there's more progress that could be made by convincing China that really the structural imbalances in the policy of both too much investment vis-a-vis consumption, it's in their best interest. If you go about it addressing the imbalances in the economy and consumption and investment, which by the way, I think even Chinese authorities also recognize some merit to that, you can get further than just saying, we're just going to just revalue the currency, because it's not going to happen. It's almost pointless, right?
That's a good point. I mean, at the end of the day, practicality needs to reign supreme. But I guess from a policy perspective, markets are trading on China they're doing well in advanced manufacturing. Consumption isn't coming back. And I think that's where the currency comes in, right? Can you achieve both at the same time when you hear the Politburo saying we want to prioritize advanced manufacturing and technology, but we also are aware that the consumption story remains quite soft.
The solution to a consumption story is not a big revaluation. I mean, part of the solution is you really need to boost policies towards boosting household income. And, that really has to do, there's no easy fix to that, right? You really need to either expand the welfare system, kind of provide more policies to support transfers to households, more policies support, again, a kind of a broader broader spectrum of policy support. I think renminbi appreciation alone is not necessarily going to solve all of that problems. Because again, it doesn't mean that people are going to respond to that and just suddenly consume. And then the question is, there's also the worry about whether it will exacerbate deflationary pressures. I do think that's a bit exaggerated because a lot of consumption now in China is increasingly less import intensive. It's more domestic. So the deflationary impulse of a big revaluation, it's not clear how big that would be directly. But I do think that, it's really a broader story about policies. And unfortunately, we just had the mid-year Politburo a few weeks back, and that was kind of a non-event, right? We had not a few weeks back, just recently, last week. We had the mid-year Politburo meeting, and I don't think we really got any kind of signs of any major policy pivot. They're strong on rhetoric, but in terms of actual policy action, the way they want to address consumption is still more towards the supply side, improving the provision of public services, rather than any meaningful policy pivot on the demand side through income support. So that's why we still have this dilemma.
So what exactly do you think, if you were to advise policymakers, what should they be doing now to try and boost consumption then?
Well, look, it's not an easy fix. It's a very, very broad set of policy. But of course, partly you really need to reduce some of the precautionary savings of households. Part of that is really expanding social safety net. Part of that is to allow more provision of public goods for a lot of rural migrant workers, this whole hukou system. They're already trying to do that, make inroads so that rural migrants have access to public services in the urban areas so that they don't have to save on education, medical, etc. So equalizing a lot of the treatment. A lot of that is really structural reform. It's just very, very difficult. But again, really more proactive policies of providing more consumption transfers, including benefits for unemployment, for aging, social welfare, health. But again, it's not an easy fix. This is going to be, it's going to take time. Look how long it took Japan to kind of gradually rebalance consumption. And I think obviously that's going to be a big issue. It's hard to imagine that will happen because we're still in a strategic competition with the U.S. and China is still putting a lot of priority on achieving some of these technology self-sufficiency gains. And in that essence, there's still this bias towards more supply-side industrial policy. And household savings are a convenient tool to provide cheap access to credit and liquidity to fund those incentives.
Yeah, it's a matter of priority, I guess, at this point in time. Since you brought up Japan, the yen's also been topical.
Absolutely.
Is that, though, an economic... two things. Is that an FX issue? Is that an economic issue?
So first of all, the way we look at this whole joint intervention on FX and the participation of the U.S. Treasury, that's really primarily not because the U.S. thinks the yen is... it's really the incentive to weaken the dollar yen. I don't think the FX was the objective. The objective was to preempt or to prevent any significant kind of Treasury sell-down intervention by the Japan, which could destabilize Treasury market. So that was really the incentive, is to preserve stability in the U.S. Treasury market, then really specifically on an FX objective. Of course, the reality is, I cover emerging market countries. These type of intervention, FX intervention, capital flow measures, the lesson from emerging markets is, okay, that helps in the short term, but it's not a substitute for really macro policy adjustment. And of course, one of the big fundamental adjustments is we need to have probably faster pace of monetary tightening in the BOJ. The market is interpreting BOJ being behind the curve, and that's showing up on FX risk premium. Yeah. So you do a little bit of stopgap intervention, but the question is, where do we go from here? Now, there's a lot of debate. Maybe the U.S. will broaden out the tools that Japan can use. So maybe expanding the FEMA facility. We don't know, right? But in the end, I do think, in our view, and this is, our rate strategists in Japan had written about this, the view is this intervention by the U.S. is probably going to pave the way for faster normalization of BOJ policy rates towards, instead of, our base case right now is 1.5%, but our rate strategist is saying, it can go to 2%.
Okay.
No, I was just going to follow on that train of thought because I think it's interesting. If this is really about treasuries, one of the points that the IMF and co are making is that developed economies need to fix their fiscal deficits, not, focus on doing that through currencies to help the trade imbalances. Joanna, good to have you. Thank you so much for your time. Joanna Chua, head of emerging market economics at Citigroup Global Markets. Let's take a look at how Asian markets are doing as well as we head to break. Today, it's really the tech sector that's getting hit, whether you're looking at the Kospi or even in Japan, as the memory trades face that continued pressure. Even the Chinese internet stocks are not getting spared today. Model developers, those are going in the other direction. We'll continue tracking that. This is Bloomberg.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Super important as well. And I think that all of that is what kind of builds out being a successful CFO.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
Breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Right, the long memory trade is peeling off even further today, and I think what's interesting too is you have the likes of CXMT also joining in on that move lower, really on the back of the news we had overnight from SanDisk and Western Digital and the reports there. Property stocks are also seeing some pressure right now, as you can see on your screens, and of course the other bit is these new inclusions in the Stock Connect, Luxshare, CTCC, and Minimax. All feeling this, perhaps more with Minimax. We have lots more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
The end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
From my understanding, it was a truly significant initiative, the first in 27 years. In terms of the currency, it could buy some time, but it could end up being just that, unless the fundamental economic situation and the broader environment doesn't change. Since such a landmark action has been taken, fiscal and monetary policies need to be implemented. I believe that is what is most important.
Japan's former Prime Minister Fumio Kishida discussing the impact of recent currency intervention on the yen. And as Japanese markets go to break in a couple of seconds from now, we are, of course, watching out for some of the commentary that's come from the Japanese leader, Sanae Takaichi, speaking in Hiroshima, talking about the return to that 8% food sales tax and how this is something that's needed for market trust. She also spoke of the benefit of this new tax credit system and how that would actually exceed the tax cut. Of course, that is the chosen modus operandi from the Japanese policymakers in terms of helping to buffer from the impact of the weak yen and then the energy costs as well that, in some ways, has been going up and affecting Japanese consumption, I should say. This is coming at a time where if you look at the fundamentals, one of our colleagues, right, Gaurav Reddy, talked about this. When it comes to the yield gap between Japan and the U.S., that's actually been narrowing. So it's interesting that we're still seeing the yen on the back foot. Of course, this has meant that, the U.S., Japan, they've had to step in.
Right.
To intervene. To what extent is that because of not wanting the pressure to come on treasuries? That's another question. And of course, this is all having read-through given how we've been talking about this, right? The treasury pressure that's coming at a time where the concern is really on the long end, the concern about the lack of visibility, I suppose, from the likes of Kevin Walsh. So all this in the mix as well. And of course, we also have earnings when it comes to some of these Japanese stocks.
I was about to, I almost forgot. So tomorrow is the busiest earnings day in Japan. Well, today and tomorrow, certainly. And, well, first you got to wonder what the fundamental story looks like if you strip out the yen effect to a lot of the multinationals, right? And I think the yen's become more complicated an issue and how they really frame that and what their assumptions will be. I think it's going to be interesting to watch because of how much that's changed just in the last week, right? So what are their FX assumptions? The other thing too, and I think this is interesting on the bit we're getting on not memory. Can we show our viewers, by the way, this line that's come through there on the sales tax? Because I'm racking my brain when or if they remove the sales tax on food. And I think the reason I think that's relevant is it was back when they implemented the sales tax, which you can reimburse, right? When you go to Japan, you do some shopping, for tourists and non-residents, you can get that back. It came at a time when people were worried about the Japanese debt burden. And I think those fears are even more pronounced today than they were when last time we had this sales tax conversation, because you have yields currently at the current levels. And I think this is my speculation, judging by how that headline is phrased, to regain the market trust is they need to come up with the credible solutions on the revenue side of things, right? So let's see whether or not this is something that they will be adding to the tax revenue toolkit. If it is something, I think that's going to be a massive story. If in fact, let me just hedge it, if in fact that is where they're headed towards in terms of introducing a new sales tax. Again, I'm not too sure where the conversation is around the 8% food sales tax.
At least we have that conversation on earnings to bank on.
Yes.
With SoftBank.
Oh,
right?
yes, we have to get to that now. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're going to get those first quarter earnings out of SoftBank soon. Investors will be looking for those signs that its bets on AI is paying off. Our Bloomberg Japan tech reporter Min Jong Lee joins us now with more from Tokyo. So Min Jong, what are we expecting of June quarter results and specifically, these investments that it's been making into AI?
We're actually in a place where things could swing very easily, very quickly to one side and the other. And this is because SoftBank has a lot of AI and tech assets. And as you know, markets have been very volatile with share prices moving in big ways, very sharply up and down. And these moves have a direct impact on SoftBank's investment P&L. And one key asset, of course, is OpenAI. And for this quarter, OpenAI's valuation is not expected to have changed much, having a neutral impact. On one hand, chip assets are expected to have outperformed, namely Intel, whose stocks shares rose more than 200% during the June quarter. But still, even so, Vision Fund may have logged losses because of its performance on some of the assets, including PayPay, which listed in March. And PayPay shares are expected to have fallen more than 30%, having a negative impact. So it's a mixed bag of things. And of course, we'll have to actually see what the numbers look like when they're disclosed later today.
Okay, so Minjung, what should we be looking out for as far as guidance is concerned? So like they'll be reporting something, they'll be telling us something about the future. On the latter, what's critical?
Right. There's a lot of things to look out for, but the key thing is SoftBank continues to be highly exposed to a lot of AI and tech-related assets, and now we're in a place where it's very difficult to anticipate what's to come. And Masayoshi Son has a lot of big AI projects in the works. This includes one on robotics. SoftBank has been buying up a lot of robotics tech and startups. One other thing is, of course, data centers. SoftBank is now involved in big data center projects, not just in the US, but also in France. And there's a huge amount of interest in how SoftBank plans to finance and develop its 10 gigawatt data center project in the US, potentially with multiple off-takers, including OpenAI. So there's lots to watch out for on what Son has to say about all of these going forward.
Minjung, we'll watch that earnings scorecard as it rolls through. Thank you so much, Bloomberg Japan Tech reporter Minjung Lee in Tokyo. And coming up, we're talking about property.
Yep. Our Anthony Stephens' favorite topic, Hong Kong property. He'll get a kick out of that comment there. Pamela Ambler will be joining us. We're focused in on commercial property here, industrial office space. It's been an astounding quarter in terms of volume and sales and activity that's taken place. So against the backdrop of higher interest rates, how do you square that circle? What happened there, and does that continue? That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Partner with Jobs Ohio to see how your business and life work better together. We'll connect you to the best sites, earlier funding, and the top-tier talent you need to grow your business. We'll work with you to find the perfect location and build the workforce your company needs to succeed. Jobs Ohio's innovative programs have already helped businesses across technology, healthcare, manufacturing, and more thrive. Take the first step today at jobsohio.com. 87% of business leaders believe AI will redefine roles and responsibilities at their companies within a year. Serious innovation calls for serious investment in real-time AI governance.
Enterprises must establish rules of the game before agents begin to play.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the latest business news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Scarlett Fu, reporting from America's biggest military shipyard. This is Bloomberg.
All right, we're taking a look at the commodity gold because it has bounced past the 4,200 handle. You're now sitting closer to 4,300, and this is also dragging up along with it some of these gold-related stocks in China and Hong Kong, and it's following on from the precious metal extending its biggest gain in 6 months. Some of it is the progress over the Strait of Hormuz and helping to ease concerns on the Federal Reserve related to hike expectations. Bloomberg's metals reporter Skhainik스 joins us now. So Skhainik스, talk to us about what you think is behind gold's biggest jump since February.
As mentioned, the macro news definitely is an important tailwind. So we have some kind of the accord nearing completion over the Strait of Hormuz. So I think that definitely is an important factor because we see that precious metal had been under pressures ever since the war started in February. But I think another important factor to think about is also the technical support. So we see gold breaking through the 4,200 level yesterday, which was the highest ever, the highest since February. So I think that also drives a lot of momentum inflows into gold over the past 2 days. Another factor that we need to consider is also that gold has been consolidating at the 4,000 level over the entirety of July. And for that, I think the Chinese investors have been extremely important because we see the consecutive inflows into the onshore exchange trader fund, which shows that the institutional investors are really buying in at the 4,000 level. So I think after that period of consolidation, people are getting a bit more optimistic and not sort of following through the downside that we've been seeing over the past few months.
Okay, what's the next level to watch then? Are we looking at 4,500, 5,000? Some folks had, I would remember at one point, 5,500, 6,000, but it seems that boats sailed.
I think that might be too early to call. I think we are still in very much a high rate environment, and people are still pricing in a rate cut for the end of the year. So I wouldn't call sort of resumption to the rally that we saw last year. But definitely, this is a relief rally after the gold had been a little bit underpriced over the past few months. So I would say it is not a full resumption, but rather a short rally. And we will see how it goes.
We shall. Okay, Skhainik스, thank you so much. Our metals reporter on the gold's biggest pop, daily pop, since in about 6 months or so. Okay, from that, let's head the opposite way when you look at pricing across some of the property counters here in Hong Kong. So I think this really is the underperforming group. We're off by about 3 1/5 of 1% on the benchmark, on the subsector benchmark itself, as you can see individual names on your screens. That takes us into our next topic.
Yeah, we're talking about commercial real estate, to be specific, right? JL saying that APEC has seen the strongest half-year volume on record in commercial real estate investment, and it came in at $92.5 billion despite inflation, despite geopolitical uncertainty. Joining us now is Pamela Ambler, APEC Investor Intelligence Head at JLL. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
So, strong investment numbers. How much of this is from a low base, though?
It's not actually. Actually, the last 3 years, we've seen consistent momentum and growth in terms of transaction volumes. To some, it might come as a surprise because you think, wow, there's a lot going on in the macro environment. But if you look at the overall just deal-making environment, you think about M&A, you think about venture capital, you think about the IPO market, there is so much activity. And part of that is attributed to the fact that there was a lot of dry powder that had been sitting on the sidelines over the past few years with some of the pricing adjustments that have occurred, with some of the events that have played out. You began to see a lot more confidence in terms of deployment. Yes, there is the rate environment that is uncertain, but I think investors have been waiting on the sidelines for long enough.
So who's spending the most money? Like, who are the big spenders? And does that source of, does that driving source continue, I think is my question.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the commercial real estate in Asia Pacific, we are seeing anywhere from pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, private equity groups are in particular very, very active. Okay. You talk about the M&A activity, you see it in the real estate space too. You see take privates of REITs, you see acquisitions of real estate development firms by private equity as well, activist investors unlocking companies that might have assets that sit on the balance sheet that are grossly undervalued because it's not part of their core business. Right. And cross-border as well as intra-regional Asia-Pacific capital have all been part of the equation.
And what about AI as part of the equation? Because, I mean, I think JL has been focused on Japan for quite a bit, but what about China as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's the bright spot when it comes to AI. That's probably the number one question we're getting asked right now when we go see investors is what is the impact of AI on commercial real estate demand? Because there is a big concern about the displacement of the labor force and automation. So what we've done is we've looked at three components. One is the augmentation of productivity. Two is basically that selective displacement that takes place. But then the third one is the new job creations as a result of the way companies operate. And we're really beginning to see the net of that is that office jobs are going to stay relatively at the same level.
Are there certain sectors that stand out in terms of, assumptions around the growth of the workforce, for example?
Yeah. Well, so IT, unfortunately, that is the sort of sector where we're seeing the most amount of changes, right? Because there is a lot that can be done by AI that is a lot more efficient. But then you also need people who have new skill sets that can accommodate. For example, off the back of AI is the advanced manufacturing boom that's taking place. Yes. And that is, partly supporting the logistics transactions and story that we're seeing, in addition to, of course, the recreation of the supply chain as a result of tariffs.
What about how investors are positioning given the concerns surrounding the Fed? You alluded to some of this a while ago, but there seems to be less visibility on the interest rate trajectory. How is that affecting investor decision making?
Yeah, when it comes to the underwriting, right, there is a lot of considerations for where ultimately the cost of debt is going to be or where the bond yield is going to be. Most real estate investors look at the 10-year as a benchmark. Yes, when it comes to looking at these factors, there might be scenarios in which you have a best case, worst case scenario. But where there is more certainty is we're seeing more hands-on operational beta generation. So one of the things that we discuss is when it comes to a core strategy, for example, the definition of that has changed over time. In the past, when it's an income-generating, stabilized asset, that would be good enough. But now, even the core assets or core strategies would consider improving your the operation of an asset, sweating the asset. It takes a lot more attention and detail. And I would say that the investors nowadays are a lot more discerning than they were a few years ago.
Sweating the asset, I think that's the first time I've heard that. So our expectations then for returns, have they been bumped higher at this point in time? If it was just income before, there's a lot of visibility around what you can get for income, but help us understand changing expectations.
Sure. So on the capital value side of things, one of the markets here where we're sitting is we're beginning to see a bottoming out of not just rent growth, but also in terms of where we're going to see capital value moving forward. We forecast those for every single market, and there is a healthy amount that takes place. So even when you have certain elements that are uncertain and yield, whether it's expanding or compressing, you have enough of the strong fundamentals. And that strong fundamentals is not just the demand side of the equation, which very much exists, but the supply, the increasing cost of construction, that is across every single sector. And we look at the future pipeline of supply for office, logistics, retail, there is a significant drop-off.
Second half, this current half, will it be as good as the first? Just your initial take on what's going on so far early on.
We do believe this has a bit more time to run in terms of the amount of capital activity taking place. A part of it is also looking at the future of capital, so the creation of some of the pension reforms that are taking place in other parts of the world. You see large amounts of capital creation or formation, and those need strategies that deploy into alternatives, which real estate is a big part of.
There we go. Alternatives keeps coming back. We managed to avoid it up until Thursday, and then here it is.
Look into the alternatives.
Careers or just investment?
Let's have a chat outside of
Yes,
this
I don't
show.
think we should have it on live TV.
Air.
Not that there's any conversation to be had. Pamela, thank you so much, by the way. APAC Investor Intelligence Head there at JLL. We'll have plenty more ahead, not that, but we'll have something else to talk about on the other side of this break.
The first day of college is a major milestone and the result of smart financial planning. Financial institutions make a difference by supporting clients when it matters most. Today, clients expect online banking, investment apps, and digital advisory services that are secure and easy to use. AT&T Business delivers the secure, reliable connectivity financial institutions depend on to move data and enable decisions in near real time and help families plan for what's next.
Modern enterprise. It's a lot of moving parts. Comcast Business helps you orchestrate it all. With AI-powered networking that's optimizing traffic across 5 continents. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Continuing that conversation on career paths, I think. Part of it, tangentially.
Where do you want to be based?
Yeah.
Low tax environment, very dependable transport system. Terrible weather, though, recently.
No, it's been sunny this week.
Yeah, I'm being generous with that. But
anyway,
since Tuesday.
Anyway, we're talking about how the city has been seeing an influx of white-collar professionals, and this is thanks to...
We're talking about Hong Kong.
We're talking about Hong Kong.
In case it's not obvious, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks to this booming IPO market, thanks to planned tax breaks, its expat population hollowed out, right, after those COVID measures and Beijing's tightening grip over the last few years. Bloomberg finance reporter Denise Wee joins us now. So talk us through, Denise, what's driving this influx of foreigners to Hong Kong?
Yeah, sure. As you said, IPO markets are booming. There's a real rebound in activity in capital markets, and therefore this leads to more job opportunities. There's this tax. Hong Kong's always been known for low taxes,
right.
But they proposed this bill to give tax breaks to hedge fund managers, which is looking like it'll go through. So there's a lot of interest around that. And generally, wealth flows are back. So it feels like the momentum of the city has picked up in terms of wealth, investment banking, and now competitiveness around tax breaks.
And rents,
and rents.
Residential rents are just through the roof as well,
Yes.
which is indicative of the underlying expat boom. But how different is this current expat boom from previous iterations of it over the years?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Hong Kong's demographics have been shifting. And yes, we are seeing these expats increase. We've seen employment visas double from the lows of COVID about 5 years ago to now about 30,000. But, we have to keep in mind that for mainland Chinese, increasingly, their numbers are increasing.
Yep.
And, for the approvals we've seen last 3 years, about 3/4 have been for mainland Chinese coming through top talent programs and various other schemes. So, I mean, all this is shaping job opportunities. So while, there is a return to expats, increasingly, they have to be quite selective. It's not just anyone can rock up and get a job. You kind of need to have some skills, And if you don't speak Cantonese or Mandarin, it will be tougher. So I think we have to look at it from that lens. Yes, there's a return, but also, you just, not just anyone will get hired.
Yeah. Don't lie on your resume, I think, as a start, right?
Barriers to entry to Hong Kong.
Yeah. Different barriers to entry this time.
Yeah, okay.
Denise, thank you. Fantastic. You can check out their piece, by the way, that's on the terminal. It's also on the website. Our finance reported it. Speaking of Hong Kong, check out our edition of the Hong Kong edition newsletter. Should be out, in fact, anytime now, if not already. So whip out your phones, QR code on your screens, scan that, and get it straight into your inbox as well. So I do recommend that, of course. A bit of bias included there. But yes, check out these markets as we look at this, continue to track the fallout, of course, of the Caixin report.
Yeah, fallout is right. I mean, you look at the likes of AI. These were pretty high-flying financial stocks, right?
That's
Just
right.
the turnaround, the violence in which we're seeing it on a day like that. There, I use the word violence, actually. Maybe something else. Pressure.
Well, quite a bit of it was a violent swing to the upside, right? In fact, up until a few days ago, you look at some of the technicals on this, right? We're really exhibiting overbought signals, and then perhaps you add to that you now have a reason to sell on the back of some news flow around this, right? You do understand why it's a fairly violent move to the downside.
The move is more pronounced, obviously, on the insurers than it is on, say, the banks.
Right.
To the point that some of our colleagues were making earlier. In terms of some of the other movers, take a look at what we're seeing in copper stocks as well. On a day where, if we can flip the board, take a look at how you're seeing that green continuing on through some of this as copper hits highs. We've been talking about gold as well and how that's dragged up some of these gold-related stocks in the region. On a day where, if you look at the Hang Seng, I think we are still getting that drag. We're, of course, not just tracking finance or property, but also the tech-related names. A bit of a rough day, I think.
It has been.
Fair to say.
Yeah, we started out the show by talking about the momentum being back, but I guess that's the nature of these markets. That's it from us here today. We'll see you all tomorrow. This is The China Show.
Build smarter options trades in seconds with the Interactive Brokers Option Strategy Builder. Trade predefined option strategies or build your own with ease. Visualize your risk and reward and trade confidently. Choose a strategy and place your trade in just a few clicks. Start trading today.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
This is it. The trade that will make your day. This is what it's all been for. The daily commutes, the endless market monitoring, tracing patterns, tracking flows, auto-quoting, coffee crushing, working orders. This is the trade you've been waiting for. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Bloomberg Trade EMS. Expect more from your execution management system.
Where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, "Succession starts now."
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions.
a poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacqua. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
In case you missed it on the close.
You're entering into Mexico, your first store there, a big one out there in the Monterrey region. Why do you think you can make that work?
We believe Mexico is a really important milestone for our great brand as we continue to lean into our global strategy. It's an important country for us. We recognize and admire the culinary heritage.
There's a little bit of irony when it comes to the fact that Chipotle Mexican Grill is opening up, expanding into Mexico. And with that in mind, what changes do you have planned for Mexico?
We'll locally source as much of the product we bring over the border today as it relates to avocados and tomatoes and peppers, but it'll be the same menu we've launched in Western Europe, the same menu we launched in the Middle East with our partner Al-Shaya, and the brand really resonates well when we deliver on standard the same execution and same menu that we have in the United States.
Don't miss the close live every weekday.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the most important news and financial information whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee on the Mexican border, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from Singapore, this is Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, where we dive deeper into the stories that matter with crucial context and sharp analysis. Iran and Oman agree on a shipping accord for the Strait of Hormuz, is signaling potential relief for energy markets as regional negotiations advance. China pushes back against U.S. curbs using its drone dominance, testing a fragile trade truce as Xi and Trump move toward their upcoming summit. Profit nearly doubled last quarter for the operator of India's largest online insurance marketplace. PB Fintech's chairman and CEO will be joining us ahead for an exclusive interview. Temasek-backed Manipal Health jumped on its market debut after a near $1 billion raise. Ahead, its COO discusses plans to expand what is already one of India's largest hospital networks. And expats flock back to Hong Kong as IPO activity accelerates and tax incentives attract talent. Work visa approvals more than double from 5 years ago. Our top story today, Iran says it has reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. It is a potential step toward the reopening of the waterway for energy supplies, according to the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. A joint statement from Tehran and Muscat is under review and in the final drafting stage. Meanwhile, Brent crude is holding recent losses and remains just under $80 a barrel as traders monitor the diplomatic efforts. For more, our Middle East correspondent Aber Abu Umar joins us now. Aber, the latest.
Good morning, Haslinda. Well, you just said it right. We are waiting for that draft statement that is joined between Iran and Oman. Our understanding is that they've reached an agreement on temporarily opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Now, how that mechanism would work, we still have to wait for details, but what we understand preliminary is that outbound ships in the Strait of Hormuz would go through the northern part of the strait, so closest to the Omani border, and then ships that are going out of the Strait of Hormuz would have to go through the Omani border side or the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. We have reported multiple times, Haslinda, that the two countries have been in discussions over the past 10 days or so to find a mechanism that would open up the Strait of Hormuz and really just manage to get a trickle of movement through the waterway, much needed trickle of movement, especially with everything that's happening in the region, especially in the Red Sea, that's been under aggression from the Yemen-based Houthis over the past month. month or so. Now, what we know from the Foreign Ministry, the spokesperson Baqai, what he said is that the negotiations are forward moving. The deal is struck if certain third parties do not obstruct this process, obviously referring to the United States in his statement. He also said that Washington was not involved in those negotiations. We heard from President Trump yesterday on that tarmac in LA, Haslinda. He was saying that a deal is imminent, that we'll hear more in the next 48 hours. That seems to be true, though Washington's involvement in these talks is not clear for the time being. And just to wrap this whole thing up, we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, right? We're not talking about formal talks for the time being. We're not talking about any of the other concessions, namely the nuclear component. We're merely talking about a mechanism that would open up the Strait of Hormuz and get energy flows to the rest of the world. Any of the other concessions that were reached in Switzerland back in June are pretty much out of the window for now. We know that Qatar is mediating a restart to those negotiations, but nothing is clear on when or where those would take place.
We did hear, though, from Vice President J.D. Vance saying that rivalries within Iran itself is, in fact, hindering negotiations. What do we know about that? What are the prospects then?
That is a very good question, and something that I thought was also interesting is that we reported that the president in Iran, Pezeshkian, had a televised statement yesterday, and he was saying this, Haslinda, and I quote him, he said that Iran is facing the most difficult time since the Islamic Revolution back in the 70s or late 70s. He also added that reaching the supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, is a very difficult task right now. So really, this alludes, or this gets to show you just how difficult it is within the echelons of power in Iran itself. But something to bear in mind is that according to our own reporting and the negotiations that have been taking place over the past few months or so, a few names come to mind, or few names are on the table. That is the president, the foreign minister, the spokespeople, and people from the IRGC as well that have been on top of those negotiations. So Iran has always maintained this single front to the negotiations. It's always tried, or the officials there have always tried to present a unified front to the world. But J.D. Vance, as you have mentioned, has said that those rivalries or those differences in power are hindering the wider talks. And this is a little bit present in the president's remarks yesterday. So maybe some truth to that.
How about in terms of a real diplomatic breakthroughs? We've seen that before, but they lasted only for a very short time. What are the real prospects of that happening?
That's another very good question, Haslinda. And you're right, since that MOU was reached in Switzerland, it only took about a month for the hostilities to return to the Middle East. They only stopped really realistically about a week or so ago. President Trump threatening the biggest attack, in fact, against Iran since World War II, and then going back on his word. Multiple reports, of course, from different news agencies about reasons behind that could be stemming or could boil down to the U.S. running low on ammunition. But when it comes to the prospects of a real breakthrough in the region, the short answer and the real answer to that, Haslinda, is it's just unclear at the moment. We know that different parties, including multiple GCC countries, are trying to mediate between the U.S. and Iran to actually get formal talks restarting. And that is the key here, right? Formal talks have never restarted between Iran and the United States. Iran had always maintained that it would send delegates, it would send mediators to deliver its messages, but those formal negotiations about the wider concessions have never really happened. And so when that would happen, we understand that Qatar is also drafting its own document or its own sort of blueprint for the both parties to look at, to sign, to start those discussions. But a real breakthrough is nowhere in sight for the time being. Everyone's concerned about the Strait of Hormuz and whether that would open up immediately. Again, from the Iranian side, we understand that even that could not happen. The immediate reopening, according to officials in Iran, according to the Iranian state TV yesterday, downplaying the prospects of an immediate opening to the Strait of Hormuz. So there are differences even on the Strait of Hormuz, let alone President Trump's main goal, the nuclear component.
Great reporting as always, Aber. Thank you. Middle East correspondent Aber Abu Omar. In the meantime, let's do a check on markets. Asia under pressure, the MSCI Asia-Pac index down about 1%, extending the loss for the day. Of course, that rally, the tech rally stalling on Wall Street. Chip makers in particular leading the pack lower. Taking a look where we are in terms of Brent crude, currently up by 0.4%. On the back of that news, we have also gold trading higher by 0.8%. Silver in positive territory as well. In fact, gold jumping the most since February. We're also keeping an eye on the yen, dollar yen at 157.71, pretty flat. I mean, following 4 days of rally for the Japanese currency there. And in terms of the Asian markets, we have the CSI 300, the Hang Seng leading the pack lower. We have the Hang Seng down almost 2% right now. Let's get more on markets with our guest who sees room for asset class rotation and believes gold could be a beneficiary of this. Shefali Sachdef is head of Investment Services Asia at BNP Paribas Wealth Management. Let's start with gold. More upside from here. Why?
Thank you. And indeed, gold seems to have kind of almost foreshadowed our discussion that in climbing today. Of course, headline driven. The asset class hasn't performed the way we had expected. And has been down for, the last several months. A couple of reasons for this. The stronger dollar obviously has contributed, as has concerns about the potential for raising of rates. Gold not bearing any interest always tends to suffer in those kinds of circumstances. And strangely enough, geopolitical risk has played into it, which sometimes comes as a surprise to many investors, given that gold is supposed to be the asset you diversify to. We do think there's plenty more upside from here. We've been fans of gold for a while, gold and precious metals in general, partly because we believe that having strengthened a fair amount, we do expect some weakening in the dollar. And that should play into gold. Also, inflationary situations tend to cause a move back into gold as a classic inflationary hedge. It's also the semi-currency, quasi-currency, where there's no debt, there's no obligations, so it's a safer place to get to when you're concerned about debt to GDP ratios of, some of the bigger countries and currencies. So for all these reasons, we like gold. We also think it's of interest to many investors because it's a classic diversifier. And so for that reason, we believe that for many investors, if gold doesn't perform, they're still okay with this because it means the rest of the portfolio is having outsized gains. And it comes into play when they're most concerned about portfolio performance.
The boost in gold prices has also been driven pretty much by central banks buying gold. What assumptions are you making about that? We've seen a decline and easing of that. Do you see a pickup in the second half of the year?
That's a very good question. And you're absolutely right. The lower the decline in gold prices was partly from central banks not buying enough and also from some ETF outflows. On central banks, we note that the World Gold Council does conduct a survey of central banks on their intentions on gold and on reserves over the next 6 months. And we find that 89% of them actually say that they expect to be increasing their allocation to gold. So we think this would play into it. At the same time, with the latest news and some calming of geopolitical tensions, we do expect that the retail ETF flows will also come back into the market. And we think all of this will support gold. We have a target of 5,000
by the end of the year,
in the next 12 months. So we see substantial upside along with other precious metals.
You also talked about the potential weakness in the dollar. How much weakness are we talking about, and how do you diversify from the dollar?
Again, very good question. Yes, we've seen the dollar climb. If I, pre the last month, the last few days, I would say, it was about a 3% gain. And we've given up some of that in the recent days. But we are looking in over a 12-month period about not a massive decline, but about a roughly 3.5% decline over the next 12 months. We do think that this is going to be driven partly with by inflation concerns, partly by debt concerns on the US, but also the need to diversify. How do you diversify? Many of our clients are looking at other currencies which have higher carry, such as Australian dollars, sterling, but also coming back to gold. So we do see a lot of interest in gold, and we've seen our clients increase their allocation to gold over the last several months.
Substantially increase the allocation?
Look at dips as buying opportunities. I would say, as we talk about dollar diversification, that over a longer period of time, if we look through our client portfolios, then we see roughly client allocations to the dollar are roughly 60 to 70% of portfolios. But with the outperformance of US stocks, this has probably gone up quite substantially. So without realizing it, investors have been overexposed to the dollar. And it's time for some rebalancing. We expect that as investors look through into their portfolios, we'll see some of that rebalancing happening, and we'll see some very deliberate attempts to move away from the dollar. Again, the dollar is the reserve currency. We are not expecting it to go down to zero, but to come back into those allocation ranges.
How about the yen? We saw the yen shoot up for 4 consecutive days on the back of the coordinated intervention between the US and Japan, but we're seeing an easing of that rally right now. Where do you see the yen headed? Can it sustain that rally without the BOJ raising rates?
So, the intervention itself was a huge historic event for the market, right? It's the first time since 2011 that there has been concerted intervention from both sides. And there was probably need for it because the yen was at a 40-year low. I will point out that apart from concerns of the additional boost that a weaker yen gave to Japanese exporters, it must also be noted that Japan is the largest holder of US treasuries, and I'm sure this had some role to play. Now, where it goes from here is, as you rightly pointed out, the key question. The yen currently trades right in the middle of what our forecasts are. What happens from here on depends. In the immediate term, it depends on what more, is there more room for intervention, does more happen? In the absence of any further intervention, things will go back to fundamentals. And here, I would say that the story's looking more positive. Underlying trends have not gone away. However, the potential for the BOJ to hike, we see, markets are watching September, but for us, October is very live, and we're looking at a hike, plus potentially 2 more hikes next year. So
Shefali, we spoke to the former Prime Minister of Japan, Kishida. Let's take a listen to what he had to say about the yen.
From my understanding, it was a truly significant initiative, the first in 27 years. In terms of the currency, it could buy some time, but it could end up being just that, unless the fundamental economic situation and the broader environment doesn't change. Since such a landmark action has been taken, fiscal and monetary policies need to be implemented. I believe that is what is most important.
The other thing about that intervention, which is unconventional, that we saw that coordinated intervention between the US and Japan, it also means a weaker dollar in the long term.
And this falls right in line with our expectations. As I was mentioning, we're not expecting the dollar to drop like a stone, but as investors start to diversify away from some of the ways that their portfolios have moved, we expect some of that to come in, and we expect the dollar to weaken a bit.
Shefali, the other big theme out in the market is also AI and semiconductors. We've seen a lot of volatility, and we had Ed Yadani weigh in on it, saying that it is time to buy. Currently, they're undervalued, and there's further upside. Your take on those semiconductor stocks? Time to dip your toes?
So it's a very nuanced question because overall on equities, we are neutral. This space has had a huge run-up, but it's a multi-year story. And so we believe that for investors who have the ability to get in, These are good levels. The recent pullback makes for some much more interesting and much better priced entry levels as compared to where we've been. It is a very volatile segment though. So what we are advising clients is that while they continue to look to invest, for those who are over-concentrated, they should be looking to rotate into other asset classes, into other geographies. We like Japan as an example, into other segments. So we like industrials. We like infrastructure, which might be beneficiaries from the whole AI story rather than direct players. And that might be an easier and safer way to play the move rather than directly going into those stocks for people who are concerned about volatility. We also see an increasing trend of our clients using volatility, monetizing it in their favor to enter into the market using structures. So, these take the form of either using a structure to get better entry levels or to limit downside or to transform the play from a capital appreciation into a coupon kind of play. So we see all of this in our clients, and it's actually accelerated quite a bit over the last few months. So continued interest.
Shefali, thank you so much for your time. Shefali Shachdev of BNP Paribas Wealth Management. Still ahead, flaring tensions between the US and China as Beijing tightens drone export controls and Washington weighs fresh measures on polysilicon. That's in just a few minutes. This is Bloomberg.
Behind every great golf shot is great equipment powered by advances in technology and smarter manufacturing. AI-assisted design expands the sweet spot on club faces. X-ray vision helps ensure consistency in every golf ball. And AT&T Business helps manufacturers connect operations across the factory floor and supply chain, giving teams the visibility to make faster, smarter decisions, so players can prepare for the most important shot, the next one.
Good afternoon, everybody, and once again, welcome aboard the Ship.
Record breakers are always aiming higher. That's right. I'm talking about the airline that connects the world.
Fly with the best. Turkish Airlines.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CXAI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
This is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back. You're watching Insight. China is hitting back against U.S. trade curbs with strict export controls on drones while seeking to keep relations on track. This escalating standoff strains a fragile truce ahead of President Xi Jinping's upcoming meeting with Donald Trump next month. Bloomberg's China correspondent Min Lo joins us now for more. And Min, walk us through the measures that Beijing is taking. It is tit for tat, basically.
That's right. Beijing has unleashed a barrage of these measures, countermeasures, after the U.S. had imposed these import controls on things like Chinese drones, power inverters, humanoid robots, routers, for example. And here you can see on the screen some of the measures, including export controls on drones and their components to the U.S. Now, remember, the U.S. was the first to impose import controls on Chinese drones, but those apply to future models of drones that have not yet been approved. But China is now placing these export controls on even existing models of drones to China. And remember that Chinese company DJI, they account for about 70% of commercial drone sales in the U.S. So this could further choke the supply chain constraint that the U.S. has. And other measures include imposing sanctions on some 6 U.S. entities, as well as a testing lab called compliance testing, which helps the U.S. FCC impose these regulations. And China also says it's going to halt any factory inspection by these U.S. certification bodies. And at the same time, they're also launching their very first foreign trade national security probe into items like printers and copiers. So a whole slew of measures which China's Commerce Ministry emphasized was restrained, and they're still calling for the U.S. to withdraw the related measures, saying that they really value that very hard-won stable relations, and they still want to go back to the consultation table to resolve this in a more peaceful way.
And Min, Trump is looking to impose more levies on polysilicon, yet we saw U.S. solar makers fall on the news. What's really going on here?
Yes, this is according to what sources have been telling us, and it looks like the Trump administration is planning to impose tariffs and minimum price floors on polysilicon. They're looking at potentially 15%, which is lower than what some analysts were expecting. They were expecting 25 to 35%. And this applies not just to polysilicon, but also to the derivative products like silicon wafers, like solar modules. But the reason why you're seeing some of these U.S. solar makers' stocks fall is because, first of all, their production capacity is limited, and they rely on imports of polysilicon. And when the tariffs are imposed, it means their cost of production go up. That cost might have to be passed on to consumers. So even though it's meant to help reshoring production, in the short term, it is negative for some of these stocks. And the government, the Trump administration, is said to be planning some sort of temporary offset program for some of these companies on the condition that they invest a level of capital investment into the U.S. to reshore production.
Min, thank you. Bloomberg's China correspondent Min Lo in Hong Kong. Now, still to come, PB FinTech delivers a stronger than expected quarter. In a few minutes, we'll be speaking exclusively with its CEO, Yashish Dahiya, on the outlook for the business. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg.
People who make you their priority will take you the highest. They do on every journey.
Fly with the best. Turkish Airlines.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
Some see heroes. Others, only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Infrastructure is where we're leaning into because clients have been underallocated, especially on the retail side.
Don't miss Bloomberg Brief, live every weekday.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story. This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
When news breaks,
in comes the car into Downing Street.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Andy Burnham arriving.
For all the context and clarity you need.
A broad vision here from the new Prime Minister.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
It's Jobs Day, and Bloomberg has the report under surveillance.
The labour market backdrop still pretty decent.
When you take a look at wages, when you take a look at the JOLTS data today and the quits rate, that's going to matter.
This Friday, Jonathan, Lisa, Anne-Marie, and Mike will bring you crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed.
The labour market seems okay.
We don't see any wage pressures in the economy.
We're all building up to one thing.
The July Jobs Report, Friday on Bloomberg.
El Nino impact on temporal and spatial rainfall distribution continues to remain a major risk, although proactive supply management and adequate stock of food grains should provide comfort. Global oil prices have remained highly volatile, with sharp two-way movements triggered by geopolitical developments. This blurs the near-term outlook.
Welcome back. You're watching Inside. That was RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra on the key inflation risks facing India's economy after the central bank left interest rates unchanged and trimmed its inflation forecasts slightly. Let's take a look at where Indian assets are trading ahead of the open. Of course, we heard from Malhotra talking about how he is, though, comfortable with the inflation outlook for the country. In terms of the Indian rupee, currently flat at 95.1125. We have the 10-year yields at 6.77.2 there. RBI holding rates at 5.2% for a fourth consecutive meeting. Now, staying on India, one stock we'll be watching is PB Fintech after the company posted a 92% jump in its first quarter net income. That came in at 1.63 billion rupees as the Policy Bazaar parent continued to benefit from strong demand for insurance products. Those premiums climbed more than 40%, while renewal income also surged. The company is betting that rising renewal income and market share gains will drive its next phase of expansion. PB Fintech is India's largest online insurance and lending marketplace, serving over 132 million registered consumers and maintaining a physical presence across more than 180 cities. Joining us exclusively, Yashish Dahiya, Chairman and Group CEO of PB Fintech. Yashish, good to have you with us. Strong numbers. The question really is whether that is sustainable for the next 4 to 6, even 9 quarters ahead. What's your take?
See, I think India is in a situation where we have a very diverse population and insurance penetration is in very early stages. And because there is no social security, health insurance or very weak social security, health insurance and life insurance are almost essential for the middle class. So you have a massive room for growth. We have now delivered for our health and term business. We've done 15 quarters of above 45% growth. Now, that doesn't happen normally, right? Because it's a sustained growth that's been going on. I think 35% is a good outlook for the next 3-4 years.
EBITDA margin jumping about 7%. What levers do you think you can tap to get to double digits?
See, that will happen automatically because we have the way our business is structured is we get paid a small amount upfront and then we get paid every year for the life of the policy. And so as we've been growing very fast, our first year has been very large, but now the renewals have started to catch up and the renewals have about 85% margins, whereas the fresh business just about breaks even. And thus, as our mix starts to move towards renewals, we are now going to have, over the next 24 months, we'll have more than 50% growth on renewals on a CAGR basis. So that piece will really start to deliver higher and higher profits. It's exactly as predicted. So there's no surprise here. Yeah.
So there's a lot of confidence going forward. In fact, for you, there's a lot of clarity as well. How are you looking at growth per se? Is it mainly inorganic?
I think it's mostly organic, I would say, simply because we are a very, very large country. Just think about it, right? US has what, about $1 trillion plus of health insurance. India has about 10 billion. That is 1% of the US. I know we are very different on per capita or whatever, GDP, etc. But we're not that different also. And, at some point, we have 1.4 billion people who need health cover. So the healthcare and the health insurance have to grow. The second part is healthcare and health insurance go together. Today, already, 40% or 35 to 40% of hospitals' billing is coming from insurance. What do you think it would be? How do you afford hospitals in India? Corporate hospitals. Either you're rich or you have a government job or you essentially have insurance. There's no other way to afford, high quality hospitals. And clearly, out of those, insurance is the one that's going to be the lever for expanding healthcare into India. So I do believe we have a very long runway, and healthcare and health insurance are sort of tied to each other.
So as you think about growth, though, wouldn't acquisitions make sense? I mean, wouldn't, a tech-led M&A boost your moat as you go forward?
When you think about the development of this market and when we look into it, there isn't too much to acquire in the way we think about it. See, when we started this business, there was almost no health insurance and term insurance. Our focus clearly is social security, health and protection, health insurance and life insurance. In that, there is no large distributor. We are pretty much the only one. So who do you we keep looking, but we don't have anybody that we could acquire who could make even a 1% impact on our volume. And so we are quite in a race of our own.
You alluded to how the penetration rate for insurance is pretty low compared to the global average. I'm just wondering what can be done to improve that? What will it take?
It is a slow process. There is no magic bullet that's going to change this. What we need is confidence in our claims. See, why do people not buy? People are aware that healthcare costs are very high. And the cost of losing a life is very expensive. And their middle class, family will be in very big difficulty if those events happen. But they don't buy insurance. Why don't they buy insurance? They don't have confidence in the product. They believe at the point of claims, they will be made to run from pillar to post. That is the fundamental problem we are solving. that we are making sure, and that's, you mentioned we are in 100 cities, we are actually 300 cities, and we have people present there to help you at the point of claims, because it's not, unfortunately, it's not a data or tech problem. It is an intention problem. Basically, the hospitals would like to charge more, the insurers would like to pay less, and it becomes a conflict. And somebody has to manage that conflict, somebody who has a say in it, somebody who's large enough in the insurance ecosystem who can influence it. So that is the role we play, and thus we impart confidence in consumers to buy more and more. And that is one of the reasons why we're getting into hospitals, because we're saying, listen, to provide a quality of service, we need to pretty much have our own hospitals. And I guess as you provide that quality of service, Indians will buy in larger and larger numbers. There's no doubt about it, because they don't have an option, right? And I'm not saying that in a mean way. It's just reality. I've come from the same background, and we don't have an option. How else do we afford health, hospitals where the cost is, let's say, $1,000 a night or $800 a night? We don't have that kind of money.
Right. Yashish, before we let you go, just the question on QIP. Will you be returning to QIP anytime soon? The market has, after all, stabilized.
I don't think we would return to that in a hurry. We don't have any such plans. So if you really think about it, at this point, we're just building our company for the next 3-4 years, build into a much larger organization. And strategically, we are well positioned. We are building out hospitals. That is going to cost us a bit of money. But we are a 25-26% shareholder. So there will be other partners also who will be chipping in there. But that is our cash consumption. And otherwise, we will keep generating money from the insurance business.
Yashish, thank you for your time today. Yashish Dahiya, Chairman and Group CEO at PB Fintech. Still to come, we'll be keeping an eye on shares of India's newest listed hospital operator, Manipal Health Enterprises. After a pretty strong start yesterday, we speak exclusively with its Group COO on the company's next phase of growth in just a few minutes. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era.
Fidelity active ETFs can shift and transform as markets do the same. They can cast a wide net, explore and uncover new opportunities, adapt to risk, and leverage the full power of fund managers and research teams to pursue outperformance. Markets can change in real time. Make sure your ETF can too.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Unmatched expert analysis and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
Breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys,
buckle up.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas.
The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Welcome back. You're watching Inside. India starts trading in about 3 minutes from here. Ahead of the open, futures pointing to a higher open for Indian stocks. They're coming online just as the rest of the region sees deeper losses for chip makers. Not so for the Indian benchmark. The Sensex pointing to a higher open, up by 0.3%. The Indian rupee pointing at 95.1462, pretty flat versus the USD. Of course, the RBI stood pat yesterday, keeping rates unchanged for a fourth straight meeting. The RBS says it is comfortable with inflation. Markets now pricing a 65% chance of a rate hike at the next meeting in October. Now, Multiple Health shares trading weaker in today's market pre-open after jumping in its trading debut on Wednesday. That followed the hospital operator's $960 million IPO, which underscored investor appetite for healthcare assets, even as India's broader IPO market shows signs of cooling. Multiple Health is now India's third largest listed hospital operator. Joining us exclusively, Kartik Rajagopal, Group Chief Operating Officer at Multiple Health Enterprises. Kartik, good to have you with us. What do you make of the debut?
Oh, well, for us, it was exceptionally exciting yesterday. Healthcare professionals, a working career, it would probably be once in a lifetime opportunity. And all of us were excited to actually go ahead and see the stock close at where it closed. Huge testimony to the brand that we've actually gone ahead and built over the last, many years. And also a huge testament and a shout out to the Indian healthcare system, which remains exceptionally robust.
Kartik, many people are actually very concerned about the stretch valuations they say when it comes to healthcare stocks. You're valued at about 85 times earnings. What do you make of that pretty, I guess, massive valuation? Is there a way to justify it to investors?
See, yes, Linda, it's like this. I mean, if you really look at the EV to EBITDA multiple, the way, healthcare and hospitals are evaluated, we are at 29. Which is exceptionally reasonable, and we do believe there is still a lot of value that is there in the stock. And if you're actually going to go ahead and look at the way we're going to look at the proceeds of the IPO, a large portion of that would actually go into clearing up the side debt that we had actually taken up for Sidesry. Which ultimately, we had a net debt of about 7,500 crores. The issue is about 8,000 crores, which will make us a net debt zero company. So once you really look at a portion of that, Sidesry debt being paid off, the P's will go ahead and stabilize. But at 29 times EV EBITDA multiple, we're a very, very reasonably valued company.
Given the strong performance, given the strong listing, any reason to think that you might tap the market again, raise additional capital for expansion?
See, it's like this, once we do have, we'll have about, roughly about 1,500 crores odd, for general corporate purposes. We have about 2,500 crores on our book as well, which will give us enough opportunities to actually go ahead and look at, some amount of opportunities to actually look at acquisitions. We have about 2,500 beds that are in the pipeline to come up both in greenfield and brownfield. We do have two very, very important markets that we're getting into. We're getting into Mumbai, excited about that, with about 600 beds. We're getting into Raipur, which is in central India, where we still do not have, a presence. So there is enough, and the business generates, a whole lot of cash. So between internal accruals and the current cash balances, it should keep us fairly going for the next 3-4 years in terms of, both greenfield and brownfield expansions and selective, acquisition opportunities as well. So we don't have line of sight at the moment on any acquisition opportunities. But as and when it comes up, we're keeping our eyes and ears open. So as soon as a good opportunity comes up, we look at evaluating it and taking it up further.
The expansion and the growth is within India. Does it make sense to look internationally? What would inspire you to actually expand overseas?
Aslinda, at the moment, there is no, real reason for us to go, international overseas. We're very, very happy with the way Indian healthcare, is progressing. So all our attention is, currently here. And, what happens much ahead into the future may be speculative, but at the moment, it's very India-centric, and that's the way we need to be. Because a large part of the country still to be covered. We are in 14 states, 19 cities. We're pretty much the largest in terms of bed capacity with over 13,000 beds. But the large part of, India, which still remains uncovered by Manipal. So first opportunities would be actually there. We'd look at densifying further into the 3 home markets that we have, where we have a significant presence, which is Bangalore, Calcutta, and Pune. So India would be our significant, go for, just at the moment at least.
Karthik, I'm looking at your stock performance right now, currently extending its loss for the day to about 1% from the get-go in the first few minutes of trade. Now that you're a listed company, I'm just wondering, what are, the top 3 key metrics that you think investors should be focusing on, judging you on in the first 5 years?
See, the markets will compare us to peers. The markets will have their matrices. But for us as an institution, we would believe we want to continue what we're doing, well, take care of the patients, create a robust culture, make Manipal a significant attraction opportunity for both clinicians as well as patients, nursing, paramedical staff, etc. So we would actually, try to make ourselves a significantly operationally excellent, company. So culture, operational excellence, and, creating a moat in terms of our service strategy would be what we would actually go ahead and look at. There are several matrices, by the way, hospitals are evaluated. I'm sure the markets will compare us to that. But given the fact that we are culture-rich, we chase operational excellence, etc., those matrices, I think, will be at par with the best.
The private healthcare sector is increasingly competitive. You have the likes of Apollo, which is doing really, really well as well. How do you differentiate yourself from your rivals?
Yes, Linda. See, for us, we're probably the only, hospital chain in India to have 3 significant home markets where we have a very, very well-entrenched presence. That's Bangalore, Pune, and Calcutta. We're probably the, one hospital group that's actually toggled very well between acquisitions, greenfield and brownfield opportunities. Sahyadri was our 5th acquisition. We've been able to actually go ahead and integrate 4 of them. Sahyadri is just in the process, early days as yet. Each of these acquisitions take about 16 to 18 months, to complete. We're a branded house, and therefore all of them are rechristened Manipal hospitals because we want that one Manipal platform. We've been exceptionally successful in our greenfield ventures. 2 of our hospitals, which were essentially the 48th and the 49th hospital, which came up in Bangalore, broke even in the 5th and the 2nd month, respectively. Our 50th hospital in our network is just opened, which is the 13th in Bangalore. So those 3 home markets and our densification strategy works really, really, well for us. We've been able to actually, as I said, toggle between growth opportunities and acquisitions, greenfield and brownfield. We have a culture which we believe, is a standout for us, and that culture would bring in the necessary, service pathways to ensure that patients are exceptionally treated in the system. We believe that service is an experiential differentiator, and we really, really concentrate on that. The power that we actually hand over to our frontline executives is significant. So there are several strengths, the key of which obviously is the, significant presence in these 3, home markets, and the fact that we've been able to toggle between acquisitions, greenfield and brownfield quite effectively.
Karthik, thank you. Karthik Rajagopal, Group Chief Operating Officer at Manipal Health Enterprises. And speaking of IPOs, Hong Kong is seeing an influx of foreign
seen wealth flows coming back. So the city's in a much better footing post-COVID. On the tax front, there have been new developments. There's been a proposed bill to give tax breaks to hedge fund managers in Hong Kong. And while this bill has not been passed yet, it's something that's generated interest. There's been some talk of some hedge funds potentially relocating from Singapore to Hong Kong. So, I mean, overall, it feels like the city's employment opportunities have increased. It's sort of moved past COVID, and there's been a boom in activity. We've also felt basically this being felt in schools, in rentals, which have definitely gone up.
Did you say they're moving from Singapore to Hong Kong? We have to do something about that. Now, is the current expat boom different from the past?
Yeah, I think there is some changes. We've seen this increase in expats in Hong Kong, but at the same time, the number of mainland Chinese has definitely increased, maybe by even higher percentage. For like the approvals we've seen for various talent programs over the last 3 years, roughly 3/4 have been from mainland Chinese. So I think it's become a lot harder if you don't have language skills, if you don't have Mandarin or Cantonese, to get jobs in the city. So while we are seeing more foreigners return to Hong Kong, I think it's been quite selective based on what recruiters are saying. You need specialized skills, you need to be quite senior, and internal transfer. So you just have to bear in mind that it is a little bit different. Increasingly the opportunities are being driven by mainland China.
What are you hearing from cities like Singapore looking at this? I mean, are they likely to implement measures to stop the flow?
Well, I think we've done previous reporting. Our colleagues reported about how MAS is talking to hedge funds about potentially reacting to this Hong Kong's move, potentially lowering taxes. I mean, it's unclear what's going to happen at the moment, but I think there's definitely tensions between the cities, the interplay and the relative attractiveness of each city.
Are there challenges for cities like Singapore in stopping the flow?
I think for Singapore, yeah, I mean, the cost of living has increased. They're quite stringent about employment visas for foreigners. There are several reasons why, Singapore might be seen as a more expensive location now, and it might be harder to retain some talent. So I think there are definitely challenges, but I think Singapore is also trying to retain some of the talent at the same time.
Denise, thank you so much for that. Bloomberg Finance reporter Denise Wee for us in Hong Kong. And before we go, here's a look at tomorrow's show. We'll dig deep into DBS's quarterly performance and bank.
만두도 F1님 멤버십 가입 환영합니다.
Plus, with fiscal concerns and the ongoing conflict in the Middle East weighing on markets, we'll be getting insights from Federated Hermes Fixed Income VP and Investment Director Karen Mena. And that is it for Insight. Horizons Middle East and Africa is up next. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
The first day of college is a major milestone. It's the result of years of hard work and smart financial planning. Financial institutions make a difference by supporting their clients with
At the methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle? We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
I think it is one of the coolest things we've done.
I love the idea to relax row. When I was a teenager, young in my 20s flying, when I saw an empty row of 3 seats and the plane taking off, I'd never been more excited.
Yeah.
And as soon as you got up to about 35,000 feet, I was on it, trying to lie down and move the armrest to make this work.
I spent a number of trips when I was young and non-revving doing the same thing.
Weren't you the same? You spot those 3 seats, that's mine. And you see someone else and get up, it's not a chance.
Yeah, that actually happened with my younger son.
Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance live every weekday.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Potential breakthrough. Iran says it has reached a shipping agreement with Oman. The deal marks a step towards reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump's new tariffs. The U.S. president readies fresh trade measures to strengthen U.S. chip and solar production. And hackers target major Wall Street hedge funds in a wave of fresh attacks. Bloomberg learns the attacker attempted to infiltrate systems at Point72 Millennium and Citadel. It's just gone 8 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Abir Abu Omar in Dubai. A lot of stories to get through today, whether it's AI, the geopolitics in the region. But before we get through all of that, let's take a quick look at where markets are sitting this morning. Starting with U.S. futures, a little bit of moderation from moves we've seen over the course of the week, about 0.2% higher. Now, the S&P did close in the red yesterday following 4 sessions in the green. NASDAQ did pretty much the same thing. We're also taking a look at NASDAQ futures this morning, and they are also in the red. A few things to keep in mind here. The chip rally seems to be moderating. We saw earnings from 2 companies yesterday, 샌디스크 and Western Digital. Both companies were trading in the red in the after hours. The earnings there were moderating slightly. 샌디스크 on the revenue was a slight miss. Western Digital pretty much in line with estimates. But again, we're taking a look at those. Something to bear in mind with those 2 companies, 샌디스크 in particular, while the stock did drop yesterday, the year-to-date performance is a whopping 470%. So there's still gains to be seen in the AI rally, but that is a name that we have kept an eye on since the beginning of the year and definitely since yesterday. Another name to keep an eye on is, of course, SpaceX. It did close 14% lower yesterday, wiping out about $225 billion in its market's value, but investors are looking at about $101 billion worth of stock that becomes available on Thursday. So later today, this is just a scheduled ending of a lockup agreement that is due to end today. Now, keeping an eye on Asian equities as well, 1.2% lower, taking their cues from the close in S&P yesterday. We keep an eye out on SoftBank earnings coming out later today and whether those will solidify the AI demand. And then Brent crude prices below $80 on the barrel, 0.3 lower this morning. Again, a moderate move in Brent crude prices. We'll talk momentarily about that agreement between Iran and Oman and what it indicates. And then, of course, the yield on the 10-year Treasury notes, 4.61%, not a big move. We're keeping an eye on the Friday monthly payrolls report and whether that will confirm signs of a cooling labor market. And it may give the Federal Reserve room to keep focus on sticky inflation and not the labor numbers. So we'll, of course, see what the Fed decides to do. Gold is an asset we're also keeping an eye on. It has gained significantly over the past day, and the U.S. dollar has been holding on to losses from the previous session. Now, turning back to the regional story, Iran says it has reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. The deal is seen as a potential step towards a reopening of the critical waterway for energy supplies. And according to Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, a joint statement from Tehran and Muscat is under review and in the final drafting stages. For more on this story, let's bring in Stuart Livingstone-Wallace, Bloomberg's executive editor for the Middle East, North Africa, and Russia. Stuart, this time around looks a little different. Is it different?
Yeah, it might be. I mean, it's the furthest forward I think we've got. And what's interesting here is it's an entirely new route. What's puzzling about that is exactly where that will be, because our understanding was you have this northern route, the southern route, we know they're working. We thought the route in the middle was pretty heavily mined. So where exactly is this going to be, and how are you going to get inbound and outbound traffic? So there's a lot of details there that need ironing out. The other thing is the time frame for this. So Iran has made it clear this doesn't mean shipping's about to resume at a normal pace. And it's made this rather ominous remark that the timing will be dependent on US actions. Now, quite what that means, we don't know. Does it mean they have to lift the blockade? Does that mean they have to do other things? In other words, it seems to be conditional. However, relative to, let's say, 3 or 4 days ago, it's definitely a step forward.
So this is regarding the Strait of Hormuz. What does this whole thing mean for the wider negotiations? There is still no formal talks happening between the U.S. and Iran on the concessions that we spoke about multiple times, the nuclear component, the assets, the oil sanctions. This feels like it's boiling down just to the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, look, here's the playbook, I think, which is deal with Hormuz first. That gives everyone breathing space, notably the global economy and all the associated industries with it, and all the central banks that are looking quite worriedly at inflation. And then that gives everyone a little bit of time to sort out this other stuff, maybe. But I in no way mean to suggest that's going to be easy. It's going to be incredibly long negotiation, I suspect.
Yeah, and Qatar, we understand, is also mediating or trying to mediate in those formal talks. Stuart, as always, thank you for your time. Stuart Livingstone-Wallace, Bloomberg's executive editor for the Middle East, North Africa, and Russia. Now let's carry on with these conversations regarding oil. Oil prices are steady as energy markets look to how the Iran-Oman deal will be implemented and how long it may take for shipping in Hormuz to return to pre-war conditions. Let's get more from Bloomberg's energy editor, Stephen Stepchinsky. Stephen, good morning. Good to have you with us. What are the recent movements of the shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, the physical traffic, really?
Well, the visual traffic remains still quite weak. We haven't seen a significant uptick in ships going through Hormuz. It's been very low since that interim peace deal between the U.S. and Iran fell apart weeks back. But just over the last 24 hours, we had one tanker hearing 2 explosions around Hormuz, according to the UK Navy. That's clearly indicating that there is still tension in that region. Over the weekend, an LNG tanker was hit. It was carrying Qatari LNG, and another ship was nearly hit. So while there is a now some sort of deal between Iran and Oman to get more oil and gas through Hormuz and to get traffic back to normal. I think the big question will be, does this result in the Iranian regime allowing for ships to not use their route potentially, or for ships to go through, or do they have to get authorization from the Iranian government, or else they could be attacked? So I think the big question is, will there be a continuation of hostilities towards ship in the region? If there isn't, then you could start to see more ships potentially go through.
Stephen, the market seems to be moving in tandem with the geopolitical headlines. You see positive news coming, oil drops. You see negative news coming, oil immediately jumps. But in reality, even if, let's say, theoretically, the Strait of Hormuz opens up tomorrow, how long would it take for navigation, do you think, to return? And how do you think energy markets would respond to that then?
That's a really good point, because in the previous, interim deal where we did see an uptick in Hormuz traffic in the middle of June, there were a lot of ships stuck within the Persian Gulf, and a lot of those volumes started to go through, and that resulted in a wave of supply, especially to Asian customers. We're not in the same situation at the moment, so you're not going to see the same wave. So instead, you're going to see a trickle, and then that will slowly build up over time. It really depends on the risk profile of the exporters, the ship owners, and even the crew on these vessels as to how quickly it will come that we're back to pre-war levels of 140 ships going through this really key waterway on a daily basis. This is, for some analysts, not a matter of weeks. It will be months for traffic to come back to normal. Now, for oil markets, it's able to absorb it. You'll see a drop in prices, and there might be some periods of tightness, and some refined products could be expensive for longer, but I think you'll see a continued fall in Brent and WTI. It's European gas, which could rise if you don't see an uptick in traffic very soon before the winter time.
All right, Stephen Stipczynski with the latest on those oil moves from the U.S. this time. Thank you as always. Now, still ahead, our next guest says he remains neutral on equities but continues to favor technology. More on where he's finding opportunities in tech across the region with ING Belgium's Vincent Juvin next. This is Bloomberg.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CXAI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
Banks are using AI applications, including agentic AI, to expedite analysis of billions of transactions from several weeks to just a few days. But to reap AI's full benefits, banks need customer buy-in.
Customers don't want to buy agents, they want to buy outcomes.
Those at the top always give their best. I'm not just talking about myself either.
Fly with the best, Turkish airline.
President Trump is set to be preparing to impose levies of at least 15% and minimum prices on imported polysilicon. The move is seen as a bid to boost domestic production of the material and reduce reliance on Chinese supply chains. We're now joined by Bloomberg's China correspondent Minmin Lo with more details on this story. Minmin, good to have you with us. Can you just walk us through what the measures that President Trump is set to announce are?
Yes, Abir, this is coming from sources who told Bloomberg that the Trump administration is looking at imposing tariffs as well as minimum prices on polysilicon as well as their derivative products, so things like solar modules, silicon wafers, and they're looking potentially at a 15% tariff, which is lower than what some analysts had been expecting. Some were anticipating 25 to 35% tariff, so this is better than expected. But we did see U.S. solar stocks stocks fall on the back of that. And the concern is that the production capacity in the U.S. is already limited. Some of these companies rely on imported polysilicon, and of course, the tariffs could raise the cost of production, and that might have to be passed on to consumers. So in the short term, it might be harmful for these companies, and that's why we're seeing the stock reaction there. The Trump administration is said to be planning some sort of temporary offset program for these companies on the condition that they invest a certain level of capital investment in the U.S. to try to reshore production. But some of the other issues with these tariffs is that they might be very difficult to track, because when it comes to the polysilicon that are used in chips, once they are used in silicon wafers, made into chips, and then packaged into electronics, it might be technically not very feasible for companies to track the origin of these polysilicon.
And Min, what is the response? How is China hitting back at the United States?
So we haven't heard from China when it comes to this, the reaction in particular to this polysilicon tariffs, because it's quite new. But China has unleashed a barrage of measures against some of the earlier curbs that the U.S. has imposed, including those import curbs on Chinese drones, robots, routers, for example. So China now announces that it is imposing these export curbs on drones to the U.S. as well as their components. Now, remember, the U.S. was first to impose import curbs on Chinese drones, but they apply to future models that are not yet approved by the U.S. China is now taking it a step further to place restrictions on exports of even existing models of drones. And remember, the Chinese firm DJI accounts for 70% of commercial drone sales in the U.S., so this could have tremendous impact. China is also launching its very first foreign trade national security probe into things like copiers and printers. It's also sanctioned some 6 different U.S. companies, as well as a testing lab called Compliance Testing, which helps the U.S. FCC to impose these regulations. So a slew of measures, which China for now says is still very restrained, and they're warning that if further measures are being imposed by the U.S., they will take even stronger countermeasures.
All right, Bloomberg's China correspondent Min Lo with the latest on the latest tariff story. Now, moving on to markets, Asia stocks are extending losses as chip makers come under renewed pressure, with investors reassessing the AI trade after last month's sharp rebound. Joining us now to discuss this and wider market moves is ING Belgium's Chief Investment Strategist, Vincent Juvin. So good to have you with us this morning. We're seeing marked moves again in Asia. We're seeing a little bit of a moderation in the U.S. picture. You're overweight on technology. Now, the question is, when does that change? When do you think, all right, now it's time to exit and downgrade or become neutral?
Oh, I can tell you this topic is debated almost every day with at ING on the floor. Look, we are long-term investor, we are fundamental investor, and we need to acknowledge that after the earnings season that we've been through in the US and globally, what you see coming out from tech earnings, they were generally good. A couple of them, and we've mentioned earlier in the show, you have semiconductor companies posting earnings growth to the tune of several 100% on a quarter. You have an outlook which remained pretty robust with multi-year contract with clients. So you have also some visibility and valuation. Look at the semiconductor themselves; they're trading below 10 times PE, sometimes even below 5. And to me, what was important in the earnings season is also to see that hyperscaler clearly showed that they were able to monetize AI. So throughout the value chain, you have quite a pretty robust backdrop, but investors keep questioning the outlook, obviously. The jury is still out about the impact on AI on our economies and on financial market, but at the moment, fundamental, in our opinion, plead for still a position in the sector.
So how do you view the competition that is emerging from China when it comes to AI with US-centric names?
Well, it was to be expected when you see the level of price rise that you see in semiconductors, in memories. It's every industry would see newcomers try to capture those type of high price and high margin market. But ultimately, and we see it again with the higher tariff on some climate tech from China, the competition between the US and China will remain. So we're probably likely to duplicate the infrastructure, one another not trusting each other. So Not sure if it's great from a global economic standpoint, but at least for the industry, this means that you will have a lot of duplication, that US companies are likely to buy Chinese system and the other way around. So both industry can thrive in parallel, I would say.
So just moving on to the geopolitics, we have new headlines from this morning. Well, we have new headlines every single day. So when it comes to those, do you overlook them now? Do you just have a long-term vision on the oil trajectory and choose to not look at the geopolitical headlines that are out every single morning at this point?
Well, overlooking, we cannot do it totally, but for sure we refrain from any enthusiasm at the moment. We had so many false starts already, so many announcements. And when I read, obviously, what's being discussed at the moment, I'm a bit surprised. So the new agreement seems to give Iran some control on the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, which to me seem quite to be a red line for the US. And obviously that seems logic to me. So to us, we refrain from any enthusiasm. We know that the impact of this conflict will be at least long-lasting, even if we have a ceasefire tomorrow. Your energy expert mentioned it this morning. At least for us in Europe, even if we have a ceasefire and a full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz tomorrow, gas market will probably remain disrupted for quite some time. And it comes at a bad time for Europe because our reserves are quite low at the moment. Winter is coming. We don't feel it at the moment, but we need absolutely to fill these reserves at a higher price. So the impact of the conflict in the Middle East will still remain present for us economically, and on market you see that correlation between stocks and bonds remain quite elevated. So prudent positioning overall at the moment from a stock bond perspective, looking at opportunities within asset class.
All right, Vincent, we will have to leave it there for today. ING Belgium's Chief Investment Strategist, Vincent Juvin, thank you for your time. Now, coming up, some of Wall Street's biggest hedge funds have been hit by a wave of voice phishing attacks. We'll bring you the latest on that story next. This is Bloomberg.
Those at the top always give their best. I'm not just talking about myself either.
Fly with the best, Turkish Airlines.
Behind every great golf shot is smarter manufacturing. AT&T Business helps connect the factory floor and the supply chain, offering precision in every swing.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CXAI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
Bloomberg has learned that hackers launched a wave of sophisticated attacks on Wall Street firms, targeting information system at major money managers. Point72 Asset Management told investors that it had been attacked, but there was no initial sign of stolen client data. For more on this story, we're now joined by Bloomberg's Jill Deese. Jill, good morning. Good to have you on. How was the attack carried out, and who else was targeted in this?
Good morning. So this was a pretty sophisticated series of attacks that was carried out by, in part, by using a method called voice phishing or vishing. Essentially, this is where the cyber attackers use technology to emulate the voices of people that they think might convince others to give up sensitive information. So it's a pretty severe, sophisticated form of cyber attacking that we're really kind of seeing here. We've seen this kind of activity grow in recent in recent years, but it's definitely that kind of like spoofing and posturing that you see not just obviously by message, but also potentially by phone call as well. So that's really what we're looking at here. You just mentioned Point72. A couple of other hedge funds that were targeted include Millennium, Two Sigma, Citadel. Two Sigma did say that it's thwarted those attempts to hack it. Others have not commented at this time, but does give you that indication that this appears to have been a pretty widespread attack on these major hedge funds.
And Jill, we've been looking at similar news since the beginning of the week, really. It's been happening almost every day that we hear these headlines. Why are these cyber attacks surging across Wall Street?
Right. Well, maybe it comes as no surprise that in large part this is because of advancements in artificial intelligence models. So that's a pretty significant uptick there that you've really seen over the past year, particularly as some of these AI models have become sophisticated enough to ultimately help these hackers. We actually spoke to one expert who pointed out that in previous eras you might have had a cyber attack able to make 50 attempts. Now that's up to about 1,000 or so because of the advancements in this kind of technology. So you are looking at a world where that type of technology maybe is able to enhance certain developments, but also obviously able to help cyber attackers become more sophisticated as well.
All right, Bloomberg's Jill Desis with the latest on those attacks. And sticking with those, a Meta AI model reportedly accessed the internet during cybersecurity testing and breached another company's systems. According to the information, it happened because of an error in the sandbox testing environment. And it comes after OpenAI and Anthropic disclosed similar incidents of their AI models taking unsanctioned actions during safety tests. And Bloomberg has learned that situational awareness founder Leopold Aschenbrenner has made a $400 million investment in a private company. The move comes after the hedge fund nearly collapsed under a barrage of margin calls from lenders last week. The fund was hit hard after a slew of its public technology investments before Aschenbrenner reached a deal with Citadel to offload the bulk of his portfolio. Now, before we head to the break, a quick look at where equity benchmarks are sitting. We're seeing S&P futures 0.2 higher, NASDAQ 100 now completely flat, and Dow Jones, as well as Euro Stoxx 50 futures also gaining this morning. Oil prices moderating from moves we've seen over the past couple of days or so. But coming up, we will talk to Athara Prasad, Director of Macroeconomics at Nasser Saidi and Associates, about the impact of the closures in the Strait of Hormuz and what they're having on Middle Eastern economies. That is coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Record breakers are always aiming higher. That's right. I'm talking about the airline that connects the world.
Fly with the best. Turkish Airlines.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Potential breakthrough. Iran says it has reached a shipping agreement with Oman. The deal marks a step towards reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Trump's new tariffs. The U.S. president readies fresh trade measures to strengthen U.S. chip and solar production. And hackers target major Wall Street hedge funds in a wave of attacks. Bloomberg learns the attacker attempted to infiltrate systems at Point 72, Millennium, and Citadel. It's just gone 8:30 a.m. across the Emirates. I'm Abir Abamar in Dubai. Let's take a quick look at where markets are sitting at half past. We're still taking a look at U.S. futures, 0.2 higher, moderating from moves we've seen since the start of the week, but they follow a negative close in the S&P 500 yesterday, about 0.2 lower at the close. We also saw the Nasdaq 100 closing in the red. We're keeping an eye on some individual names. Now, the AI rally has been moderating. It still continues, but in moderation. We keep an eye on two names, or I was taking a look at those two names yesterday. One of them is 샌디스크, which fell in after-hour trading after earnings. The revenue, a slight miss there. And also Western Digital, they also provided earnings in line with estimates, but investors weren't all that excited about that. So both names had fallen in after-hour trading. 샌디스크, however, the year-to-date performance in that name is a whopping 470% higher. So if you look at the overall picture, it's still pretty positive for those names in the United States. We're also keeping an eye on SpaceX. It did drop about 14% at the close yesterday, wiping out $225 billion in its market value. But investors are keeping an eye at $101 billion later today worth of stock that becomes available for trading. This is the scheduled ending of a lockup agreement that is due today. So something investors are keeping an eye on. Asian equities taking their cue from the close in the S&P yesterday, 1% lower. We have Winnie momentarily to talk to us about what is happening there. And then Brent crude prices 0.5 lower, the moderation in the escalation in the region, and a possible deal between Oman and Iran being drafted or gotten drafted, and we'll have to wait for the details about that. And then the yield on the 10-year notes not doing much today, about a basis point lower. But if Friday's monthly payroll report confirms signs of cooling, or if of a cooling labor market, it may give the Fed a room to keep their focus on sticky inflation rather than employment figures out of the United States. And then in other commodities, we're keeping an eye on gold that has climbed to about $4,300 an ounce after posting its biggest gain since February. And then the US dollar, of course, which has held on to its losses from the previous session. Now, for a look at what is happening in Asian markets this morning, we've got Winnie Su standing for us in Hong Kong. Winnie, what do you have for us this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Abir. Well, we are seeing Asian stocks under quite some pressure today, following those disappointment from the likes of 샌디스크 and Western Digital. Now, as you mentioned, the expectation is just sky high, but investors still want to see more when it comes to stronger guidance and even stronger pricing power. And that's why we are seeing memory stocks, specifically in South Korea, leading losses today. Japanese yen continue to stabilize around that 157.7 handle, and also we are seeing bonds holding on to their gains after we saw firmer demand from that 30-year bond auction just earlier. Flip over, we take a close look at the key sector to watch today. In fact, it's all about that trade between U.S. and China. Interestingly, we are seeing solar stocks here in China falling after we've learned that the U.S. is planning to impose further tariffs and minimum prices on the polysilicon. But in that retaliation towards the U.S.'s tech curbs, China has also unveiled some of the measures when it comes to further export controls on drones, and even some of these reviews on the office equipment imported into China. So you're seeing those names domestically rising as well. Now, flip the board, we take a closer look also at the commodity space, because that bright spot today really is in the gold-related names and also the mining sector, as gold continues to extend gains amid that optimism for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen. Back to you, Abir.
All right, Bloomberg's Winnie Su in Hong Kong with the latest on markets and commodities. Now returning to the regional story, as optimism for the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz gains traction, another crucial waterway faces disruption from conflict in the Middle East. The Houthi militant group yesterday announced they would attack Saudi ships in the north of the Red Sea, and that they had targeted an oil tanker in the Gulf of Aden. To discuss this story, I'm now joined by Bloomberg's managing editor for the Middle East and North Africa, Paul Wallace. Paul, another aggression that is happening in the Red Sea as we look at positive news happening in the Strait of Hormuz, or possible positive news in the Strait of Hormuz. Why are Saudi tankers being targeted by the Houthis?
Well, it's certainly very worrying for Saudi Arabia, and to be frank, the energy and commodity markets as a whole. This is something that the Houthis have threatened that they would do, then made this announcement that they were blockading Saudi ports, effectively those in the Red Sea, a few weeks ago. And these attacks have ticked up. It is possible that this is very much linked, though, to the negotiations. It's not totally implausible that, Iran is encouraging the Houthis to do this as negotiations sort of get to the end point, so that it can increase its leverage over the U.S. and get the best terms possible. We have seen this thing happen time and time again during this war, where when the negotiations at certain phases in the war get to the crunch point, there's a slight uptick in aggression by both sides as they try and increase their leverage.
Okay, that's actually really interesting, but generally speaking, what does this mean, or what do these attacks mean for the prospects of supply chains continuing to take course?
I mean, what we potentially have is a second major choke point, in this case Bab al-Mandeb, being effectively closed after Hormuz. Now that's a huge worry for major economies around the world, and certainly the US. I mean, ultimately, the Houthis may well sort of decide to ease tensions, especially if there is some kind of deal between Iran and the U.S. on both Hormuz, and then later on with Iran's nuclear program. That's a big if, of course, and there's certainly a lot that could go wrong. But the fact that the Houthis are effectively, or they're very much showing that they're capable and willing to attack ships in the southern Red Sea and Gulf of Aden, and that they have the capability to do that, is a big concern. Even beyond this war, whenever it ends, the fact that the Houthis are there and they have that ability is a problem.
All right, Bloomberg's Paul Wallace with the latest on those developments. I hope you're getting some sleep these days, Paul. Just some news from President Trump now on Truth Social, saying that the U.S. has enough munition, essentially. So that is another development. But for more analysis on what the latest headlines on the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea mean for economies in the region, we're now joined by Athira Prasad, Director of Macroeconomics at Nasser Saidi and Associates. Athira, good to have you with us this morning after the conversation I was having with Paul just now about the Red Sea. We're taking a look at the Strait of Hormuz. We're taking a look at oil disruptions. When it comes to regional economies, what does this period of no war but no peace really mean for GCC countries in the wider region?
Well, it has affected different GCC countries differently. Of course, Saudi and UAE seem to be relatively more sheltered in some way or the other. But if you look at the recent PMI numbers that have come out for July, they are quite indicative of the kind of sentiment that's facing in the region. You have UAE and Saudi much stronger than the others. But given the period of relative calm, if I could call it that, countries like Kuwait have seen PMI numbers come back into expansionary territory, which is a good sign, saying that, people are gearing up for a potential solution, hopefully in the near term. So these are good signs that are coming. You have to remember that these countries have adapted over the few months that have passed since the war started. Yeah. So you are seeing a lot of new pipelines being talked about. You're seeing new corridors being opened in terms of logistics. And you are building resilient infrastructure that could be beneficial in the long term.
But that effectively means that they're doubling down on oil when before all of this we were talking about years of efforts to diversify. So do you think that after this they're going to double down on diversification or finding those ulterior routes?
I think diversification efforts have very well worked in their favor. If you look at the numbers, you're not so dependent on oil that much as you used to before. But you still have to account for the geography of the region, right? However resilient you are in terms of export diversification away from oil, you still have some oil exports that still matter to how countries do their fiscal planning and economic growth planning and so on. So that still exists. The geography still matters. But what you're seeing is that there is a lot of domestic resilience that's happening because you have more diversified economy, but you still are constrained by external sentiment, right? That's still under the weather till this gets resolved.
But do you think that the countries in the GCC, namely the big ones, would have emerged from this sending a message of they are more resilient, or do you think that there are lingering concerns under the surface, for example, that investors or that people generally are not bearing enough attention to?
No, I think diversification is the key talking point. I think that's a message that's going to continue. They are resilient and they are trying to diversify even in terms of trade partners, not just, it's no longer just about the commodity that you're trading in, it's also about trade partners, right? The more trade partners you have, the better you are off in shipping in different directions so that you're not restricted by a certain specific choke point or a few choke points. So that is the name of the game. Diversification is only going to get stronger.
And you mentioned the PMI figures that came out yesterday for Saudi. Yes. We're taking a look at those, and they're still pretty much in growth territory.
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's to do with the two engines. So domestic sentiment is quite high. Given that you have airspaces opening up, you're having a sort of slow expansion sentiment, I could say. So the firms are gearing up for better prospects in the near term, but it's still a bit cautious, right? Because if you look at things like export orders and so on, it's not recovered to the levels that it used to be before. So basically, I would think that it's a more domestic demand-driven sentiment rather than, a whole-scale, broad-based recovery as such. But the signs are there. So hopefully once things get resolved, you would probably see things going back to normal quickly.
And Athira, just finally, do you think the world is still convinced on this region? Do you think that the deal flow, for example, which is a big part of their economic growth story, will continue?
Yes, I think so. I mean, if you look at some of the recent numbers that have come out of, say, the DIFC or the ADGM, companies are still very willing to come and locate here in the region, to not just for the region, to, countries I think the big picture in terms of how the region is developing is a very strong one. It's a very strong story. So companies from all over the world are happy to come and locate here, even though this is maybe a small period of, uncertainty. But once things go back to normal, it would still be a place that you want to be located.
Okay, Athira, we're going to have to leave it there. But thank you as always for your insights, Athira Prasad, Director of Macroeconomics at Nasser Saidi and Associates. Now, coming up, Kenya seeks emergency funding from the World Bank to offset the impact of the Iran war. More on that story next. This is Bloomberg.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CX AI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
People who make you their priority will take you the highest. They do on every journey.
Fly with the best. Turkish Airlines.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Bloomberg has learned that Kenya is in talks for $450 million in emergency funding from the World Bank. This financial cushion aims to offset economic shocks caused by the Iran war and weather risks from an upcoming El Nino. For more on the story, we're now joined by our Chief Africa Correspondent, Jennifer Zabasaja from Johannesburg. Jen, good morning. Can you give us just a quick background for Kenya's request for this emergency funding from the World Bank?
Yeah, of course. So based on our reporting, Abir, what we're hearing from Kenya is that they're dealing with constrained public finances. This has been something that we've been watching closely since the beginning of the war, but Bloomberg reporting is suggesting that the public finances that are constrained are part of the contribution to that is high debt repayments. There's mounting arrears to government suppliers, and then also debt repayments, as I was just mentioning there. That has contributed to what we are seeing and what the expectation is for economic growth in Kenya in 2026 being 4.3%. Compare that to what we saw in 2025, which was about 4.6%. So a lot of it speaks to what you were just saying there. The Middle East war has had a contribution. Exports for Kenya has also been hit. It's the world's biggest exporter of black tea. Also, flour is a big export engine for the country. And given what we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz and remittance flows through the Gulf that have been constrained, that has taken a hit for Kenya. So they're looking to tap this emergency funding, especially ahead of what many analysts and what the expectation is for the El Nino to hit countries like Kenya even harder in the upcoming season. And potentially this will stem some of the worst effects of that for the government to deal with and also for public citizens.
But Jen, there's also a growing list of countries really that are seeking financial aid. Can you talk to us a little bit more about what those are and why?
Yeah, so in addition to Kenya, we're also learning of Malawi. There's also the Democratic Republic of Congo. There's Bangladesh, and also very interestingly, Sierra Leone. And really, many of these countries are looking to tap the World Bank's facility to, as I was just speaking to help their own economic situation, but then also protect people, businesses, and really the economy from some of the shocks that are unexpected to come. What's interesting in the case of Kenya, and what's important to remember, is that this contingent emergency response project, it repurposes funding that was already allocated to Kenya. And what it does and what it enables is a country and a government to redirect up to 10% of undispersed funds to deal with some of these emergencies. And this is really what the facility is there to do. It's whether or not countries are in a position or need to actually tap this funding. And so we'll wait to see whether or not or when this actually gets confirmed. But it's important to remember that this is already a part of existing funding that the government was already allocated by the World Bank. It's just there in the case of emergencies.
All right, Bloomberg's Jennifer Sapasaja, our chief Africa correspondent, following that story for us in Johannesburg. Now, for a look at some of the other stories that we're following, the IMF says Ghana's central bank lost $1.9 billion in 2025 under a domestic gold purchase program. The program was designed to boost the country's foreign exchange reserves, and the gold purchases helped raise Ghana's gross international reserves to $11.9 billion by the end of 2025. However, the associated trading losses deepened the central bank's negative equity position to 6.7% of GDP. Nigeria tightened rules for virtual asset transactions to crack down on tax evasion and boost revenue from one of the world's largest crypto markets. The measure adds to other policies enacted by Africa's most populous nation last year to overhaul its tax code to raise revenue to 18% of GDP by 2030. In South Africa, will hire advisors in the coming weeks to begin negotiations with lenders on a plan to spin off state-owned power utility Eskom Holdings transmission subsidiary. The move is part of the government's efforts to open up the electricity market to greater private sector participation. Coming up, short sellers are circling SpaceX as a massive $101 billion in stock to unlocks hit the market. We'll have more on that story next. This is Bloomberg.
Those at the top always give their best. I'm not just talking about myself either.
Fly with the best, Turkish Airlines.
Doors bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors.
She's so ready to take over.
With a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth for generations. Doors were meant to be opened.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
because they are fighting against us. It's a big mistake because we need to have really big global tech leaders in Europe.
Don't miss Daybreak Europe, live every weekday.
Investors hanging onto SpaceX shares after a plunge below their IPO price are bracing for the next potential hit. $101 billion worth of stock becomes available for trading later on Thursday, and the massive influx of stock could trigger further volatility. For more on this story, we're now joined by Sam Unstead, who's in Hong Kong this week. Sam, good morning. Good to have you with us. What can we expect, really, from the unlocking of those SpaceX shares?
I mean, that is a great question, Abir, because I think so much stock is coming onto the market in a relatively short time as a listed company. SpaceX, everything they do is kind of enormously larger than life, and so this unlocking is an enormous amount of money. You know, over $100 billion. It will double, more than double the number of SpaceX shares on the market. So there's still quite a good retail demand. You know, SpaceX shares fell quite a bit after their results this week, but there's still quite a lot of good, solid retail demand. So it may well be that it's kind of swallowed up by the market relatively easily, but very unlikely that's going to happen comfortably and without some sense of volatility. And again, already in this short time that they've been listed, they've become one of the big drivers of volatility when they do something really major like this.
Sam, you and I have spent a lot of time talking about software, but also memory makers in London. We also had earnings yesterday from some of those memory makers, 샌디스크, Western Digital. Both stocks had fallen in extended trading after a disappointing guidance. But we're also expecting SoftBank earnings later today. Are they expected to solidify the AI rally? What else are you expecting out of that?
Well, I think, so as I was going to mention, two of your favourite stocks, I believe, 샌디스크 and Western Digital. But, two companies who delivered, on the face of it, very strong results. But the expectations are unbelievably high. And 샌디스크 shares just, coming into these results up well over 400%, nearly 500. Western Digital have tripled. So the bar is really, really high. And so, SoftBank comes into that as a more broad story, a more broad kind of overview of AI sentiment. So it'll be slightly different and probably treated slightly differently, but it's coming into a market where the level of enthusiasm has dipped just slightly because 샌디스크 and Western Digital weren't quite able to keep up to these incredibly high expectations that were set for them.
All right, Sam, we're going to have to leave it there with you today. Bloomberg's Sam Unstead. Now, for a quick look at where equity benchmarks are sitting before we head to the end of our show, we're taking a look at S&P futures, 0.2 higher. NASDAQ 100 falling today after 4 sessions in the green during open hours in the United States. Now they're 0.2 lower. Dow Jones futures and Eurostoxx 50 futures are gaining this morning, both 0.2%. We're also keeping an eye on oil prices that are moderating. We'll give you the latest on that draft between Oman and Iran if it does come out later today. But that is it for Horizons Middle East and Africa for today. Stick around with us for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
68% of the world's population will live in urban areas by 2050, and Dubai's population is set to double in the next 14 years. The Emirate is tackling this rapid growth with a raft of mega projects. It's all part of Dubai's 2040 Urban Master Plan. It's investing billions to expand its financial center, launching the traffic-busting Dubai Loop, and a $9 billion metro expansion spanning across 42 kilometers, helping to create a true 20-minute city.
Fidelity active ETFs can shift and transform as markets do the same. They can cast a wide net, explore and uncover new opportunities, adapt to risk, and leverage the full power of fund managers and research teams to pursue outperformance. Markets can change in real time. Make sure your ETF can too.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle? We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden with your top stories. Global stocks slide from record highs as two portions of US chip earnings fail to satisfy investors' hunger. Iran says it's reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed route through the Strait of Hormuz, raising the prospect of energy flows resuming. And another busy day for European earnings with results from Siemens and Commerzbank. We'll be speaking to the CEOs of both companies. Well, a very good morning. Here is the picture in markets. Korea setting the tone once again. The Kospi is down 4.2%. We've seen losses as around 4%, more than for Samsung and Skhainik's. And they have been knocked by the disappointment on guidance from Sandisk and Western Digital in the US, both down in post-market trading. And now Nasdaq futures are down 0.2% as well. In the middle there, you've got Brent at $79 a barrel, holding below that 80 level after Iran said that it had reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. And given that allays some inflation concerns, reducing the chance of rate hikes, gold, which of course lacks a yield, did have a chance to break out above $4,300 an ounce. It's back just below that level now after its biggest gain in 3 months. So 4,262 is where we trade on the yellow metal. Plenty to bring you this morning, plenty of earnings. Let's get started. We begin with breaking earnings out of Germany, kicking off with with Commerzbank's second quarter numbers. What you're seeing is second quarter net interest income just shy of estimates, 2.06 billion euros, and planning a buyback of up to 1.2 billion euros. So those are the key figures so far. They have released also second quarter operating profit of 1.37 billion euros, which is a beat on the estimate of 1.32 billion euros. So these numbers, of course, coming before further talks over a potential takeover by UniCredit. Traders bracing for an outsized swing in the shares off the back of these numbers. And I'm going to be speaking to the CEO, Bettina Orlop, later on this hour at 6:45 a.m. London time. The expectation being that she'll be on the phone to UniCredit's Andrea Orcel today to determine how to move forward there. Now, let us actually turn to Siemens now. The red head crossing the terminal is that they have raised their outlook. They see full-year EPS at 11.20 euros. That's shy to 11.20 to 11.50, so in a range there pre-PPA. So raising the outlook on their software and data gains, and this is raising the expectations for a second time this year. So they now are seeing the earnings per share before purchase price allocation accounting, as I say, for of as much as 11.50 euros from as much as 11.10 previously. And they've reported revenue growth in all divisions in the fiscal third quarter. Group free cash flow, can't get my words out this morning, jumping 42%. So those are the numbers from Siemens, and we're going to be speaking to the CEO, Roland Busch, later on in the programme as well, 6:45 a.m. London time too. Now let's turn to the broader markets because we have stocks in Asia falling as that disappointing guidance from US memory makers weighs on sentiment. We can go to Winnie Xu for an update from Hong Kong. Winnie, what are you focused on this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Lizzie. Well, just as you mentioned, we are seeing quite some pressure for Asian stocks today, following those disappointment from the likes of 샌디스크 and Western Digital when it comes to their earnings. Now, expectation has been sky high, and that is why at this point, investors still want to be looking out for the stronger outlook, stronger guidance, and also stronger pricing power. And that is why we are seeing memory stocks leading declines today, especially in South Korea. Now, when it comes to Japanese yen, still holding steady right below that 158 level against the dollar following that historic joint intervention between the US and Japan, while bonds here also holding on to their gains after we saw some firmer demand from that 30-year bond auction of the JGB, showing that investors are still showing quite some relief when it comes to markets. Now, flip aboard, we take a look at commodity space because gold here, as you mentioned, extending those gains amid that optimism for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen, and investors right now trimming those bets on the Federal Reserve to hike rates further. And we're seeing gold-related names as well as mining sector both gaining in Asia. Now, flip aboard, we also take another close look at something very interesting going on when it comes to the U.S.-China trade tensions, because we are seeing solar stocks here in China falling after we've learned that the U.S. is planning to impose further tariffs and minimum prices on polysilicon, while as part of that retaliation towards some of the U.S. curbs on tech that we are seeing recently, Beijing also released these new series of measures, including tighter export controls on drones and also a security review on some of these office equipment being imported into China. So we're seeing the drone-related names, the printers in China rising on that front. Back to you, Lizzie.
Winnie, thank you very much. That's Bloomberg's Winnie Xu. Well, as we look ahead, Nasdaq futures pointing lower after those disappointing earnings from the memory makers 샌디스크 and Western Digital. Both stocks, as I say, falling in extended trading after their guidance disappointed. Let's go to Sam Unstead now. He's unusually in Hong Kong for us today. Morning, Sam. Nice to see you bright and early. So actually, these earnings were pretty solid, beats and raises, but it's the guidance that traders seem to be focused on. Why isn't it enough?
Yeah, so the guidance is definitely the part they're focusing on, but also, you know, these are two companies bumping up against extremely high expectations. You know, so, I mean, even with a sell-off over the course of July, 샌디스크 shares still up by nearly 500% this year. Western Digital have tripled. So these are very, very high expectations to come into any numbers with. So on the face of it, as you mentioned, Lizzie, the results are pretty reasonable. But it's the bar now, especially for these very, very high-flying AI stocks, and these memory names in particular have done very well, is very, very high and very difficult to get over. And so you need, you know, blowout earnings on top of blowout earnings in order to go further, and they weren't quite able to deliver that.
And just staying with the tech theme, there's a big change of leadership at the top of Google. What's the strategy there? Who's moving?
Yeah, so it's a big change in sort of the very broadly across their AI strategy. And we've had, you know, quite an interesting flow of news over the course of this week. You know, we had this story about Microsoft and how much of their revenue is coming from OpenAI. Also today, DeepSeek, looking to raise prices quite significantly across AI. I think what you're seeing almost everywhere is this increased competition, is higher and higher intensity as we get further and further into the AI story. And, you know, as we see results coming out, you know, we're now quite deep into earnings season. I think what you're seeing is these reactions once results are out of this is how we're setting up for the next set, and this is our kind of AI story. And for Google, as you mentioned, it's a whole selection of very prominent changes to position themselves more strongly.
Okay, and you can see some of those names on the screen as we speak. Sam, thank you very much. That's Bloomberg's Sam Unstead. Now, turning to the geopolitics, because we've had Iran saying that it has reached an agreement with Oman to come up with a proposed shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. An Iranian foreign ministry spokesman said that a joint statement from Tehran and Muscat is under review. It's in the final drafting stage now. President Trump has also suggested that an agreement is possible.
I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to kill people. I do not want to kill people. But at some point, we're going to... We were set for the biggest attack of any attack, and we've hit them very hard for the last few months. But we were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, "Please don't do it. Let's talk." And then they said, "We never said that." You know what? The fake news knows they did say that, but we are talking. Let's see what happens.
For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa anchor Abir Abu Omar. Abir, good to see you. So we talked yesterday about this deal that potentially Iran and Oman are doing. How close are they to it? And really, what's Washington's role in all of this?
Two very good questions, Lizzie. Good morning. So what we know is that you're right, Oman and Iran are or have finalized the deal. They're just now in a stage of drafting those lines in the deal. And once those are public, we'll, of course, update with that. According to Iran, however, Washington was not involved in any of this, despite the sound that you just heard from President Trump saying that the Iranians did reach out. But Lizzie, just to be sure, this deal between Iran and Oman is primarily, if not only, about the Strait of Hormuz, a mechanism if you were to open up the waterway to ships. So what we understand is that there is a mechanism for inbound and outbound ships to take specific routes with the help of Iran and Oman. We understand that, again, it is in final drafting stage. Baqai, that is the spokesperson you were referring to from the Foreign Ministry, said that the negotiations are forward moving. He also said that the deal will be struck if certain third parties do not obstruct the process, obviously referring to the United States, possibly Israel there as well. He also did not mention any role to Washington in all of this. Now, Lizzie, we have been reporting, of course, that Iran and Oman have been in discussions over the past 10 days or so to come up with this mechanism. But again, from the Iranian side, they maintain that this could be temporary. Yesterday, we also reported, citing Iranian state TV, that this is a temporary opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and it may not even be immediate. So they've downplayed even the discussions that are taking place with Oman. But you can tell that markets are reacting positively to this news. You're seeing Brent crude prices trading below $80 on the barrel. So markets are reacting like this is a positive or a breakthrough sign in all of this. But those negotiations, again, I have to emphasize here that they are not formal discussions between Washington and Iran. They are not targeting the 14 concessions that were reached in Switzerland back in June. They are primarily about opening up the Strait of Hormuz and trying to get a trickle through the waterway that has either been paralyzed or has seen hardly any ships move through it over the past 3 weeks or so.
Okay, and yet oil still below $80 a barrel on these hopes of progress. Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar, thank you very much for that update. Now let's take a look at the risk events on the docket for today. At 7 a.m. London time, we'll get German factory orders. We'll also at 10 a.m. get Euro area retail sales numbers. And then at 1:30 p.m. London time, continuing that drumbeat up to the payrolls figure, we'll have US initial jobless claims. So that is what's on the agenda for today. Still ahead on Daybreak Europe, we'll bring you conversations with the CEOs of Commerzbank and Siemens, those from 6:45 a.m. London time. But first, more earnings, this time from SoftBank, and that report set to test the strength of investors' AI optimism. We'll have you a preview of those numbers that drop at 7:30 a.m. London time. So don't go anywhere. This is Bloomberg.
Banks are using AI applications, including agentic AI, to expedite analysis of billions of transactions from several weeks to just a few days. But to reap AI's full benefits, banks need customer buy-in.
Customers don't want to buy agents, they want to buy outcomes.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Day begins. The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg. Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, 6:15 a.m. here in London. Well, we're set to get first quarter earnings from SoftBank later this morning, and investors are going to be looking for signs that its bet on AI really is paying off. Bloomberg's Japan tech reporter Min-Jong Lee joins me now with more from Tokyo. Really good to have you on the show. Let's just talk through what the focus is then for investors in these numbers, because of course a big focus surely is going to be how SoftBank manages its finances if OpenAI delays its IPO. Good morning.
Morning. Of course, we're in a place actually where things could very easily swing either way. This is because SoftBank is exposed to a lot of AI and other technology assets, including OpenAI, as you just mentioned. But the markets have been very volatile, with stock prices moving 5%, 10% up and down daily. And these moves have a direct impact on SoftBank's P&L. And for the June quarter so far, it looks like it could have been a mixed bag. You have chip stocks, which performed very well, especially Intel, whose shares surged 200%, more than 200% during the June quarter, likely having a positive impact. On the other hand, you have the Vision Fund unit, which is still likely to have posted losses because of poor performance for some of its assets, such as PayPay. PayPay is a payment startup that debuted in March, and their share price is likely to has fallen significantly during the same period, likely having a negative impact. As for OpenAI, where SoftBank holds more than 10% stake, OpenAI's valuation is likely to have stayed unchanged for the quarter, potentially having a neutral impact. So we have a few mixed signals, and we'll have to see what the actual numbers look like when they're disclosed shortly this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, how much are these numbers going to test the Asia tech rally more broadly?
It depends on what we see of SoftBank figures later today and how the share prices have impacted SoftBank's P&L. But the key thing to remember is that SoftBank is increasingly exposed to these AI technology assets. And with a growing volatility and uncertainty surrounding AI compute, it's actually become very difficult to anticipate what's next and what's to come. And of course, Masayoshi Son is engaged in a number of multi-billion AI projects with key focuses on robotics and also data centers. SoftBank now has big data center projects in the US and also in France. And there's a huge amount of interest surrounding how SoftBank plans to finance and, of course, develop this 10 gigawatt data center project in Ohio, which will possibly have big off-takers, including OpenAI and others. So there's a lot of interest in what Son has to say about these projects going forward. And of course, for today, the focus will be on CFO Goto's remarks in Tokyo.
Okay, well, we look forward to your coverage of all of that. Bloomberg's Min-Jong Lee, thank you very much. And staying with the tech theme, coming up on the programme, some of Wall Street's biggest hedge funds have been hit by a wave of phishing attacks. We're going to bring you our scoop next. This is Bloomberg.
Here at Nova Dental, through modern technology and advanced training, we deliver personalized, beautiful smiles that our patients feel great about. At Nova Dental Implant Center, we don't just treat teeth, we treat people.
modern enterprise. It's a lot of moving parts. Comcast Business helps you orchestrate it all. With AI-powered networking that's optimizing traffic across 5 continents. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
Bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream. It's Jobs Day, and Bloomberg has the report under surveillance.
The labour market backdrop still pretty decent.
When you take a look at wages, when you take a look at the JOLTS data today and the quits rate, that's going to matter.
This Friday, Jonathan, Lisa, Anne-Marie, and Mike will bring you crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed.
The labour market seems okay.
We don't see any wage pressures in the economy.
We're all building up to one thing.
The July Jobs Report, Friday on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. To a Bloomberg scoop now. Bloomberg has learned that hackers launched a wave of sophisticated attacks on Wall Street firms targeting information systems at major money managers. Point72 Asset Management told investors that it had been attacked, but there were no initial signs of stolen client data. Let's get more now with Bloomberg's Jill Desis. Jill, just talk to us about how this attack was carried out and really who else was targeted.
Hey, Lizzie. So, look, the way that this attack was really carried out was a really sophisticated form of cyber attacking called voice phishing or vishing. So this is something that we've seen pick up recently. It's where via a phone call or a message, what the cyber attacker does is they imitate the voice of someone in an attempt to trick these employees into giving away information, sensitive information. So that's essentially the tactic that you're looking at as being in use here. Obviously, we just talked about Point72 being a target. What people familiar with this matter have also told us is that this is something that was also targeted for Two Sigma, Millennium, Citadel. So you've got multiple major hedge funds that were the target of this type of attack, as well as some other firms too. Most of those firms have declined to comment. Two Sigma said that its systems weren't compromised as a result of this, that the attackers didn't get anything. But it does kind of show you here that a lot of these attacks are becoming more sophisticated and really more bold in terms of how they're targeting and who they're ultimately targeting here.
Yeah, bolder and trillions of dollars at stake. Why are cyber attacks surging across Wall Street?
Well, this may not really come as much of a surprise, but a lot of this has to do with the further sophistication and advancement of a lot of artificial intelligence systems. So we spoke to an analyst who mentioned that, a cyber attack, this kind of scope maybe a while ago would have taken, 50 targets, or the cyber attackers would have been able to target, 50 targets at a time. Now that could potentially be, as many as 1,000. So you're looking at, as this type of AI models, this technology becomes more and more sophisticated. It's also these cyber attackers that are able to sort of use that to their advantage as well.
Okay, Jill, thank you very much for some of those details in that story. It's a great read, and I encourage everybody to read it. Bloomberg's Jill Desis there. Now, I'm going to be speaking to the CEO of Commerzbank later on in the programme. That's Bettina Orlop. She'll be joining me at 6:45 a.m. London time. And I just want to bring you another line that has broken in the past minute from Commerzbank, which is that its joint approach with UniCredit could create value. This is according to the bank. Of course, it reported earnings earlier on in the morning, only about 25 minutes ago. And Commerzbank, in those numbers, revealing its $1.2 billion euro buyback. Of course, Orlop trying to show that her strategy works. Of course, she's under pressure from this targeting from UniCredit, which is set to expand its stake in Commerzbank to nearly 50%. She's pledged to really implement these deep changes once he obtains control of the company. He has, and she is deeply opposed to some of his proposals. So this joint approach with UniCredit could create value, according to the German bank. Now let's turn to some other top stories that we're following for you this morning. Bloomberg has learned that situational awareness has made a $400 million investment in a private company. The moves come after the hedge fund nearly collapsed under a barrage of margin calls from lenders last week. The fund was hit hard after a slew of its public tech investments fell sharply before it reached a deal with Citadel to offload the bulk of its portfolio. Staying with tech, a Meta AI model reportedly accessed the internet during cybersecurity testing and breached another company's systems. The information says it happened because of an error in the sandbox testing environment, and it comes after OpenAI and Anthropic disclosed similar incidents of their AI models taking unsanctioned actions during safety tests. OpenAI, meanwhile, says that the artificial intelligence models behind an attack on Hugging Face began communicating through undetected message boards, working together to break out of their testing environment as early as May. The company says multiple internal AI agents spent months leaving notes for each other, coalescing around the goal of accessing the internet to complete tasks that were impossible without online access. And two Fed officials have suggested that rate increases could be needed as the central bank looks to tackle inflation. Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari told CNBC that now is the time to start moving rates higher, and said 3 hikes before the end of this year wouldn't be impossible. Meanwhile, Fed Governor Lisa Cook says that she's prepared to move on rates if she doesn't see signs of continued disinflation soon.
As I have described, inflation is too high. And I consider the risks to the inflation side of the dual mandate higher than the risks to the employment side at this point. As such, I am prepared to act by raising rates if necessary.
Lisa Cook there. So they are prepared to raise rates if necessary. Well, we have an update in geopolitics. Brent is weaker. We're below $80 a barrel today. 79 is where we trade right now on Brent, 79.08, as you can see in the middle there. But given that we have this proposed reached agreement between Iran and Oman reportedly on a shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz, inflation concerns somewhat allayed. That reduces the chance of rate hikes, and therefore you've got gold here at $4,255 a troy ounce. Of course, gold lacks a yield. It had the chance to break out above $4,300, and it's just below that level as things stand. Well, coming up, SpaceX's first major stock unlock hits today in the next test for shares that are already below their IPO price. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Behind every great golf shot is great equipment powered by advances in technology and smarter manufacturing. AI-assisted design expands the sweet spot on club faces. X-ray vision helps ensure consistency in every golf ball. And AT&T Business helps manufacturers connect operations across the factory floor and supply chain, giving teams the visibility to make faster, smarter decisions, so players can prepare for the most important shot, the next one.
Ryan Miller fixes his hair. Doesn't know why he picked such an ugly shirt, but knows he can do more with his money. Ryan opens his Fidelity app, sees his opportunity, and takes it.
Ryan sets his investments to automatic.
That was easier than I thought.
It's a good shirt.
Really?
It's like flowers, but also a cow.
Not sure that helps.
Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier investing.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
Live from London, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden with your top stories. Global stocks slide from record highs as two portions of US chip earnings fail to satisfy investors' hunger. Meanwhile, Iran says that it's reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed route through the Strait of Hormuz, raising the prospect of energy flows resuming. Plus, Commerzbank says teaming up with UniCredit could create value for shareholders, while German industrial giant Siemens raises its earnings outlook. We'll be speaking to the CEOs of both companies later on this hour. A very good morning if you are just joining us, 6:30 a.m. here in London. This is the picture in markets. And once again, we've got to start with the Kospi because we've seen outsized moves for some of the chip makers. Samsung down 4.5%, Skhainik's down 6%. So the Kospi down more than 4%, and that dragging down the broader MSCI Pacific Index 1.1%. What was the story behind Skhainik's and Samsung? Well, they've been knocked by the disappointment on guidance that we've seen from the US. Sandisk and Western Digital both down in post-market trading. So as I look at NASDAQ futures, they are now down 0.1%. But we also have to factor in the geopolitics here. As I say, Iran says it's reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. So you've got Brent there holding below $80 a barrel, and gold had been above $4,300 a troy ounce. It's below that level now, but the boost to gold really because some of these inflation concerns have been allayed by the latest in the Middle East. Now, let's go back to Germany for yet more earnings this morning. These now from Rheinmetall. Of course, the defence giant, second quarter results here set to benefit from German government contracts. What they are saying is that they still see full-year operating margin of about 19%. The estimate was for 19.1%, so pretty much in line. And they see full-year sales of a range of 13.7 billion euros to 14.2 billion euros. The estimate was for 14.08 billion euros, so a range that encompasses the nearly gets up to the estimate. First half sales of 5.23 billion euros. The estimate was for 5.1 billion euros, so an ever so slight beat there. And first half operating margin 786 million euros, so beating the estimate of 697.2 million euros. We'll be speaking to the CEO of Rheinmetall later on this morning. That conversation with Francine Lacroix, and we'll bring it to you on tomorrow's edition of Daybreak Europe. Now, let us turn back to SpaceX because investors are hanging on to SpaceX shares after a plunge below their IPO price, are bracing for the next potential hit. $101 billion worth of stock becomes available for trading today as a lockup restricting insider share sales ends. And we can get more now with Charles Capel, Bloomberg's equity capital markets editor here in Europe. Charles, lockups aren't new, but they're not unique, and they're not unique to SpaceX, but we've never seen anything on this scale. So given the roller coaster ride that it has been for SpaceX so far since the IPO, how big of a market reaction should we be braced for?
Honestly,
It's anybody's guess. And that's the thing with SpaceX's IPO, is that we are in uncharted territory for everything. We have never seen an increase of equity in a single company quite like this one. It is an extraordinary increase in the share, in the number of shares that are being traded. SpaceX's IPO obviously hit its own records. Now, what we do know is that there's going to be a massive increase in supply of shares as some of those shareholders who are employees or insiders who had shares before the IPO start to get the ability to sell their shares. That's 911 million more shares joining the market, so more than double than were offered in the IPO. And as you have that massive increase in supply and you assume that there's the same amount of demand, you would guess that the stock would go down. But as Matt Levine wrote about really well yesterday, you know, people know this is going to happen. This has always been scheduled. So people will have been anticipating that at some point in the future there's going to be a big increase of supply. And so that would have put downwards pressure on the shares already. So we don't know how much of this lockup has actually been baked into the share price already. And we also don't know how many shares are actually going to be sold because, of course, SpaceX is trading below its IPO price and, you know, people may not want to sell before that. But importantly, these shareholders who are now able to sell their shares, they wouldn't have got their shares at the IPO price. They would have got their shares at a much lower price whenever they got it through either joining it through the Twitter X acquisition, the XAI merger, all of the different ways that they may have got shares throughout SpaceX's lifetime.
Okay, and of course the point of having a 9-stage structure is to avoid a free-for-all sell-off, so they'll be hoping that that's not what happens today. We also have this really interesting chart showing that it's not only that SpaceX and Tesla shares have sold off sharply over the past month. Take a look at this. You've also got the market pricing in higher credit risk. It's never paid yet, has it, to bet against Elon Musk? So could that combination that you're seeing on the screen right there suggest that this is a canary in the coal mine?
Look, as you said, it's never a good idea to bet against Elon Musk. I mean, there's definitely some serious questions about the businesses. There are big questions within the market about the AI trade. The results yesterday showed an enormous amount of spending, higher than people expected, particularly on the AI side of things. So people are a little bit concerned about that. You know, it travels through to Tesla as well, and you know, worrying about whether the two businesses can operate symbiotically. But look, SpaceX's shares are taking a bit of a dip recently because they're finding their valuation. You know, we had this fixed price in the IPO, and it's going to take a moment for the market to work out, right, how do we value this company?
A lot of analysts telling us that they're having an identity problem at the moment. Charles, thank you very much. That's Bloomberg's Charles Capel. Well, coming up, we'll discuss the impact of this summer's extreme weather on the insurance industry as Zurich and Swiss Re report today. Details next. This is Bloomberg.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Movie The Wolf of Wall Street doesn't even portray the insanity that occurred.
This is a company built on fraud.
For a lot of people, the American dream turned into the American nightmare.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Beijing, China, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Just coming up to 6:40 a.m. here in London. Well, with results from two major insurance players out today, we're getting a better picture of how extreme weather has affected the industry. Zurich Insurance Group has reported a 13% gain in profit for the first half of 2026, just ahead of estimates. Meanwhile, Swiss Re's return on equity for the first half has missed average estimates. So those numbers in, Bloomberg's Swiss finance reporter Noel Ilian has been looking through them for us. So Noel, just tell us how these results, if they have given us more clarity perhaps on the damages from the wildfires. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning from Zurich. So both actually Swiss Re and Zurich mentioned they had lower catastrophe losses in the first half of this year compared to last year when there were the California wildfires in January. So the current wildfires taking place in Europe don't appear to have fed through into these earning results, and that is largely also due to the fact that they took place more in July, when which is out of the first half of the year, so to speak. So we should see an impact of those, or see if they do end up impacting the insurers, we should see those feed through in the next earnings cycle. But I'm sure both CEOs will be asked about this a lot today, so hopefully we'll get some guidance on what we can expect and what the impact has been of the wildfires on both later today.
Yeah, a huge question really is whether Europe's going to become uninsurable in vast swathes. Noel, though, thank you for your analysis. That's Bloomberg's Noel Ilian. And we'll be speaking to the CFO of Swiss Re on the opening trade at 8:45 a.m. London time, as well as the CEO of Zurich Insurance on the Pulse at 9:15. So don't miss those two interviews. But coming up, more CEO interviews for you. We're going to be talking to the CEO of Commerzbank off the back of their earnings, Bettina Orlopp, coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CXAI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
Ryan Miller fixes his hair. Doesn't know why he picked such an ugly shirt, but knows he can do more with his money. Ryan opens his Fidelity app, sees his opportunity, and takes it.
Ryan sets his investments to automatic.
That was easier than I thought.
It's a good shirt.
Really?
It's like flowers, but also a cow.
Not sure that helps.
Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier investing.
On Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, Commerzbank has said that a joint strategy with UniCredit could create value for investors in the strongest signal yet that it's seeking to avoid a confrontation. The bank has announced a buyback of up to 1.2 billion euros as second quarter net interest income beat. We can now speak to the CEO of Commerzbank, Bettina Orlopp. Bettina, really appreciate you making time for Bloomberg this morning. Thank you, and it's nice to see you. Just tell us your message to shareholders this quarter.
Well, it's pretty clear. I mean, we deliver. We have seen now a record net income for the first half of the year with 1.8 billion euros. And that is driven by very strong revenues. They are up 7%, specifically impacted by 8% net commission income growth. And it's coupled with a very good cost discipline, meaning that operating result went even up 14%. And we now have a competitive cost-income ratio of 53% if you include compulsory contributions. Without, it's 50%. So all in all, very, very helpful data. It shows that we deliver despite all turbulences that might be out there.
And what's been the impact of the war in Iran and the German spending package on your business?
Well, overall, I mean, the war on Iran has shown little impact. I mean, we increased our guidance for the full year in May, and that has not changed. So we stick to our 3.4 billion net income, and which also means a very decent capital return for this year. I mean, what we see in Germany in the moment is recovery of some data. We have increased our GDP growth forecast to 1%, which was 0.6% beforehand. And we see IFO data, the IFO index improving. We see order data improving, and we see further reform packages launched by the German government when it comes to the pension reform, but also the labor market. So all in all, this might create some tailwind. We, however, also see that Mittelstand clients are still rather cautious.
Okay. We also have to talk about UniCredit. You've said in a statement in the earnings presentation alongside these numbers that teaming up with UniCredit could be positive. Are you still going to be speaking directly to the CEO, Andrea Orcel, after the earnings presentation?
Well, you know, I mean, yeah, we talk and we have talked after every quarter, UniCredit and Commerzbank, because there are a very large investor since a couple of quarters. So it's very normal that we have interactions with a very significant shareholder, and that will and these meetings will continue for sure.
Yeah, I just wondered what your relationship's been like with Andrea Orcel, Bettina, because we know that he wants to speak with the German government and the Workers' Council, and made no mention of Commerzbank management when in the recent comments.
Well, first of all, I think we are both. We're both committed to increase and maximize the value for our stakeholders. And I think that is a good basis for meetings, also meetings between the two of us.
Well, what will your main other asks be then in the takeover talks? I'm thinking about keeping the international network, the headquarters, keeping the public listing. Maybe you want some job guarantees.
I understand the interest in that, but you will understand that I think things like that should be discussed first between Commerzbank and UniCredit, and then we will definitely come out to the public to share more details on it. For the time being, I think it's important, A, that we deliver and that we continue to deliver against our targets, and B, that we are in constructive dialogue with UniCredit to figure out also some technical details, but also then how we organize the phase ahead of us, but also how potential target pictures could look like. And the best thing to do that, and the most value accretive thing to do it, is to do it jointly, and that's the basis.
Okay, then, well, talk to us about any strategic tweaks that you've got planned, because I'm sure lots of investors will be wondering really whether they would make much of a difference at this point.
Well, I mean, for us in the moment, we are a publicly listed bank. So for us, the most important thing in the moment is to deliver what we have promised to the market, because that is also what the expectation is. And we have some aspirational targets out there, not only for this year, but also when it comes to 2028 and 2030. Think about the 17% ROTE for 2028 and the 21% for 2030. We can't stop now or do anything, but we really need to invest. We need to further develop our value proposition. We need to implement our initiatives, and we need to be out there with our clients. And in parallel, it is our job jointly together with UniCredit to figure out how we can create value in a joint approach.
And perhaps you don't want to talk about the details of the takeover talks, understand that, but have any investors apart from UniCredit asked you, Bettina, to step aside as CEO to make way for somebody else to strike a deal with Andrea Rochel?
No, rather the contrary. I think it's, and I see it as my mandate to protect the institution and to maximize the value for the institution. I have a contract until 2029, and as long as the supervisory board is not asking me differently, I will be there for the company, for its stakeholders, and when you look back and if you just take the last 22 months, we already acted in the interest of all stakeholders, and that includes UniCredit, because we have improved significantly our profitability. Our share price has tripled. So all in all, I think everybody can be very, very happy with the development of the bank also in the last 24 months.
Yeah, and on that note, you've unveiled this €1.2 billion buyback. I wonder, are you considering altering your distribution policy anymore, given that dividends and buybacks mainly benefit UniCredit?
Well, we do what is best for our shareholders when it comes to capital return, and that clearly includes also UniCredit. We will not discriminate any of our shareholders, and we promised to the market, to the investors, that we would return 100% of our net income. You just need to consider the 81, as long as we have not reached our target CET1 ratio of 13.5%. We are currently at 14.4%, and that has already considered that we will return 100% of our net income this year. So therefore, we are committed to our capital return policy, which is part of our equity story. And it's beneficial for all shareholders. And clearly, it's also beneficial for UniCredit.
Bettina, it's obviously a sensitive time. I really appreciate you talking through all of those developments and your earnings for us on Bloomberg. Commerzbank CEO Bettina Orlopp there. Great to see you. Thank you very much. Well, let's turn to some other earnings in Germany. Siemens raising its earnings expectations for a second time this year. The manufacturer says that that's due to a surge in data center spending and higher returns from selling software to industry. And the CEO, Roland Busch, told Anna Edwards that the company was seeing strength throughout its digital work.
These are two pieces. One is our automation business and our software business, and both are really firing. So our automation business had an order intake increase of 11%, grew by 7%. So we see a good momentum there that comes with a good conversion. And our software business is very strong. It grew by 11%. If you take our total Siemens digital business, software and services, it grew by 15. So we have a growth momentum, which obviously translates also into good profitability.
And what about the competitive landscape? I'm thinking in particular about factory automation. There are Chinese competitors who are in that space, and I wonder how competitive the landscape is right now.
So we are very competitive also in China. You know, we developed and launched new Chinese products. The first 16 landed in the market, another batch of 26 we launched early this year. They grow in the mid-20s percentage points, so we are winning customers, we're winning new customers, we're winning customers back. So automation business is doing in China very well. But then the rest of the portfolio globally as well. We see a pickup also in the machine business, also in China, which helps us also on the high-end side where we see our core portfolio of automation landing very well. So therefore, in total, we did our homework in developing really super competitive new products in all markets, by the way, in China, of course, in particular.
Okay, so standing up to the competition in China, then Roland, let me ask you about the data center build out and the ways that the Siemens product lineup is able to supply that. How sustainable is the demand that you're seeing in connection with the data center rollout?
So let's briefly talk about the impact of data center business. So again, this is a massive investment which goes there. I come to your question in a second. That helped us also growing our smart infrastructure business. For example, electrification business grew by 20%, electrical products by 18%. But we had also a growth from our automation business as well, which was pulled also in this one. So now you understand that we have, of course, the electrification piece, low voltage, medium voltage, where we have a huge demand, which we can serve. But then AI factories, they go more and more into industrial PLCs, where we have a strong offering. We're also adapting our functionality. We can use it. And then after all, if you want to build new data centers, you want to build them fast and super efficient. So we offer a digital twin of a whole AI factory or data center, which you can optimize in the digital world and then build it, which is definitely a benefit for our customers. So it's a very strong offering here. And then it goes into other technologies like 800 volts DC, so direct current. We launched new products, DC products, switching products, which we have in the market. They get a pull. And then when it comes to liquid cooling, the whole situation changes again. And we have an offering there also for things like solid-state transformers. We're working on that. There are new technologies. And we are working with NVIDIA for a blueprint of these new AI factories together, again, using our digital twins. And we are putting products behind that.
That was the Siemens CEO, Roland Busch, and it is a busy day of earnings. We've already had plenty of them, plenty more ahead. Let's also take a look at the other risk events on the docket for today on the macro front. At 7 a.m. London time, in just a couple of minutes, we'll be getting German factory orders. Then at 10 a.m. London time, it's Euro area retail sales. And at 1:30 p.m., US initial jobless claims expected to have ticked up after the World Cup, but staying around a low level ahead of the payrolls numbers tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. It is nearly Friday. That is true. Now, let's take a look at where markets are right now. The MSCI Asia Pacific Index dropping below 1% lower now, and it's dragged down by the losses we've seen in Korea, down 4.5% on the Kospi. Samsung down 4.5%. Skhainik's down 6.8%, dragged down by the guidance from Sandisk and Western Digital overnight. Nasdaq futures, as you can see, pointing lower, but Europe set for a positive session. The opening trade is coming up next. I'll be taking you to the cash open with Anna Edwards. This is Bloomberg.
Africa has the fastest urbanizing population in the world. That would require energy, transport, food, and all of that requires resources. We need to build the infrastructure that allows us to convert those resources into value. What is important is that African leaders are coming together for regional projects. Partnerships is what make this possible. The future that our children will inherit is the future we build.
Those at the top always give their best. I'm not just talking about myself either.
Fly with the best, Turkish Airlines.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle? We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Every job that I take actually is less about my career and more about life and learning.
How does this idea of being a lifelong learner inform the mission for MasterCard?
When companies grow and they lead in the way that MasterCard does, they don't always take the time to tell their story uniformly around the world and across the business. And it's my job to actually tell this story so people will go, oh, I didn't realize MasterCard did that.
Bringing you the latest business news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Scarlett Fu, reporting from America's biggest military shipyard. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning, everybody. It is Thursday, August the 6th, and here is what is on our agenda. Iran says it's reached an agreement with Oman on a shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. But are we any closer to reopening? Asian chip stocks drop after Sandisk disappoints, and we brace for results from SoftBank. And German business reports. We hear from the leaders of Siemens and Commerzbank.
Well, Anna, this is the picture in markets this morning. Nasdaq futures weighed down by 0.2%. We've already seen losses in the Asian session, dragged down by the Kospi, dragged down by Skhainik's and Samsung, because we had that disappointment in terms of the guidance from Western Digital and Sandisk overnight, both down in post-market trading. And so we're looking for losses stateside when they open up as well. Now, you talk about the geopolitics. Brent is below $80 a barrel on hopes of that deal, progress on that deal in the Middle East to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And given that you've got the inflation concerns being somewhat allayed by that prospect, gold has been above the $4,300 an ounce level. We're below that now. 4,266 is where we trade on the yellow metal. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Welcome to the programme, everybody. This is the opening trade. It's just gone 7 o'clock here in London. So, Lizzie, we need to start with what's going on in the Middle East because we keep watching this for further developments. Has anything really moved? I mean, we've heard from Iran that they've reached a deal with Oman about a route through the Strait of Hormuz. These conversations that we understand are at the final stages, but Iran has said enough to suggest that they have secured this deal. But it is a temporary route. It's only supposed to last 2 to 4 months. And the Iranians tell us it doesn't mean anything for the overall reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. They blame the Americans. They say that it depends very much on American behaviour. But we do know that America is still blockading Iranian ports. So if that is still an area of falling out, then does this take us any closer, really, to reopening the Strait of Hormuz? In the meantime, though, at least it's been enough to keep oil prices at or below $80 a barrel.
Yeah, holding on to declines. And as I say, we had seen gold above $4,300 a troy ounce, the biggest gain in 6 months, because the idea is if you have oil flowing again, oil prices will keep below this 80 level, maybe inflation falls, fewer rate hikes, and then you can go back to a non-yielding asset like gold. But we've heard from various Fed speakers over the past 24 hours. Neil Kashkari saying that the Fed should hike now to tame inflation. And remember, he was one of the dissenters last week. He's still mulling how to vote, he says, but it's not impossible. There are 3 hikes before the end of the year. Lisa Cook saying that she's ready to hike if inflation doesn't cool. She voted for a hold. And Mary Daly saying that she supported last week's decision, but there could be a need to hike later. So that Fed conversation still wide open for September.
Absolutely. You just have to look at the range of options that Mary Daly was talking about to see how wide open it really is. Here's an interesting clue. Javier Blas is writing about where oil companies think oil prices are going as evidenced by what they're doing with their balance sheets. I thought this was an interesting take. So don't listen to them talking about worries about oil prices going higher. Look at what they're doing with their their balance sheets. This, according to Bloomberg Opinion's Javier Blas, he says they are building up their balance sheets. They're not returning cash to shareholders. They are bracing for a lower oil price. That is what it looks like to him when he looks at all the earnings that we've had out so far and where that's left the balance sheets of big oil.
And of course, he was making the point earlier in the week, or maybe last week, that the supply crunch isn't as bad. So maybe that's part of the reason. Well, let's turn over to what's happening in tech, because as I say, Asia stocks down this morning, dragged down by the Kospi, dragged down by losses for Samsung and Skhainicks, and they in turn have been knocked by that disappointing guidance from Sandisk and Western Digital stateside, both down in post-market trading, and Nasdaq futures pointing lower as well now. But if you look at these actual results from Sandisk and Western Digital, they weren't that weak. You've got beat and raises from both of them. It's about the guidance. So investors really grading every link in the memory chain, and any hint of softness punished quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is that revenue guidance out of Sandisk that did seem to weigh on their numbers, down by 8% after hours. And as you say, that's weighing on the Asia session. A little bit of Bloomberg Intelligence saying this was a stumble from Sandisk, but also casting this as maybe supply and demand in memory coming back into balance a little better, rather than all the incredible period of mismatch that we've seen. So maybe we have to get used to some of that. We are looking ahead to SoftBank numbers. We're going to get those coming in within the half hour, we think. What kind of reassurance will we get around the AI story, and specifically around SoftBank? What is their AI story? Is it very much about OpenAI? Of course, they have the ARM investment, which is substantial, and that could play well for them. But is it very much about AI, or is it other things? And the market does seem to be looking for other strings to the SoftBank AI bow, other than their investment in OpenAI.
Yeah, but obviously they've invested a holding of more than a 10% stake. So if OpenAI delays its IPO, how is SoftBank going to manage its finances? One big question. Masayoshi Son really waiting for the spoils of AI to materialize, because he's got his finger in so many different multi-billion-dollar pots here at this stage. So SoftBank very exposed. Those numbers really are going to test the Asia tech rally.
Yeah, absolutely. And really another poster child, along with what was going on in Korea, another poster child for the volatility around tech right now. This stock, year to date up by 19%. But since the peak that we saw in June, the stock is down by 40%. For a business the scale and size of SoftBank, that is quite incredible volatility that we've seen within that individual business. Let's talk about some of the earnings stories that we've been covering today, Lizzie. And I'll start with the German factory side of things, or industrial side of things, I should say, because it's very much more than that these days. But Siemens out with their numbers, and increasing guidance is the overall message, and maybe that pushes the stock a little bit higher this morning. Very positive. I spoke to Roland Bush. We'll play more of that conversation. In fact, you played some of it in Daybreak. Very positive on automation trends. Very positive on facing up to the competition in China. Positive again on pricing and on data centers. And it's around data centers where a number of the areas of their business roll out products that data centers sort of hoover up. And so that was an interesting part of the conversation. Interestingly, going back to the AI large language models story and all of that, as we were with SoftBank, he's very keen on open source AI models. And of course, these are more cost effective if you are primarily a user of AI. So perhaps that's part of the narrative there.
Yeah, so more from Germany as well. Commerzbank was out with numbers at the top of the last hour too. Top line from them is that they've unveiled this €1.2 billion buyback. The UniCredit talks are looming. I talked to Bettina Orlopp in the past few minutes, the CEO, and really she did not want to talk about what the contents of the takeover terms are going to be. I really did try to push her there, but she said we talk to UniCredit after every quarter. That's going to continue after these earnings. She will disclose the details on the talks after, she said, but her mandate is to protect the institution and maximise value. So they're the lines from her. She's trying to show that her strategy works, as you have Commerzbank just waiting in the wings there. They're trying to expand their stake, of course.
UniCredit, yes, absolutely.
UniCredit,
yes. Let's talk about Rheinmetall just briefly, because they cut their full-year sales guidance. For the first half numbers, they beat estimates, but this in the defence space, of course, but they cut their full-year sales guidance. But I wonder how much of this is in the price already, because of that cancelled frigate project that we previously mentioned. That was a little bit earlier on in the summer. And as we're talking about German industrial businesses, let's just mention the Germany June factory orders number, which is kind of incredible, really strong, but caution, of course, this is 1 month's data and it's a really volatile data set. But Germany's factory orders rose more than economists expected in June, up by 3.1%, just month on month. The estimate was just for an increase of 0.5%. So that is way beyond what the market was expecting. So we'll see if this does tell us something about a substantial turnaround in the German industrial landscape. Let's tell you what else is coming up in the programme in terms of corporate earnings. We will be, and guest conversations as well. We'll speak to Anders Malmström, the Swiss Re Group CFO. A lot to talk about when it comes to fires in Europe, of course. Luis Costa will be with us, Citi's global head of EM strategy. Are we expecting the dollar to weaken? What's in that for emerging markets? We'll also speak to Eric White-Tennis, JP Morgan Private Bank investment strategy head for EMEA. And on the geopolitical front, we will keep across a number of themes there. Jane Kinnenmont, United Nations Association UK CEO, will be with us.
Let's take a look at what else we're watching throughout the day. At 9 a.m. London time, we get the ECB publishing its economic bulletin. Before at 10 a.m, we have Euro area retail sales numbers. At 1:30 p.m. London time, it's the US initial jobless claims data ahead, of course, of payrolls tomorrow. These numbers expected to have ticked up after the World Cup, but staying around a low level. And then even more earnings. Ralph Lauren, Warner Brothers reporting stateside, and it's SpaceX's unlocking to get underway with the $101 billion worth of stock available for trading today.
Yeah, and this is just one of the unlocking events, because that was one of the features of this big IPO, was that the unlocking, the expiry of the lock-ins was going to be in a number of different periods of time. So it was not all one big event. Matt Levine writing interestingly about these overhangs, and stock overhangs are nothing new. This is something we've dealt with for a long time in equity markets. But he says this staging of the lock-in, maybe Anthropic, maybe OpenAI, other tech names when they come to market could start to use something similar. And so for that reason, deserves some focus. And he says it's really hard to model because you just don't really have a sense of, yes, you are able to sell from this date, certain shareholders, but will you want to? And without any kind of framework for understanding whether investors want to sell, this is quite difficult to model.
Yeah, totally uncharted territory. Yes, we've seen deals like this, but not on this scale. And a 9-stage structure, the whole idea was that you don't have a free-for-all sell-off, but take a look at the share price plunging there. Is that what's going to happen and continue off the back of this lock-up ending?
Thinking about tech, where that takes us. Coming up on the programme, major hedge funds report a wave of attempted cyber attacks. We'll have the details there. Plus, SoftBank is set to report earnings in a big test for the strength of investor optimism around AI. We will bring you those numbers as they break. Up next, we'll speak to Anika Gupta, Macroeconomic Director over at Wisdom Tree. Thoughts on the AI trade, certainly in the mix there. If you want to get in touch with us, IB plus BBTV Go is the function on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Fixes his hair. Doesn't know why he picked such an ugly shirt, but knows he can do more with his money. Ryan opens his Fidelity app, sees his opportunity, and takes it.
Ryan sets his investments to automatic.
That was easier than I thought.
It's a good shirt.
Really?
It's like flowers, but also a cow.
Not sure that helps.
Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier investing.
68% of the world's population will live in urban areas by 2050, and Dubai's population is set to double in the next 14 years. The Emirate is tackling this rapid growth with a raft of mega projects. It's all part of Dubai's 2040 Urban Master Plan. It's investing billions to expand its financial center, launching the traffic-busting Dubai Loop, and a $9 billion metro expansion spanning across 42 kilometers, helping to create a true 20-minute city.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CX AI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to kill people. I do not want to kill people. But at some point we're gonna. We were set for the biggest attack of any attack, and we've hit them very hard for the last few months. But we were all set for the biggest attack since World War II, and they called me and they said, "Please don't do it. Let's talk." And then they said, "We never said that." You know what? The fake news knows they did say that, but we are talking. Let's see what happens.
President Trump speaking at an event in Las Vegas, and earlier Iran said that it had reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. An Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman said that in a joint statement from Tehran and Muscat is underway and under review. It's in the final drafting stage, we hear. So for more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar in Dubai. Abir, it looks like talks are happening, but how close are the countries to reaching an agreement, and what's Washington's role in all of this?
Good morning, Lizzie. Yes, talks are happening. Just to be sure, those are talks between Iran and Oman that are taking place. And as you have mentioned, in the final stages, they're both now readying to get a final agreement drafted and made public. And those are between Oman and Iran, essentially a mechanism to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there's a lot of details to be ironed out here about just how exactly ships that are outbound and inbound would make their way through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll await more details once that draft is publicized. But what we know from the Iranian side, and you mentioned the spokesperson for the foreign ministry, Ismail Baghai, that said that negotiations are forward moving and the deal would be struck if certain third parties do not obstruct the process. Obviously, they're referring to the United States, perhaps Israel as well. But they did say, that's the Iranians, that Washington had no involvement in these negotiations that have been taking place between Iran and Oman over the past 10 days or so. We've reported on it last week, Lizzie. We also reported that Iran might be softening to the idea of European nations coming to the Strait of Hormuz and demining it. This is citing sources familiar, according to our own reporting. So a lot happening when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. But again, just to be sure, these negotiations are primarily on opening up the waterway. They do not include, as far as we're aware, any formal discussions between Iran and Washington about further concessions. That's a nuclear component, the sanctions, and the frozen assets. The deal that was reached, or the temporary deal that was reached in June in Switzerland, that MOU that really left the window when the escalations restarted in the Middle East, Lizzie, that's not the same thing. We're just now talking about a mechanism to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And according to the Iranian side, it may not be immediate. These are reports that came out yesterday, according to state TV from Iran, saying that this would be a temporary reopening and that it might not be immediate. But a lot of details, again, as I mentioned, still need to be ironed out. We'll await, of course, throughout the course of the day if that draft is actually publicized and what the key insights there are.
Yes, still some gaps, it would seem, between where we are now, Abir, and an actual reopening to full traffic. Abir, thank you very much. Abir Abu Omar in Dubai. For more, we're joined by Anika Gupta, Director of Macroeconomic Research at Wisdom Tree. Anika, nice to have you with us. We'll get into your wider thoughts on AI and plenty of other investment strategy. But just as we were listening to Abir there, I wonder what assumptions you're making about the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Is this still something that has a hold over your investment strategy, or are you able to put it to one side?
A very good morning, Anna. No, I think, in our view, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is a very important factor. And I think it's, it's been holding back markets at several points over the year. Equity markets have been pricing the event as, they were anticipating that in June we would get this memorandum of understanding, and it did pan out to be that way. But the reality is we still haven't got absolute clarity. And, it has fed into higher energy prices. Those high energy prices are feeding into higher inflation expectations. So I think as long as that uncertainty exists, that remains a very important overhang for equity markets, given the fact that it poses a very important headwind to higher inflation risks.
Yes, indeed. And I wonder how much your thesis around Europe, Anika, is dictated by energy prices, and how much can the earnings story set that aside and power Europe higher anyway?
Yeah, it's been a really interesting first half, Anna. 70% of the MSCI Europe's year-to-date return was focused on these AI capex related sectors. And I think a large reason for that is the rest of the European market was overweighted by, higher energy prices. And so most of the strength was concentrated in the AI related sectors. Now that we have obtained the memorandum of understanding, we're coming closer towards a bit more clarity on the MOU. We have started to see a bit of a broadening across the earnings revision breadth. And now that is being led by energy. We've also seen semiconductors, but we're also beginning to see metals and mining, utilities, and the financials start to post some better earnings results. And I think that's the key point. While in emerging markets, while in the US, we see very, very strong concentration. In Europe, that improvement is now coming from cheaper, under-owned companies that are likely to broaden the equity market breadth. And I think another very interesting point that we are searching. Yes.
Anika, let me just interrupt to put a point from Mike Belk yesterday on this, because he was arguing that France and Germany are shedding jobs, that you've got Chinese competition when it comes to automotives in the European continent. And then, yes, you've got higher interest rates benefiting banks at the moment, but it's just a short-term story because you're going to have fewer people to lend to because of the demographic picture. And therefore, he's negative when it comes to the outlook for European stocks. Yes, we might be at all-time highs and futures pointing higher this morning, but the outlook isn't so positive. Anika, why is he wrong?
Well, I think, similar to what we had done a few years back in underestimating the power of fiscal stimulus, I wouldn't want to make that mistake again in the case of Europe. And I think what is really interesting is the upcoming valuation trade for European equities is providing a generational public spending cycle. And we're likely to see, overlapping programs channel well over 2 trillion euros into both the physical and the industrial backbone of the European economy. And it's going to pan out over the decade. And that's what's really interesting. So the beneficiaries of this fiscal stimulus are going to map across, most of the under-owned 85% of the market. So we're talking construction and building materials, the defense sector, electrical infrastructure, clean power supply chains that, Europe needs to build out to ward off this overdependence we have on our energy supplies. And I think that is the point that investors need to recognize. When we start to see that fiscal policy come through, that will cement that rotation of earnings that we've started to begin to see take place across Europe.
Well, let me just hone in on the defence trade, and specifically here in the UK, because, of course, we've got a Chancellor who used to be the Defence Secretary promising to spend more on defence, but we know how fiscally constrained John Healey is. Are you going to be buying UK defence stocks? Have you already?
Absolutely. UK defense accounts for a very high share in our defense fund. And I think, what we have seen it has been a remarkable recent turn of events. We have now John Healey moving from Defense Secretary to Chancellor under the new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. And that has it's putting a proven defense advocate in charge of a department that decides whether spending plans become a more funded reality. Now, what we have been seeing is a lot of evidence of a number of UK companies, ranging from BAE Systems to Rolls-Royce. We've had Babcock recently announced, and their earnings results have actually been very strong. So they are providing further evidence that the spending commitments and the policy that was put into place by the government is now translating into execution taking place on ground. So we are seeing those expanding order backlogs now actually being put into practice.
Annika, thank you very much. Annika Gupta, Wisdom Tree's Macroeconomic Research Director.
Now let's take you through what else you need to know this morning. A German airport used as a major hub for NATO and Ukraine temporarily suspended flights after an armed drone was discovered yesterday. State police say that the drone found at Leipzig-Halle Airport was equipped with an explosive device. A cargo plane also reported colliding mid-air with a small unidentified object. The airport has previously been targeted for espionage and sabotage. Elsewhere, President Trump is said to be preparing to impose levies of at least 15% and minimum prices on imported polysilicon. The move is seen as a bid to boost domestic production of the material and reduce reliance on Chinese supply chains. And Bloomberg has learned that hackers launched a wave of sophisticated attacks on Wall Street firms targeting information systems at major money managers. Point72 Asset Management told investors it had been attacked, but there were no initial signs of stolen client data. Attackers also attempted to infiltrate other major hedge funds, including Millennium, Two Sigma and Citadel. Anna, this is scary stuff. They're talking about vishing, which I hadn't heard about. Voice phishing.
Video or voice phishing.
Yeah, where they use tech to mimic someone trusted's voice, call an employer, and then try to facilitate the hack. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have worked.
Yes.
But this is just only going to become more prevalent, surely, the more sophisticated AI gets.
Absolutely. So if the AI tools are increasingly available and fall into the hands of the bad actors, then yes, absolutely, this is something we expect. I like this line coming through from one of the somebody we quoted in our story. Before, hackers could attack 50 entities in a targeted attack. Now they can do 1,000, and I suppose that's just staggering, isn't it? The amount of the widespread nature of these attacks that can be facilitated by the use of AI.
Yeah, and of course, you've also got the scale of the money that's at risk of this. Of course, they're going for Wall Street and trillions of dollars at risk. The more sophisticated this gets and the more successful they are in the hack.
Yeah, absolutely. 7:26 here in London. Let's tell you what's coming up on the programme. Some investors are asking if the Sell America trade is set to make a comeback. We will discuss that and what it means for emerging markets. We'll speak to Citi's Luis Costa. That's conversation coming up shortly. Not everybody's fully on board with the Sell America trade. You just look at American stocks and the way the AI trade is outperforming over in the States. But Chinese competition in the wings, plus what we've heard from the Fed and the Treasury recently, does that make people question where the dollar heads next? What does that mean for emerging markets? That's the conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
New to trading options spreads? Get started with confidence. Answer a few questions and the Interactive Brokers Options Wizard will identify strategies that match your market outlook. Option strategies simplified so you can trade with confidence. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers. Open an account.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
Some see heroes. Others, only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes. A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. The end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Fairness is something we champion at Cannes Lions.
This year, we've introduced new integrity standards for the work. The way people are making work is changing, and AI is being used. So without the benchmark, this is just a conference in the sun. Part of the responsibility is recognizing work that is going to be used as proof points to connect what we all do every day, creative marketing, to the boardroom growth agenda.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Bloomberg Green returns to New York during Climate Week, powered by Bloomberg's award-winning journalists, bringing together the industry leaders, policymakers, and climate innovators to explore what's next in the transition to a more resilient and future-ready world.
The cost of doing nothing is getting bigger and bigger.
Front row seat conversations, building connections, and so much more. Join us. Bloomberg Green, September 22nd and 23rd in New York.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Welcome back, everybody. Thursday morning, 7:30 here in London. We've got European equity markets then in focus, just half an hour away from the start of trade, and we expect to go a little bit higher at the start of trade. We haven't been given a particularly positive handover from the Asian session, or from the United States, actually. Chip stocks were under pressure in the US in session, and then after hours, we got disappointing numbers out of Sanders. That's been weighing on Asia, so that's certainly something that we are watching out for. That's the handover from the Asia session, has been negative, but European stocks looking to make their own story.
Well, let's take a look at the bond space, shall we? And it's not much doing, really, across the curve, across the continent at the moment. We had yields higher a touch for treasuries. The 2-year, I should say, up a basis point. The 10-year steady. But take a look there. Really nothing much happening. Of course, we're taking cues from the oil price. Yes, we're below $80 a barrel on Brent, but still up 0.2% this morning. 79.64 is where we trade for oil on the back of the developments in the Middle East. Iran saying that it's reached an agreement with Oman on a shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz.
OK, let's get to some breaking news, Lizzie. We're just getting those numbers out of SoftBank. We talked about this at the top of the programme, about how we were waiting for these as a test of the AI trade. Well, these numbers look to be pretty strong versus the estimates. So the first quarter net income has come in at 347 billion yen. That's against an estimate of, well, around half that, 165 billion yen. So that number looks to be really strong. The sales number also beating estimates a little bit. They see their full year dividend at 11 yen. That was exactly as had been anticipated. So at first blush, at least, this does look to be positive in terms of the AI story. We don't know where the gains are coming from, and of course this is a very tech-focused but very diversely tech-focused business. It has an ARM holding, it has an OpenAI holding, it has plenty of other parts of the business besides. So we'll look for some of the detail as to what's been driving this then. Yeah, we will indeed. So that from SoftBank. But turning back to the broader markets, global bond and currency traders debating whether really, if it's time to dust off last year's Sell America trade. We've had this flurry of economic policy decisions out of the US over the past 2 weeks. You also got fiscal concerns, the trade war, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. So some in markets are starting to reassess their taste for US Treasuries and the dollar. It's not a new conversation, but we're going back to that Sell America debate, and we're joined now by Luis Costa, Global Head of Emerging Market Strategy at Citi. And Luis, great to see you. I want to start by asking you, if you have a weaker dollar, and I wonder if that's what you expect, how it would affect emerging markets.
It's a blast to emerging currencies, right? But I mean, the whole debate about Sell America, we have to be very careful with that, right? Global flows never bought so much of U.S. tech stocks in decades. Right? If you talk to any global portfolio manager out there, Asia, Europe, Americas, they are in the trade. So, I mean, we have to be cognizant of that. I mean, this bias actually supports the dollar, rather than, the base in the dollar. But of course, there are other components of the trade out there. For example, economic policy uncertainty when it comes to tariffs. I mean, we know after Liberation Week last year, there was first an impetus to, of risk aversion, gave a little bit of a beat to the dollar, but afterwards people realized that actually, you know what, that actually debases the dollar because we got fiscal concerns. We don't know economic policy will go. And now we are talking about Fed. We are, getting used to a new Fed regime, which is very important. I mean, people were expecting the Fed to hike. We actually believe the Fed is not going to hike in the coming FOMC meetings. And actually that debases the dollar. That steepens the curve and debases the dollar. So different components here. If you put this together, it's actually good news for EM currencies because we are dealing with a lot of carry out there. The Brazil real, the Mexico pesos, and the South African rands. I mean, it's different stories, of course, different endogenous components, but generally speaking, this is good for carry.
Well, the diplomatic progress in the Middle East clearly beneficial for EM currencies. The dollar, we've just been showing it pretty steady at the moment.
It's a well-behaved dollar.
Yeah, it really is. It's playing ball. But look, how much would the dollar fall further if that deal gets over the line and the flows are restored in the Strait of Hormuz, or is a deal already priced?
I believe that there can be a little bit of euro upside. So I could imagine that euro going from 115 to 116, 117, something like this, short term, and supporting a little bit of a reflux back to the EM currencies.
But is a temporary partial deal enough to sustain that rally in the oil sensitivity?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question, and my answer is no. I mean, we do believe that obviously the short-term reaction will eventually to take crude to 60 handle or something like this. But afterwards, I mean, the point we make to clients is it's very difficult to imagine geopolitical risk, whatever level you thought we were before the conflict, it's very difficult to imagine that we are going back to original levels, right? I mean, the status quo is changing, right? I mean, even believing that, of course, now everything is focused on the traffic in the strait. And I do believe that they are going to meet in the middle. The Iranian regime needs the cash flow. America needs to come back home. So, I mean, I do believe that, so many aspects here. But, even from the U.S. administration point of view, we already saw that, they ditched a few of the short-term goals. They are not talking about, the long-range missile program. They are not talking about denuclearization anymore. It's all about the strait. So we believe that gets done. And that would eventually bring back a little bit more better sentiment to investment globally.
Yes. I mean, is it the case, Luis, that is it still evident in your strategy and your assumptions that the exposure that some EM economies might have to a higher oil price? Or is that a story from 3 months ago and actually we put that aside and now we're trading on very different factors such as carry and interest rate differentials?
The kind of, the carry magnet is still there, right? But clients have been differentiating pretty well the high sensitive credits and currencies and curves with respect, for example. That's why, generally speaking, if you tell me, Luis, what has been the anatomy of flows over the past 6 months, it's about, most importantly, since the conflict started, it's been pretty much LATAM. Globally, flows are going back to LATAM. They are leaving Asia, they are leaving CEMEA, emerging Europe. They're going, why? Because LATAM, at least when it comes to Hormuz and energy, this is probably a better insulated region. The Brazils, the Mexicos, the Colombias of the world, right? But to your point, there are sensitive parts of EM, for example, Egypt, for example, Turkey, for example, Central European currencies and curves, right? Those are the sensitive pockets. And guess what? When markets feel a little bit better about the strait and flows and potential deals, they actually buy the sensitive parts. That's exactly what we are doing now.
Okay.
We are buying Egypt, we are buying Turkey, because we do believe that there is a little bit more upside in these parts of EM.
Okay, so it's still very tradable. It's still something that is very much manifest in these markets. Can I ask you about food prices with one eye on El Nino? Because we've been talking about this in a sort of developed market context recently, but actually in emerging markets, maybe this is where we have to be a little more nervous about what El Nino could do to certain food prices. So where would that take your thinking, Luis?
This is very important because talking to policymakers, and we do this quite a lot, even, since the April IMF meetings, we noticed that, I mean, many policymakers, central bankers out there, they are looking into El Nino as a potential risk. The problem is, now is not the time yet to verify and see evidences of El Nino, right? I mean, this is something going to materialize inflation-wise, output-wise, towards the end of the year, beginning of 2027, right? So, but this is a fear. But I do believe, and I take El Nino risks as one more reason for central banks to be cautious out there, because they don't know exactly what is going to happen with that food inflation. The Andean countries, Peru, Colombia, very important. In 2015, the last bad El Nino, they suffer a lot inflation-wise, food inflation, Chile as well, right? And, you know, some countries in Africa as well. I mean, South Africa via maize. I mean, this is, so one more reason for central banks to be very cautious. And guess what? Flows into currencies, they are rewarding central banks on the cautious side. We've seen this in Colombia, we've seen this with South Africa, we've seen this with Brazil. So it pays off.
Well, we've seen a cautious BOJ, not hiking. I wonder if you're surprised at how well some of these EM carry trades have been holding up despite that US-Japanese intervention in the currency, because it doesn't feel like August 2024.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I mean, after so many years, maybe too many years doing what I do, we've learned the following, right? I mean, currency interventions don't change the directions of the currency. It doesn't matter the magnitudes, and I do believe that the story in Japan is a story of fiscal dominance, right? I mean, the term premium is high because of the fiscal dominance. And obviously, on top of that, you got inflation run over the past years, you know, an improvement in terms of underlying growth, consumption, etc. You see that. I think essentially to kill the weakening bias on the Japanese yen, you actually need at least the BOJ to close the gap, you know, which is huge. 10-year GGBs, I mean, versus treasuries, a huge gap now, right? So I think that has legs. Obviously, we know that the magnitude, knowing that the U.S. Treasury has joined the support, this is a big, you know, improvement in terms of firepower defending the yen. And the good thing that, you know, that is not necessarily like it was, you know, 10 years ago when, I mean, many people were funding in yen to go long yen currencies, right? These trades, they faded over time. So, I mean, the price action is not necessarily detracting in the price action in yen anymore.
Luis, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Good to take a tour through some emerging markets with you. Luis Costa, Global Head of Emerging Market Strategy at Citi.
Well, we mentioned the Fed, and policymakers are warning that they may need to act on rates.
As I have described, inflation is too high. And I consider the risks to the inflation side of the dual mandate higher than the risks to the employment side at this point. As such, I am prepared to act by raising rates if necessary.
That was Fed Governor Lisa Cook, and we'll discuss where the central bank goes with its inflation fight next later in the programme. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
When you run a small business, you worry. So you try to stay in control of everything, so you know it's done right. Even stuff you don't really need to control. In places that are hard to control.
Das tut mir so leid.
But when you rely on JustWorks to unburden your brain, you can let go.
I can let go.
And just focus on running your small business. Because everything just works.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Some see heroes. Others, only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes. A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. The end of jobs, or or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Fairness is something we champion at Cannes Lions. This year, we've introduced new integrity standards for the work. The way people are making work is changing, and AI is being used. So without the benchmark, this is just a conference in the sun. Part of the responsibility is recognizing work that is going to be used as proof points to connect what we all do every day, creative marketing, to the boardroom growth agenda.
Bringing you the latest geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura on Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. It is Thursday. We have 15 minutes to go until the start of equity trading, and we are expecting something a bit positive for Europe. But Lizzie, we seem to stand aside from the tech themes globally. We've got a lot of European corporate earnings, and maybe that will be the focus in European markets, because in the US yesterday and in the futures picture today, the US looks a little weaker, certainly on NASDAQ futures, and the Asia session has been a little weaker based on some concerns around the AI trade.
Yeah, well, we've had SoftBank Group reporting a smaller than expected decline in quarterly net income as well, helped by a rally in its chip stock holdings, while it awaits further gains from its bets on OpenAI. The Japanese conglomerate is in the spotlight amid wider concerns about climbing debt levels linked to the global AI build-out. So let's find out which numbers we should really be focused on. We can speak to Bloomberg senior strategist Neil Campling. Neil, I wonder what stands out to you from these numbers, because you're looking at Nikkei futures slipping right now, and it seems like that's because there's a focus on net income falling. And the issue there seems to be that you've got to have Masayoshi Son pulling really a big rabbit out of the hat in the earnings call if you're not going to have soft ADRs off the back of it. So is that the line that you would focus on? Because there are other much more positive stories to focus on as well here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there's lots of moving parts to this story. And we've still got the headlines just kind of coming out. But I think the headline positive is probably the fact that they're a big investment gain on the back of the Intel stake, which is like a 3x return in the quarter reported. On the other side, we've just seen some headlines coming out to say that the Vision Fund 2 is going to borrow $10 billion against the stake that SoftBank has in OpenAI, which of course is all still private and not public. So there's how do you mark that to market, and does that raise the questions around the whole circular funding stuff that's going on in the AI trade as well? So there's more questions and answers at the moment. So we need to get some more colour, I think.
Yes, I was going to say, what does it, does it tell us anything about the health of the overall AI trade? And I mean, maybe it's too soon to tell. Based on what you just said, it reminds us of the circular nature of some of these relationships, perhaps.
It does indeed. And of course, the SoftBank close relationship with NVIDIA, and NVIDIA has been sort of the champion, the king, if you like, of a lot of these kind of transactions. And we'll hear from them in a couple of weeks to see what they're saying. So there are many moving parts, but you could also argue, why does the Vision Fund need to borrow money from the parent stake in another company as opposed to going to external investors?
And so what happens if OpenAI delays its IPO? What's the consequence then for SoftBank?
Well, this is another big hot topic of conversation in terms of the legal battles that OpenAI have at the moment. We're seeing lots of management changes within the various companies in the AI stack, as we saw from Google yesterday. And then we've got this battle, I think, between Anthropic and OpenAI as to who comes to market first, because the one that's the last to come to market may face a more challenging environment in terms of investor testing the valuation parameters.
Okay, and we had the Sandisk numbers as well, which is sort of adding into that slightly negative sentiment around tech. That came after hours, Neil, last night in the States. Thank you very much. Bloomberg's Neil Campling joining us with the latest on SoftBank and other AI themes this morning. Let's turn to today's markets in 3 minutes here on the opening trade. We're joined by our Markets Live executive editor, Mark Cudmore. Mark, we're all poring over details of SoftBank numbers. We had Sandisk numbers overnight that were a bit negative. Have we learned in the last 24 hours anything useful and new around the tech trade, the AI trade? Is that where the market's focus is?
I mean, the AI trade is always the most important thing in markets right now. I'm not sure if we've learned anything massively new. I think SoftBank is always going to be at the more concerning leverage kind of end of that kind of AI, circular debt spectrum, as Neil outlined there. So I'm not sure it's kind of incrementally moved us on much. I will say that the price action is still a little bit negative, but it's part of this overall kind of trend that we've seen that for about 15 months until about maybe 2 months ago, is buy everything AI. And now we're really discerning much more which part of the AI trade to trade at different times. It's becoming much more of a micro, bottom-up, needing to know exactly what companies do and differentiating between the various parts of the AI segment.
And what's the bar for the geopolitical story to become the top headline then, Mark? Because we're waiting for more news on this deal between Oman and Iran. It seems like Washington was kind of left out of it. What point does geopolitics really matter again?
If there's a material escalation, ultimately, that will kind of dominate everything, for a brief period of time. If it happens, people are kind of pretty cynical about any kind of deal, given all the number of promises we've had before. On the flip side, I don't think people really expect, material escalation ahead of the midterms. So we're like a little bit probably going to this kind of status quo of not having exact clarity, but not getting much worse. I think as long as that's the case, it'll only ever kind of dominate very briefly before we go back to the AI trade. But as I said, if we get a proper US escalation, well, then that's a whole different story.
And gold can sometimes move around with some of that geopolitics as well, Mark, but often it's just a play on the Fed. So what are you seeing behind the moves we've got in gold recently?
Yeah, I would say gold's probably been the biggest topic of debate in my team the last 24 hours. We had this sudden 4% surge yesterday, which just seemed completely out of line with almost everything else that was kind of happening on the day, and with recent price action where it's kind of not really moved in weeks despite the volatility elsewhere. Now, there must have been some flow behind that, but I think it's extraordinarily interesting with the disclaimer that the short-term volatility of the last 5 weeks has made all short-term trading a bit erratic and hard, and as we've mentioned, there's the US-Iran risk. I think that this move fundamentally makes sense. I was someone who turned bearish gold at the start of the war. I have been bearish now until this flow. I now see this as a valid move higher and maybe the start of the bull trend reasserting. That's because the Fed last week undermined the Fed's credibility at the margin, which means lower real yields expected in the future. But also that was a blow to the dollar. And ultimately, longer term, gold has just traded off dollar and real yields. And if both of them are going to be lower, gold will be higher.
Mark, thanks very much. That's Bloomberg Markets Live Executive Editor Mark Cudmore. And remember, you can get up-to-date analysis from Mark and the team by going to MLIV Go on your terminal. Now, let's turn to our stocks to watch with Chloe Melly. And it's a German theme running through your picks today, Chloe.
Yes, absolutely. Good morning, Lizzie. We are starting off with Commerzbank. Lots are happening today. We've got a strong set of results. We've got a big buyback. But crucially, what we'll focus on today is that Commerzbank did say in its earnings presentation that teaming up with UniCredit to develop a strategy together would create value. Of course, we've seen UniCredit closing in on Commerzbank over the last few months. It is set to take control. And maybe we are now seeing Commerzbank sort of come around to this idea. And we are also heard from the CEO of Commerzbank actually saying that UniCredit should not kind of go at it unilaterally, make those kind of fundamental structural measures on its own. So there's a real emphasis there on this sort of joint approach, a sort of collaboration. And so we'll see how the market reacts to this morning. Moving on to another German company, we've got Siemens this morning raising its guidance. It's, of course, been a big beneficiary of the AI boom. It makes a lot of the equipment for data centers. But then, interestingly, it's also really benefited from a sort of recovery in industrial demand, with a lot of demand for its factory automation software, for example. So a little bit of a rebound there. That's quite interesting. We could see this really boost the shares even further this morning after a gain of about 20% so far this year. And finally, let's go to the final German company of the day, Rheinmetall, cutting its sales outlook after losing out on this German warship contract. So Germany is deciding to buy warships from TKMS, smaller warships, rather than the bigger warships that they had wanted from Rheinmetall originally. Of course, that's a big setback for the company, and we could see that really weighing on the shares this morning after a loss of about 23% already so far this year. So those are the three big German companies to think about this morning.
Yeah, really interesting, that Rheinmetall story. Was really asking myself how much of it would be in the price, but it does look as if we might see some weakness, as if it wasn't all. So, Chloe, thank you very much. Chloe Melly with the latest on those stocks that could be in focus. Just lots of German companies reporting today, weren't there, Lizzie? We had all kinds of, well, the ones that we just heard about from Chloe, of course, but also Deutsche Telekom could be in focus, raising their share buyback program. Henkel is in focus, numbers there. Fraport, numbers there. Merck, Germany's Merck. So lots of German companies in the mix.
Spoiled for choice. Renk is one of the names that's indicated lower on Tradegate this morning, but their first half order intake beat estimates. So this is a punishing place, this market, as we've been seeing for quite some time. But let's take a look at the futures picture. More broadly, Euro Stoxx 50 futures up 0.3%, same-ish for FTSE 100 futures. Let's see where we open in just a couple of minutes' time. This is the opening trade, and this is Bloomberg.
When you run a small business, you want to stay in control of everything. Everywhere.
Das tut mir so leid.
But when you rely on JustWorks to handle international hiring, you can let go. Because everything just works.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CX AI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
The end of jobs, or the end of human struggle? We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Every job that I take actually is less about my career and more about life and learning.
How does this idea of being a lifelong learner inform the mission for MasterCard?
When companies grow and they lead in the way that MasterCard does, they don't always take the time to tell their story uniformly around the world and across the business. And it's my job to actually tell this story so people will go, oh, I didn't realize MasterCard did that.
For us, they are fighting against us. It's a big mistake because we need to have really big global tech leaders in Europe.
Don't miss Daybreak Europe, live every weekday.
A few minutes to go until we get the opening trade here in Europe. This is the picture that we saw on US markets yesterday. I'm not sure it tells us a huge amount about where we're going this morning on European equities, because when Europe closed up, that's the yellow line. After that point, we didn't move all that far on US stocks, perhaps a little bit of a movement to the downside. But the European futures picture looks pretty positive. We seem to stand aside from some of the big global tech themes this morning. Over in the US yesterday, after hours, we saw those 샌디스크 numbers, and maybe that shakes our confidence in the AI story a little bit. That was picked up in Asia, and we saw Asian equity markets under pressure, certainly tech stocks under pressure, Lizzie, as a result of those 샌디스크 numbers and other concerns around AI. And we add in what we're hearing from SoftBank this morning, and Nikkei futures look a little weaker. So that's the Asia-US story. Meanwhile, Europe has a lot of earnings.
We do indeed. Most of them coming from Germany, in fact, this morning. So take a look at the stocks to watch. We'll kick off with Siemens, and they have raised their earnings outlook because of software and data center gains. So keep an eye on them in the industrial space. But we also have defense. So Rheinmetall earnings this morning cutting their outlook. They lost out on a naval contract. Do we see a broader impact across the defense sector? And then banks. This comes back to Commerzbank. They've unveiled a 1.2 billion euro buyback. UniCredit talks, of course, looming, but traders notably bracing for an outsized swing in these shares off the back of these earnings. They'd already said that in advance. Let's see how the market reacts at the open, Anna.
Yeah, really interesting to see how those talks between Commerzbank and UniCredit develop. As you said, the leadership of Commerzbank keeping quite tight-lipped on what the plan is to discuss at those meetings, said they will report back later. But there does seem to be a suggestion that some collaboration between the two could deliver some positivity, which is a more positive line maybe from Commerzbank than we've seen on M&A previously. So that's the banking story over in Germany and, well, more widely in Europe, I suppose. So we'll keep an eye on the M&A story within banking. We're also watching those earnings themes. As you mentioned, Lizzie, Siemens upgrading its guidance. Could that be something that's positive for that giant of the German markets? We'll watch to see if that one goes higher at the open. So the FTSE 100 is open, not up by very much, up by 0.1%. But it is Germany where we got a lot of those earnings. But it is Germany where we are often waiting for the DAX to open, Lizzie. And so we're not expecting to see an instant judgment on those. The CAC 40 is up by 0.6%. The IBEX up by 0.4%. So we do have some areas of positivity as we wait for Germany.
Well, let's take a look at the sectoral breakdown in the meantime. And we've got about 3/4 in positive territory this morning. Media leading the gains today. Utilities not far behind. Bottom of the basket, though, basic resources, travel and leisure, real estate. And if we look at some of the individual names that we were just discussing, those that are already trading, we are looking at Wizz Air shares down more than 5%. Of course, we also had numbers from them this morning, and some of the other those who've been reporting include Diageo up 1.3%, Zurich Insurance just opening down 2.5%, Swiss Re down 2.5% as well. Of course, we've been talking a lot about the impact of wildfires when it comes to those names, but we're still waiting for the German names that have reported results to open. Diageo, I should say, hasn't yet reported its earnings, which is strange because we were expecting them.
I think it was supposed to, and that didn't happen. So that's a strange one. We'll no doubt dig into why that happened. In terms of the individual movers, I'm looking at percentage change. We don't see any of the companies that have reported necessarily out with numbers. I see Tritax is negative. Rent Group, you flagged that earlier, is negative. Lizzie, we've got Persimmon up in positive territory. I think we got an update there. From a points perspective, ASML is the biggest weight on the stock 600. Does this tell us something about those Asia and US tech dynamics that we were tracking from 샌디스크 to SoftBank. Maybe that's where we see that showing up. To the upside, we've got some of the big pharmaceutical names, so maybe we're hiding out there for now. Let us speak to Eric White-Ennis, who's EMEA Head of Investment Strategy over at JP Morgan Private Bank, and with us on set here in London. Eric, nice to speak to you. Thank you very much for coming in. We spend a lot of our time tracking stocks, tracking bonds, probably too much reflecting some sort of 60-40 portfolio assumptions. What are you thinking about global asset allocation to those areas of markets, but also alternative investments right now? What does it look like from a private banking landscape?
So the 60-40 is probably under some degree of challenge in terms of its long-term diversification value proposition. Many investors have relied upon the negative correlation between stocks and bonds for many, many years over market history. And one of the trends that we observe, particularly in the family office community, is a bit of a recognition that that value proposition is under a degree of challenge because there's actually mostly been a positive relationship between the movements between stocks and bonds most recently. And that's not quite ideal because many investors want to have things that are doing different movements in your portfolio at different periods of time. You want those bonds to ideally buffer the downside when equities have to some degree of sell-off. So one of the things that we think makes a lot of sense is to lean more heavily into the alternative space as a bit of a counterbalance to that. And in fact, going back to that same family office community, for those that flag inflation as a concern, and it is something that's on our mind, they are tending to lean into alternatives to a much heavier degree, and we think that makes sense.
Okay, and so is that infrastructure? And do you have concerns that for family offices or for anybody else, that takes you into some space that is maybe a little less liquid, and stocks and bonds might have their downsides, but they're pretty tradable?
So private infrastructure strategies can indeed be a little bit less liquid, but we do think that they are very attractive for a number of different reasons. The top three being, number one, they have bond-like consistency of cash flows in a lot of these strategies, but at higher levels, typically mid to high single-digit consistency of returns. Secondly, extremely low levels of volatility, so a rather smooth ride. And then thirdly, a lot of these strategies actually have almost no relationship whatsoever to what's happening in broader markets. So genuinely giving you that zero or in fact negative correlation. And back to those trends in terms of what we're seeing with family offices, many of these entities and groups out there agree with this. However, a recent study that we did reflected the fact that 79% of portfolios in this community actually have zero allocation to infrastructure. So if people put their money where their mouth is, so to speak, and move with their feet, we think there'll be tailwinds of inflows into the space, which we think makes sense in an environment where that 60-40, that traditional 60-40, is under some challenge.
Eric, I just want to flag some of the moves that we're seeing on shares off the back of the earnings, because we were waiting for Germany to open up, and now they're coming through. Siemens shares down more than 5%, 5.4% lower. Deutsche Telekom shares up the other way, nearly 5%. Commerzbank up 0.2%, and Rheinmetall down 1.7%.
Yes, and Eric, this prompts a question around Germany, I suppose, and the broader equity landscape and what you like and don't like. We had some really strong numbers. I think it was factory orders out of Germany that were really strong. There's a lot of commentary about whether we're going to see some sort of turnaround in the German industrial landscape, manufacturing landscape, or not. How are you thinking about Germany and broader European equities at this point?
Most economic data in most of the major economic centers of the world has actually been more resilient than many people would have feared, given all the energy and inflationary disruptions that we've had. The ECB had to move in the direction of being a bit hawkish with a hike. It's possible that they have to go again in order to try to combat some of those inflationary pressures. But mostly what we've seen is an impressive amount of sustainability of economic growth. It has been led in the U.S., which has continued to be our preference. But for the most part, the data has held up here in the region. And in terms of the U.S., where it is our preference to have the greatest degree of overweight, it has also been driven by this very impressive consistency of earnings, which is also commensurate with valuation levels that we think are quite reasonable.
Well, when you come to the US economic data, of course, we had ADP numbers yesterday preceding the payrolls numbers tomorrow. They were lower than every estimate in a Bloomberg survey. What do you think is going to happen out of the Fed in September? Because different guests say different things. We've had Fed speak overnight, Kashkari floating the idea of a hike. Is that what you're expecting?
So the ISM number in the States was a bit of a smidgen below expectations, but a couple of days ago, a number that I paid more attention to was the manufacturing ISM in the States, which was north of 55.5, and the expansion number is north or south of 50. So that's a good reflection of what's happening with manufacturing in the U.S. and the sustainability of that economy. As it pertains to the Fed, I would categorize the recent Fed meetings as a little bit spicy, so to speak. In June, the new head of the Fed, Warsh, comes in with a more hawkish disposition than most had been expecting. Subsequent to that, though, in July, there was a bit less clear of a message, and that seems to have brought a lot of these questions into focus about what is the Fed most likely to do next and when. We've had an upside pressure on global bond yields. For the most part, it happened in July. We've had a little bit of relief so far here in August. So there is a lot of focus on, does the Fed go perhaps one time or so? Some believe it could be in September. Others are pointing later in the year. We do think that it is possible that the Fed does indeed go, and it's probably more likely than not, but probably just one time or so.
But when you've got the doubt over the Fed's commitment to fighting inflation, when you've got all this change in the way it communicates, the Middle East, you've got the
task forces,
concerns, all of these broader things, why are we not going back to sell America?
Sell America. Well, it's because of the sustainability mainly of that earnings story. I mean, we're very likely to finish this quarter of earnings with what will be the 7th quarter in a row of double-digit percentage earnings growth in the U.S. 10 of the 11 sectors in the S&P are showing margin expansion. We're seeing hundreds of basis points of positive spread between companies that are leaning into AI and those that are not in terms of their profitability. So the earnings story very much so is coming through, and that makes it very reasonable to continue to allocate to a healthy degree to the U.S. And on that valuation point, partially because the earnings have been so robust, I mean, the valuation level, the forward PE of the S&P is just south of 20. Even for tech, it's only at about 21. These are pretty close to 5-year, half-decade types of averages, and with that earnings delivery and reasonable valuations, we think it is reasonable to be healthily long the U.S. market.
And Eric, we ask ourselves a lot of questions about, we see the data center rollout, it's going at an incredible speed, and we ask whether the companies that are going to be buying these services are going to spend, what will the return on investment be for them? Will AI prove to be as good as everybody hopes it will? And you've got some analysis. You find there's actually already a spread between the margins for companies using AI and those who are not. How do you do that kind of analysis? Because the AI sort of costs and benefits seem to be quite distributed around P&Ls when we speak to CEOs. So how are you getting into that kind of data?
So we see it in terms of the earnings delivery and the numbers, and those that disclose how much they are using this technology and those that are not. And that spread is only widening. And we believe that will continue to be the case over time. Many of us experience that in our own day-to-days. Less degree of burdensome weight of slower pace of work, greater degree of efficiency, typically decreased level of cost, more productivity, which is translating into earnings. The ROI question, return on investment, in terms of these enormous amounts of CapEx, capital expenditure dollars that are being put into the ground, that is something that the market will continue to focus on in each one of these quarters going forward, because the numbers are genuinely gigantic. So while it has been showing impressive proof of concept thus far, those questions will continue for this theme to remain buoyant going forward, continuing to invest this CapEx into the ground with an expectation, that kind of buoyancy and that delivery comes going forward.
Eric, nice to see you. Eric White-Tennis there. Thank you very much for coming to see us. EMEA Head of Investment Strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank. Well, let's check in on the Core 6 this morning, shall we? We've already talked a lot about Rheinmetall. Those shares up 1.8%. What else is on the board here? Well, LVMH is gaining, so is Nestle, but it's losses in the tech space, ASML and Schneider. You might have expected that, given that all we've been talking about with Sandisk and also the SoftBank earnings, bit of a mixed picture for them, and Novo Nordisk shares down more than 1%. Of course, we had disappointment from them on the results the other day. Now let's turn to some of the individual stocks on the move as well. Chloe Melly is beginning with WPP. Big move there.
Yes, good morning, Lizzie. We are seeing a huge boost for WPP shares this morning. We're up almost 23% after the earnings reassured investors. So the first half profits beat expectations, and that was thanks to all those cost-cutting efforts that were made by this new CEO, Cindy Rose, who joined last September. So this has been really reassuring to investors, given a lot of weakness in a WPP, which had lost so many contracts and had really struggled against its biggest rival Publicis for the last few years. But it seems that the turnaround is now taking shape, and we are seeing that reflected in that huge boost to the share price this morning. Moving on to another positive mover, we've got Deutsche Telekom raising its buyback by as much as 3 billion euros after earnings came in line with estimates, and so that is driving the stock up about 5.5% this morning. Staying in Germany, but going over to a little bit of weakness with Rheinmetall. Oh, actually now it's back in the green, but it was originally in the red this morning after cutting its sales outlook after losing out on this German warship contract. But we are seeing now the shares going back into the green. Maybe some of that was already priced in. We are seeing, however, the shares down for Siemens, which is quite surprising given that it did raise its guidance this morning thanks to this data center demand, this software demand as well. But perhaps the expectations are really high and it did not manage to meet those elevated expectations. Perhaps this is because there's a bit of weakness in the mobility division, which makes trains. But in any case, we are seeing the shares take actually quite the hit this morning. We're down more than 5% there. And finally, let's go over to Glanbia, which is an Irish maker of protein powders, seeing a big boost this morning after hiking its guidance. Has been one of those big beneficiaries of this protein craze, with both this uptake of weight loss drugs, but then a general sort of wellness trend with people just wanting to buy loads of protein, and it's really benefited from that. So we're up about 9% there.
Chloe, thank you very much. Chloe Melly on the protein beat there. Yeah, that WPP move, incredible, isn't it? And Bloomberg Intelligence talking about it being just a glimmer of hope. That's a big move on a glimmer of hope. Let's talk about some of the German companies that are reporting. We'll get more into the banking story in a moment. Coming up, UniCredit talks loom as Commerzbank announces $1 billion buyback. We will bring you some of our conversation. Lizzie was talking to her, in fact, the Commerzbank CEO, Bettina Orlopp. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets. Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech.
Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Now, Commerzbank says a strategy developed together with UniCredit might be beneficial for investors. I was speaking to the CEO, Bettina Orlop, earlier, and she's outlined the bank's current relationship with the Italian bank.
We have talked after every quarter, UniCredit and Commerzbank, because there are a very large investor since a couple of quarters. So it's very normal that we have interactions with a very significant shareholder, and and these meetings will continue for sure.
Yeah, I just wondered what your relationship's been like with Andrea Orcel, Bettina, because we know that he wants to speak with the German government and the Workers' Council, and made no mention of Commerzbank management when in the recent comments.
Well, first of all, I think we are both. We're both committed to increase and maximize the value for our stakeholders. And I think that is a good basis for meetings, also meetings between the two of us.
Mm-hmm. Well, what will your main other asks be then in the takeover talks? I'm thinking about keeping the international network, the headquarters, keeping the public listing. Maybe you want some job guarantees.
I understand the interest in that, but you will understand that I think things like that should be discussed first between Commerzbank and UniCredit, and then we will definitely come out to the public to share more details on it. For the time being, I think it's important, A, that we deliver and that we continue to deliver against our targets, and B, that we are in constructive dialogue with UniCredit to figure out also some technical details, but also then how we organize the phase ahead of us, but also how potential target pictures could look like. And the best thing to do that, and the most value accretive thing to do it, is to do it jointly, and that's the basis.
That was the Commerzbank CEO, Bettina Orlop, speaking to me earlier off the back of their earnings. Let's get some analysis now. We're joined by Tom Metcalf, Bloomberg Managing Editor for Finance in Europe, the Middle East and Africa. So, Tom, you were listening to Bettina there. She's since been talking on an analyst call. She's speaking to analysts right now, saying that they're optimistic they can find common ground on a business model with UniCredit. The talks have started on a common path. What did you make of what she said there about where they go from here?
Yeah, I mean, understandably cagey, right? Not wanting to show her hand. But yeah, it's sort of inevitable, right? Like, 48% stake, you're obviously going to need to engage. And, I think this change of tune effectively does show that, we are getting close to the end game for what's now been like a 2-year sort of saga. But yeah, those points you raised are exactly the ones you imagine will be kind of top of her Orlop's mind, but also Berlin's. It's job security. They don't want to see sort of an exit in any way, or kind of a big rationalization in Germany. So I think what will be interesting is kind of where the two sides meet, because there's an extreme version where UniCredit effectively takes full control. But there's reasons that might not happen. They could, as I think Orlop was kind of indicating, is, we can work together. There's some kind of joint venture here. Well, I think it will be a very I'd love to be a fly on the wall, because obviously it's been very fiery, and whatever they're saying publicly, they clearly are not seeing eye to eye, and there's many different ways to have gone down from both sides. They were pretty sort of at odds, right from the beginning. So
yes,
those first talks will be fascinating.
Yes, and Commerzbank from the beginning has not appreciated the style of the approach, perhaps.
Yeah,
but interest.
The tone changed when I started asking about UniCredit.
Right. So, but the tone has changed then this morning from them, which is interesting. But what about the earnings story underlying this? They've from the beginning tried to demonstrate they've got an independent future. So what does the earnings picture look like?
Yeah, look, I think they sort of did that again this quarter, right? It's like, so the couple of big things there would be the buyback, 1.2 billion euros, and profit did jump. So they can sell that story of look how strong Commerzbank is as an independent entity. We are in a position of strength here as we enter these talks, negotiations. I think on the flip side, what you're seeing from analysts is describing these results as mixed, fairly in some ways underwhelming, because while there was a profit beat, I think the net interest income was a little bit soft for some analysts. So you can kind of see that in the shares today. It's flat. Obviously, these shares have risen quite a lot. So it depends which side of the story you are on. You can kind of make a positive or a negative out of it.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. That's Bloomberg's Tom Metcalf.
Now, Siemens shares are down after disappointing investors, hoping that it would show a bigger benefit from AI spending. It seems to be the digital industries, the factory automation part of the business, that disappoints investors this morning. But earlier, I spoke to the Siemens CEO, Roland Busch, and began by asking where the strength is coming from, because they've upgraded their EPS guidance.
These are two pieces. One is our automation business and our software business, and both are really firing. So our automation business had an order intake increase of 11%, grew by 7%. So we see a good momentum there that comes with a good conversion. And our software business is very strong. It grew by 11%. If you take our total Siemens digital business, software and services, it grew by 15%. So we have a growth momentum, which obviously translates also into good profitability.
And what about the competitive landscape? I'm thinking in particular about factory automation. There are Chinese competitors who are in that space, and I wonder how competitive the landscape is right now.
So we are very competitive also in China. We developed and launched new Chinese products. The first 16 landed in the market, another batch of 26 we launched early this year. They grow in the mid-20s percentage points. So we are winning customers, we're winning new customers, we're winning customers back. So automation business is doing in China very well. But then the rest of the portfolio globally as well. We see a pickup also in the machine business, also in China, which helps us also on the high-end side, where we see our core portfolio of automation landing very well. So therefore, in total, we did our homework in developing really super competitive new products in all markets, by the way, in China, of course, in particular.
Okay, so standing up to the competition in China, then, Roland, let me ask you about the data center build-out and the ways that the Siemens product lineup is able to supply that. How sustainable is the demand that you're seeing in connection with the data center rollout?
So let's briefly talk about the impact of data center business. So again, this is a massive investment which goes there. I come to your question in a second. That helped us also growing our smart infrastructure business. For example, electrification business grew by 20%, electrical products by 18%. But we had also a growth from our automation business as well, which was pulled also in this one. So now you understand that we have, of course, the electrification piece, low voltage, medium voltage, where we have a huge demand, which we can serve. But then AI factories, they go more and more into industrial PLCs, where we have a strong offering. We're also adapting our functionality. We can use it. And then after all, if you want to build new data centers, you want to build them fast and super efficient. So we offer a digital twin of a whole AI factory or data center, which you can optimize in the digital world and then build it, which is definitely a benefit for our customers. So it's a very strong offering here. And then it goes into other technologies like 800 volts DC, so direct current. We launched new products, DC products, switching products, which we have in the market. They get a pull. And then when it comes to liquid cooling, the whole situation changes again. And we have an offering there also for things like solid-state transformers. We're working on that. There are new technologies. And we are working with NVIDIA for blueprint of these new AI factories together, again, using our digital twins, and we are putting products behind that.
The Siemens CEO, Roland Busch, from Siemens there, sounding pretty positive, but Lizzie, digital industries is quoted as the area of concern by Citi, by Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, and this is to do with standing up to that Chinese competition around automating factories.
Yeah, well, we are looking at the basket in which Siemens sits down, the worst performing sector in Europe for industrial goods and services. Rheinmetall, though, booking the trend up 0.6% despite cutting its outlook. But coming up, we'll turn back to the geopolitics. Iran and Oman looking to seal a deal that could reopen shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. We'll speak to Jane Kinnermont next. This is Bloomberg.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle? We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
This is it. The trade that will make your day. This is what it's all been for. The daily commutes, the endless market monitoring, tracing patterns, tracking flows, auto-quoting, coffee crushing, working orders. This is the trade you've been waiting for. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Bloomberg Trade EMS. Expect more from your execution management system.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
This is the opening trade, 30 minutes into a Thursday session, and we've got gains across European equity markets, sort of standing aside from some of the negativity around technology that we saw in the Asia session and in the US. Nasdaq futures for much of this morning here in Europe has been negative as well. So we're standing aside from that and factoring in, of course, the earnings stories that we've got here in Europe instead. But there's an interesting dynamic here because overall we see these markets going higher, but the earnings stories do seem to be weighing on the markets this morning. So you see the Xetra DAX is underperforming a little bit. It's only up by 0.1%. And that's where we've had a lot of the earnings stories coming through. So whether it's defence or the industrials landscape, in both of those areas, we seem to see a little bit of disappointment as to what's been reported, Lizzie. So that's the overall picture, but some complexity under the hood.
Well, I'll get to those individual names in just a moment, but just broadly looking across the Stock 600 this morning, Anna, you have got investors piling in today. Volumes up nearly 30%, with a skew very much to the upside. Nearly 400 names in the green compared to nearly 200 in the red. So let's take a look at those earnings that have come out, starting with the leaders this morning. And I'll kick off with WPP. What a whopping great move to the upside here, up 25%. Analyst estimates beaten on the cost-cutting efforts by the advertising company. Deutsche Telekom also in focus. They've got an improved outlook. Further buyback announced, so up 5.4%. And earnings as well from Banco BPM this morning. These shares up the most in almost 4 months, but investors particularly focusing on the EPS beat, so up 3.9% there. Turning as well, though, to the laggards today. What's in the red? Well, we can't start with Siemens. You, of course, are speaking to the CEO. The outlook in focus because of the data centre and software gains, and yet disappointment here, down 5.2% as things stand. We also have Zurich Insurance falling, underwhelming earnings from that company, down more than 2%. We're going to talk about insurance later on in the programme as well. Wizz Air as well, they've had an income miss and softer guidance, so it makes sense that we are down nearly 5% here on that airline. Anna, what else do we need to know this morning?
Let's get up to date with some of the other corporate news flow then. SoftBank reported a beat in profit, helped by a rally in its chip stock holdings, while it awaits further gains from its bets on OpenAI. The Tokyo-based tech investors' results are in the spotlight, alongside concerns about the debt levels that AI companies are taking on to spend billions of dollars on data centers and other infrastructure. Bloomberg has learned that hackers launched a wave of sophisticated attacks on Wall Street firms, targeting information systems at major money managers. Point72 Asset Management told investors it had been attacked, but there were no initial signs of stolen client data. Attackers also attempted to infiltrate other major hedge funds, including Millennium, Two Sigma, and Citadel. And Iran says it has reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. The deal is seen as a potential step toward reopening of the critical waterway for energy supplies. According to the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman, a joint statement from Tehran and Muscat is under review and in the final stages of drafting. Any agreement, we understand, could be temporary. Lizzie.
Well, let's get more on that story now. We can speak to Jane Kininmont, CEO of the United Nations Association UK, a geopolitical expert. Jane, really good to see you this morning. So let's just talk about the Middle East first, and we can come on to Ukraine after. If there is going to be a Strait of Hormuz settlement, as it looks like there will be, do you think it'll last? And if you're an investor, should you stay pretty cautious about the situation in Iran? I wonder how stable the situation is likely to be from here on out.
Good morning, Lizzie. And I think listening to these news items about a possible temporary deal, many people will feel a sense of deja vu, as we have had on again, off again talks. And we did, of course, have the previous memorandum of understanding between the US and Iran. I think that both the US and Iran feel under short-term pressure to get an agreement. The US wants to ease the pressure on the global economy and on oil prices. Of course, Donald Trump will have an eye to the midterm elections coming up there. And similarly, Iran too suffers if it can't export much of its oil. So it will be keen to have at least a temporary pause so that it can start getting more of that oil out and then sell it on to places like China. But I think the situation remains really unstable in the longer term. These two countries have been at each other's throats for quite some time. There is no trust between them, and they are both now engaged in this strategic competition of trying to prove who has won the war. They're also, in very different ways, in their different political systems, facing a lot of internal divisions. Now, obviously, we can look at the US political system and all the divisions are clear for everyone to see and reported in the news on a daily basis. Iran is much more opaque, but even there we have seen a lot of signs of division becoming public in recent days as this anti-American political system struggles with itself over whether to make a lasting deal with a country that it has traditionally called the Great Satan.
And interestingly, US Vice President J.D. Vance honing in on that point, saying that it's the divisions in the Iranian leadership that's been holding up a deal here. I also, Jane, want to ask you about the European part to play in all of this. There have been reports that diplomats are saying European nations could be involved in demining the Strait of Hormuz. Wouldn't that risk giving the impression, maybe, that they're supporting the US's war effort in Iran?
Europe's in a very difficult position now because this is a secondary issue for Europe compared to this much bigger question about the state of European relationships with the US, the future of NATO, US security guarantees and all of that. So traditionally, Europeans were significant mediators between the US and Iran. But really, since Donald Trump first bombed Iran, which is over a year ago now, Europeans have been basically seen as not significant political players. They didn't want Donald Trump to bomb Iran last year. They didn't want Donald Trump to start the war this year. But because they're so generally nervous and insecure about the US, they've been loath really to condemn the war with just a few exceptions, such as Spain. So they're not really seen by either side as independent players, and there is even a confusion where I think Iran does see them as complicit in the war, whereas European countries generally feel they're doing their best to sit it out. It's still unclear how badly mined the Strait of Hormuz really is, and one of the issues in the negotiations is, will Iran actually reveal what has been done in terms of mining, because that's quite ambiguous at the moment.
Can I take the conversation, Jane? Good morning, to Ukraine. Just in the last 24 hours, we were covering Russian air attacks that killed some 17 people, Ukraine seemingly unable to stop some of the missiles that Russia is sending over. Not the drones, they're able to stop those, but the missiles in particular. They've called on the US for support here, but that process seems to be dragging. What do we expect to happen there? And maybe that ties actually back into the Iran story because of other demand on those same supplies.
Yes, that's right. And, Ukraine has had a few months of seeming to be able to turn the tables militarily and to regain strength in its war with Russia, which, of course, is a war against an illegal invasion. But they are clearly very worried as they start to think about the winter, because Ukraine gets extremely cold in the winter, and we have seen Russia using missiles and drones to devastate the country's energy infrastructure in and ahead of the winter in an attempt to make civilians suffer and to sort of break the morale of the population. So this is a really critical time period for Ukraine, and they are deeply concerned because, right now there's a global shortage of missile interceptors, and with the war with Iran, Gulf countries want those interceptors as well. The world is responding by trying to ramp up the defence industry's production of interceptors, but certainly we at the UN Association would argue the world needs to be investing more in arms control, diplomacy and efforts to stop the conflict spreading, especially in the Middle East, where we can see the potential for it to spread around the Red Sea. It is very important to try to contain and reduce conflict and not think that we can solve these problems by increasing the supplies of military hardware.
Yeah, meanwhile, we see Ukraine hitting 2 Russian oil refineries, that confirmed by President Zelensky just this morning. So that conflict continues. Just picking up on the point you made just there, you actually think that the West is disinvesting in diplomacy, Jane. Where does that take us?
Well, we are seeing this. I mean, of course, many people would say that defence spending itself is designed to prevent war. There is a whole debate there. But we certainly are seeing that as Western countries spend much more on their militaries, they're also cutting other things. The UN's budget has been slashed. The State Department has been gutted. The British Foreign Office is going through major job cuts. And we're seeing foreign aid budgets being cut massively over the past couple of of years, many people assume that foreign aid is simply about poverty alleviation, but the reality is much more complex. A lot of overseas development aid spending does go into peace and security work, whether that is conflict prevention, equipping mediators, funding diplomacy, or sometimes building the capacity of fragile states to do things like police their own borders or, get equipment for their coast guards to function so that they can tackle smuggling and illicit financial flows. All of these things actually contribute to global peace and security. So when we see the kind of massive aid cuts that many rich countries, not only the US, have made over the past couple of years, that does ring alarm bells in terms of this being a disinvestment in global peace, security and conflict prevention. Philanthropy is also not doing much in this regard. So there really is a need, I would argue, to reinvest in those areas if we don't want to keep hearing the same news stories about seemingly endless wars.
Jane, thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. Jane Kinnamont, the CEO of the United Nations Association UK. Coming up on the programme, we'll talk to Anders Malmström, the Swiss Re Group CFO. The reinsurer out with numbers this morning. Profits beating estimates, but there's lots to discuss when it comes to global catastrophes these days and heat in Europe, wildfires, drought. We'll get to that. This is Bloomberg.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CXAI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
This is it. The trade that will make your day. This is what it's all been for. The daily commutes, the endless market monitoring, tracing patterns, tracking flows, auto-quoting, coffee crushing, working orders. This is the trade you've been waiting for. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Bloomberg Trade EMS. Expect more from your execution management system.
Here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the latest business news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Scarlett Fu, reporting from America's biggest military shipyard. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the opening trade. 8:45 a.m. here in London, 45 minutes into the cash session. This is how it's playing out. Euro Stoxx 600 up 0.4%, but the DAX is the laggard here this morning. We've had a raft of earnings out this morning, from Siemens to Commerzbank to Rheinmetall, and so that is clearly what is weighing on the index. Rheinmetall in the red, down 1.2%. Siemens down nearly 5% as things stand. Commerzbank down 0.5%. But lots more earnings to talk about as well, Anna.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about the reinsurance sector. Swiss Re has reported a first-half profit beat as the reinsurer saw all key business units perform in line with expectations, while the firm announced a fresh round of cost cuts. Joining us now is Anders Malmström, the Swiss Re Group CFO. Anders, very nice to speak to you. So the numbers coming in broadly in line or above in some cases. So how sustainable do you think this performance is from Swiss Re?
Yeah, so good morning, and thanks for having me. Look, I mean, I think, as you said, I mean, the results are strong. I think we're up 9% to $2.8 billion for the group. Important here, it's coming from all three business units, which really shows now the diversification benefit and the breadth of the group. And what's really important as well is here, it's from the underwriting results. There's no one-offs. It's the underwriting results from all three business units that contributed here for this result, which puts us right on track to achieve our full-year target.
Yes, I did read one comment, Anders, this morning from one analyst who said, yes, they were impressed by the numbers overall, but that perhaps they've been flattered by the fact that there weren't, thankfully, I'm sure, so many natural disasters in the reported period. And maybe that hides then a lack of structural progress underneath. Is there anything in that?
So when you look at the Nat Cat, I mean, usually the biggest events always come in the second half of the year. That's when the hurricane season happens. I think we're just in the beginning of it. We haven't seen anything yet. That doesn't mean there will nothing be here. So overall, yes, supported by lower Nat Cat, but we still paid out $17.7 billion US dollars to our clients in the first half of the year. So quite a large amount of money.
Well, of course, we've already seen the wildfires spreading across Europe, very much in focus for insurers, Anders. We've heard estimates that the damages will be a few €100 million. Can you narrow that down for us?
Yeah, so this is an important development that we now see in Europe with the heat waves and the corresponding wildfires. So that's something that, I mean, we probably see developing even more over the future. So that's big. To really give you numbers, it's too early. I mean, things are still happening here. But what is important here, we need to understand the risk, we need to mitigate the risk, and then we need to basically give protection here. And there's still a big protection gap here that people are not covered for the remaining risk here.
Well, how close is Europe to entire regions simply becoming uninsurable?
Yeah, I don't think they become uninsurable. I think it's really what I meant here is we need to understand the risk. We need to say, okay, what's happening here? How can we mitigate the risk? And that's an area where we work a lot now with different parties, with municipalities, with utility companies, to make sure they can reduce or mitigate the risk to the extent possible so that it is insurable or reinsurable, I mean, for us in particular here. But that's a key point here.
So, Anders, is that the solution to the insurance gap? Because you've mentioned it, the ECB has mentioned it in the past. They've repeatedly flagged the existence of a potentially dangerous insurance gap that, just European assets just not being sufficiently insured. What closes that gap?
Yeah, so, I mean, there is a gap, as we mentioned. I think everybody acknowledges that, which is the first thing that needs to happen. Then, again, I repeat myself a bit because it's so important, is understanding the risk, assessing the risk, and then mitigating the risk. Because it's not just to have insurance on it. We don't want that something breaks. We don't want that utility companies have issues with the infrastructure. We don't want that the premises burn down. We want to make sure that we can prevent that. But then there's the remaining risk that needs to be insurable, and that's where we have to work on as well.
Yeah, so what is the role for businesses like yours in the reinsurance space or even in the insurance space to invest in prevention, to help with prevention, to support adaptation? Is there a role for the insurance sector in that?
Absolutely. I think there's a huge role that the insurance sector here plays, and we as well as reinsurers. We have an organization called RDS that goes specifically in and talks to the involved parties, as I mentioned, municipalities, as an example, and explain what's happening, explain how this risk can be managed going forward, and then how it can be insured. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, specifically on that prevention resilience front, are you looking at lower premiums for households and companies that invest in shoring up properties proactively?
So when it comes to the premium, it's very important at the end of the day that the premium are risk adjusted so that they really cover the risk. There's no benefit in just reducing premiums and then people take the wrong risk. So it all has to hang together between what is the risk, how do you assess the risk, how do you price the risk, and then the premiums need to follow. They cannot be upfront low premiums for risk that is not covered by that. It needs to really hang together, but that's why prevention is so important here.
At the moment, Anders, it seems that the wildfire catastrophe bonds market is very much focused on California, and California dominates. Do you see that market developing to cover urban areas in Europe? How do you see that playing out for Europe?
Absolutely. I mean, the alternative capital market is developing, and I clearly see that this is also now going into other areas. When alternative capital comes in, which is an important part, and it's a good addition to the traditional reinsurance, it's again we need to be able to assess the risk properly so that you can price it, and then also issue bonds, corresponding bonds. So, and this is happening. This is happening. This is now also going into Europe and other areas.
Okay, really interesting conversation. Thanks so much for joining us. A lot to learn about wildfires now in Europe, it would seem. Anders Malmström joining us there from Swiss Re, the CFO. Thank you very much. We'll continue this theme into the next hour. On the Pulse, Zurich Insurance Group CEO Marco Greco will be with the team. That's at 9:15 London time.
Well, let's take a look at what else we're watching throughout the day on Bloomberg TV. At 9 a.m. London time, just a few minutes, the ECB will be publishing its economic bulletin. Then at 10 a.m. it's euro area sales, retail sales numbers. 1:30 p.m. UK time, stateside will get initial jobless claims in the run-up to payrolls tomorrow, and then more US earnings will be published. Ralph Lauren and Warner Brothers dropping results, plus more than $100 billion worth of SpaceX shares to be unlocked and available for trading. So let's get more on that story, because SpaceX investors really are hanging on to shares after a plunge below the IPO price, bracing for the next potential hit. And that massive share unlocking today, the influx of stock, could trigger further volatility. We can speak now to Charles Capel, Bloomberg's equity capital markets editor for Europe. Charles, this isn't unique to have a lockup like this, but we've never seen anything on the scale of what SpaceX is doing here. Given the roller coaster that the shares have been on since the IPO, how big of a market reaction should we be braced for right now?
I mean, that's the $1 million or even $1 trillion question. You know, everything about this IPO seems to be unprecedented, and we've never really had a lockup like this. Generally, you have one lockup day, and generally it's around 180 days. But for SpaceX, you've got a 9-stage lockup, and so bit by bit, more and more shares are coming to the market. Today, we're expecting about 900 million more shares to come to the market. Currently, there are only about 680 million shares on the market. So it's going to be a substantial increase in the number of shares for sale. And if you think, well, you've got a massive influx of supply of shares, presumably around the same level of demand, that would lead to people thinking, okay, well, the share price is going to fall. But think again, because this is a known date. This has always been set out. This was in the prospectus. So arbitrage traders, the market would have been anticipating this day. Yeah. They know it's coming, and that would have played into the share price. And so the big question, when pre-market trading starts and when full market trading starts in the US, is how much of that has been baked into the actual IPO price and or the trading price. How much of that is actually going to be people selling the shares? Because even though the shares become available for trading, we don't necessarily know that they're going to want to sell them.
Yes.
Importantly, the shares that are becoming available for trading are from insiders and employees, and that means that they would receive those shares over time, and they would have received them at a price which is likely to be lower than the IPO price. So even though SpaceX is trading underwater, that doesn't necessarily mean they won't want to sell, because they could still take profits.
That's really interesting, and the makeup of the people who own these soon-to-be unlocked shares then is really important for the reasons you just described there, Charles, because I was reading that piece by Matt Levine, Bloomberg Opinion columnist, saying you have to have a framework for thinking about what percentage of these people are likely to sell, and that's just really difficult to know. But it's worth dwelling on, isn't it, because other tech companies might come to market with similar structures in the future. I'm thinking about OpenAI, Anthropic. This could catch on.
Yes, exactly. And we are seeing a series of mega IPOs. Companies are staying private for longer. They're growing quicker than ever in private markets. And when they're coming to the market, they are absolutely enormous. And so in order to avoid this massive influx of shares, partly because they have grown so much in private markets and have this massive shareholder register, you may well see people replicating this type of structure, and you may well see more of these multi-stage lockups happening. You know, one of the really interesting things is that I think it's around October, we're going to have an even bigger influx of shares coming to the market in SpaceX, and that's going to continue to increase the liquidity. So it's going to be a really unprecedented situation.
Yet again, something to watch that is potentially has bigger implications from SpaceX. Thank you very much for joining us, Charles Capel. Lizzie, so that is it for this hour of programming. The Pulse is up next, of course. Stocks are kind of wavering, aren't they, this morning? We've got an Iran deal, which we're focused on. Stock making gains, I suppose, here in Europe, but US futures look a little bit more mixed.
Yeah, Nasdaq futures down 0.4%. That's it for the opening trade. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Build smarter options trades in seconds with the interactive broker's option strategy builder. Trade predefined option strategies or build your own with ease. Visualize your risk and reward and trade confidently. Choose a strategy and place your trade in just a few clicks. Start trading today.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next-generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
on Bloomberg Television.
Stocks waver after hitting record highs as renewed weakness in chip makers weighs on sentiment while investors look ahead to key U.S. jobs data. Iran says it has reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed route through the Strait of Hormuz, raising the prospect of energy flows resuming. Plus, Bloomberg learns that major hedge funds were targeted by hackers in a wave of attempted cyber attacks in recent days. So it's Thursday. There's quite a lot of earnings still coming out in Europe. Stocks broadly flat amid this worries about technology sector. Investors awaiting also developments in the U.S.-Iran talks and looking ahead to key U.S. jobs data tomorrow. Now, the pause in this tech-led rally really comes as investors, I guess, are trying to reassess valuations after some AI-related stocks rebounded from last month's sell-off. And then a couple of other things we're watching out for. Look, gold is a big one. Again, is it gold under Kevin Warsh? Is it gold because we're expecting something with Oman? 4,265 for gold. And then, of course, we look at the U.S. 10-year at 46188. If you look at the European markets, they're mainly following what we're seeing over in the U.S. There's a couple of things that we need to watch out for. Brent holding below $80 a barrel, again, after Iran said it reached this agreement with Oman. The picture across the board, you have the CAC 40, the DAX. The DAX is flat, and then the FTSE gaining some 0.2%. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, tech earnings and U.S.-Iran talks driving the markets yet again, with tomorrow's U.S. jobs report also in focus. Now, plenty to discuss with Aaron Captain from UBS Investment Bank in just a moment. But first, investors really digesting a wave of company earnings, which have tested the strength of AI optimism. SoftBank reported a smaller than expected decline in quarterly net income after high-flying U.S. memory storage stocks SanDisk and Western Digital failed to meet lofty expectations. Well, let's get more with Neil Campling, Bloomberg's senior strategist. Neil, I have 3 questions for you. It's basically earnings, Google, and SpaceX. Sure. But if you start with the earnings, I mean, it feels like every day there's a bit of a pull, and pull back depending on what we hear from them.
Indeed it is. So SoftBank, the big headline beat comes in because of the investment gain from the Intel being up 300% in the second quarter that it reported to. Western Digital and SanDisk, effectively, this is a bit of a travel and arrive. Let's remember that SanDisk is the best performing stock in the S&P 500 year to date, up nearly 500%, had been at one point up more than 800%. Yeah. But the guidance is poor relative to expectations on the sales line. So that is certainly a concern. So there's a reset there in terms of the memory space. So as you mentioned, there's many questions as there are answers in this space currently. Yeah, we're not sure exactly in terms of valuation. We'll ask Aaron in a second. What's your take on, we've had huge changes actually yesterday at Google. And what does it tell us fundamentally? This tells you that there's a fight for talent in the AI space. Now, it was mentioned yesterday that these changes at Google were significant. So significant, it was literally like the Rolling Stones, Keith Richards and Mick Jagger leaving the band to form a new band. Seismic changes. So there is this battle for who can be talent. And of course, partly that is remembering that OpenAI lost a lot of talent before, and born out of that was Anthropic, for example, as perhaps the most powerful AI frontier model. So this is management changes is something that's a big focus in Silicon Valley. And then, I mean, it's actually quite a big day for SpaceX because SpaceX investors bracing for billions of dollars worth of stocks becoming available for trading today. That's right. And what this actually means is that for some of the short sellers that wanted to borrow for the stock, the cost of that is likely to be lower as more stock becomes available. Yeah. We saw into the earnings print there was very little stock available for those short sellers to borrow. So that actually could create more pressure for the stock as some of the hedge funds potentially will question the long-term risks, if you like, of the SpaceX model, because there are many questions again on valuation and the future hopes that Elon Musk has for the company.
Yeah, and to put it bluntly, we've just never seen an IPO like this. So thanks so much, Bloomberg senior strategist Neil Campling. Now let's get more with Aaron Captain, Global Head of Economics and Strategy Research at UBS Investment Bank. Aaron, there's a lot to talk about. I know we'll have a full debrief in a second from our Paul Wallace on the ground with Horumus. But when you look at these fighting forces, I mean, how much of your time is actually spent on AI valuations? How much is it on data in the US and what we're hearing from Kevin Warsh? And how much of it is actually geopolitics?
So a lot of it's on AI, but not necessarily on the AI valuations, right? I think what's been interesting about the CapEx build out, so everyone gets excited, the CapEx numbers are up, that it's almost all memory, right? So if you look from it, because I'm an economist, I look at what does it mean for GDP growth. It actually looks like about 60% of the CapEx build out is memory prices, and next year it's like all of it, right? So memory spend is was 14% of all the CapEx last year. It's going to be 89%, I think, next year, right, of the total cap, like the 1.2 trillion number, right? It's a massive number, but the implication of that is that it will generate no growth, right? So you're not actually adding compute if it's all just a price effect from memory, and so I think so you can then sort of reconcile things, because you can look at the S&P and say, well, no wonder earnings for the whole supply chain are good because we've got a big CapEx number. It's a nominal number. But if you look at what kind of activity it's generating, it's not, I think we're going to see the contribution sort of roll over the next couple of quarters, because you need to start increasing the units of memory. And so that's happening also, but it's not happening, I think, as fast as people sort of penciled in.
But Aaron, I mean, CapEx, there has to be demand. I mean, it feels like this is a bit of a race, right?
Yeah.
In the past, and we used to talk about it, for example, oil drilling. I mean, this is CapEx that took time and that was well thought out.
Yeah.
Are we moving too quickly on this CapEx?
So it's not clear. So our tech analysts are sort of quite relaxed. So obviously, the big debate the last month or so has been about going to cheapen open source models, and isn't that going to reduce demand or revenue for the frontier labs? It's sort of unclear, because we're at the very early stage of the rollout. So what you see now is the reason everyone's getting concerned about token cost is partly because as you start to implement it and it doesn't go to sort of seat-based pricing but user-based pricing, you have to sort of start to look at the cost relative to what you're getting out of it. And I think companies are in the very early stages of that. So I think where the optimism comes from is if only 20% of firms have actually implemented AI in any degree, you've got a lot of runway here to sort of for the demand to go up, even if the prices come down. So I think it's not that clear yet that the CapEx is sort of overdoing it, especially if all the build out of the CapEx is just prices and not volumes.
Aaron, keep it there, because we're going to also get a debrief from Paul Wallace. Iran says it's reached an agreement with Oman on a proposed shipping route through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, an Iranian foreign ministry spokesman said a joint statement from Tehran and Muscat is in the final drafting stage. President Trump has suggested an agreement is close.
I'd rather make a deal, because I don't want to kill people. I do not want to kill people. But at some point we're going to... We were set for the biggest attack of any attack, and we've hit them very hard for the last few months. But we were all set for the biggest attack since World War II. And they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk. And then they said, we never said that. You know what? The fake news knows they did say that, but we are talking. Let's see what happens.
Well, for more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Middle East editor, Paul Wallace. So, Paul, good morning. Iran, Washington, and Oman are all talking. How close are we actually to an agreement?
Francine, we're certainly close, and it's certainly possible that we get something today. But I think what we're waiting for right now is for Oman and Iran to announce a deal over the Strait of Hormuz, a deal that would essentially partially reopen the waterway. It wouldn't be a full reopening, but it would be some kind of 60-day deal to get more traffic moving through it. Iran has said that they've essentially agreed on a draft, the two countries that is. However, we've still not got full confirmation of that, the final thing being signed either by Iran or Oman. It's possible that Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei, who's been in hiding for the past few months, still hasn't agreed to it. We don't know for sure, but there are some signs within Iranian media that we still need his consent, and that could take time. In this war situation, Iranian officials, even the likes of the foreign minister, take a long time to get any answers from him because he's essentially out of contact, and getting message to him involves runners and people shuttling back and forth. So that could be what the delay's down to. And then if they do announce they've finally got a deal, we have to see if it's acceptable to the Americans. They will obviously pass it very closely for the detail, as will the energy and shipping industries.
Paul, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Middle East editor, Paul Wallace, still with us, Aaron Captain from UBS Investment Bank. Aaron, I mean, when you look at, and this is part of your core conviction, right, is that if you look at the energy markets, if you look at trade, everything's still disrupted.
Yeah.
So what's your base case, of the kind of impact this has on the price of oil and inflation?
Okay, so it's disrupted when you look at supply chain stress indicators and things like that, right? It was showing up in the soft data. The soft data is actually rebounded, and it hasn't shown up at all in the hard data, and the financial conditions are super easy, right? So the market just doesn't seem to care. So we have a real tension, I think, between seeing the disruption and not really seeing it in the data, or basic behavior not really changing as a result of the disruption. And part of that is the optimism about the deal, right? So that's sort of... Now, the longer this goes on, you do accumulate more and more inflation, right? So of course, it helps that oil's come down from a recent peak of over 100 back to sort of 80. But at these levels, we're going to get a more elevated CPI print again next month in the U.S., and none of that's helpful for sort of will the Fed hike or not debates, right? So we had sort of our premise was that the data flow is increasingly disinflationary. We expect unemployment to go back up. We basically, we think we're going to get, that's a pretty benign data, but we also get the BEA revision. It's going to lower inflation by 20 bips. So by the time you get to September, if it were just down to the data, I don't think the data flow is supportive of the Fed hiking. But with this energy sort of uncertainty sort of lingering on, it's very uncomfortable because it feels like you don't have a clear route out of sort of the high inflation prints.
But so I've been trying to think back at, what we were thinking 2-3 months ago, which was people were really concerned that the price of oil would go to 110, 120. That hasn't really come to fruition. Yeah. And part of it, and we're not sure why, is China, right? China has just been consuming less. So is this a weakness in the economy, or is it that they found new routes?
No, I think it's not a weakness in the, because it's like a complete drop. Like it's the conflict starts and suddenly they consume 5 billion barrels a day less. So that's a quarter.
Like half almost.
That's like it's like a quarter of the total shortfall, but it's like a half of the shortfall if you think of what's getting out through the pipelines and et cetera. So were it not for China, I think we would have higher prices. Now the question then is, well, how long can they sustain that reduced level of oil demand? And that's unclear, right? So I think the reason we're not seeing stronger inventory drawdowns, which ultimately then would get you sort of into tighter markets, is in large part, I think, at this stage, China.
Okay, so what do you make of Kevin Warsh so far? The bond market is giving him a very clear signal.
Yeah, so the problem is he doesn't say anything in the press conference. So his first meeting, I think 5% of what he said was policy relevant. Powell used to average about 27.
Yeah.
Okay, his second meeting, he was about 9%. He got a little bit better. But the problem is everything he says is hawkish, right? So, and it's funny that, he then says, well, I'm just going to listen to the market. But of course, the market is partly responding to the hawkishness of the little that he does say. So I think at this stage, it's sort of difficult to read. So our view on the Fed is that if you look at the voters, then it's probably 8-4 or 9-3 in favor of not hiking. But the problem is that those that want to hike feel stronger than those that don't. So if Warsh wanted to hike, then I think he could persuade all of them, and they could hike in September. But then again, it's down to the data. We're going to get 2 labor reports, obviously one tomorrow. If unemployment ticks back up, then I think the setup into September is pretty interesting because 11 out of the last 15 reports going into the September meeting have been weak reports. Coupled with lower inflation, why are you hiking, right? So I think I think the market is obviously understandably confused, as are we, but that's sort of right now how we're thinking about it.
And what are you expecting tomorrow?
So it's 70K on payrolls. I think more important than the payroll print is going to be the unemployment print. So we've had basically 1 million people leave the labor force since January. It's the largest drop in labor force participation basically since World War II outside of recessions. It's completely inexplicable. It doesn't jive with any of the other data, and it's happened a few times in 2013, 2015. So that data doesn't get revised, but it does have a tendency to sort of bounce back up a little bit. So if you drift back up, from 4.2 to 4.3, then rather than going down to 4.1, I think 4.1 would be very uncomfortable. I mean, I think then the likelihood of the hikes goes up materially. But because this is a sort of an unexplained drift lower in the participation rate, We think it ticks up, and if that happens, then I think the market will price out a little bit more of the hikes.
And we can't tell yet whether this is, AI related. There's nothing to point to
nothing in the. When you look at the Challenger data, a very large percentage of the layoffs is now attributed to AI, but the Challenger data is only about 5% of the flow, and there's a lot of AI washing because basically people haven't figured it out.
Yeah.
You've got your target. So I think that's partly what's going on. It's really if you look at the sort of the nominal numbers of supposed AI layoffs, they are tiny relative to the monthly inflows and outflows in the labor market.
And Aaron, I guess it's difficult to know whether it's because you're spending so much on CapEx that actually you need to save somewhere, and so it's the entry-level jobs, or whether it's productivity that you don't need those jobs anymore.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be a very difficult trade-off. So the the way I sort of think about it is it all depends on how much of each job you think you can actually replace, right? If you can only replace 20, 30% of a entry-level job, it's still not that easy to cut people because you have to reorganize your entire workflow, put all the 30% bits with one group that you can cut, leave all the 70% bits. It's not that easy, especially if you have smaller firms or smaller teams where the tasks are not transferable between the teams. Right, so I think we're in the figuring it out phase. So all the surveys say that the firms are experimenting, they're trying to sort of, and it's not just about the cost at this stage, because if you're going to compare, your token usage, you also have to figure out, well, what is the revenue I'm getting for that, right? And so you sort of have to do both at the same time, and it's really difficult, I think, to actually measure that.
Aaron, what do you know about the UK? So we're all watching the social media videos of the Prime Minister. We're waiting for that budget on the 28th of October.
Yep.
The Chancellor feels
we do nothing
like he's going to spend more, but otherwise...
It feels that way. It's got a lot of commitments that need to be funded. So far, if they adhere to the fiscal rules, then I think the market will breathe easy. But I think the market will want to wait to see that budget.
So nothing until then?
Nothing until, I think it's very, the problem is it needs to add up, right? And so I'll give you one data point. So, this week, basically they said we're going to leave more money, in the regions, right? You get to keep all your own revenue. The problem is they already keep all their own revenue. There's massive transfers from the south of England or south of the UK to the rest of the country. There are massive fiscal deficits if you go through the regions, up to 22%. So, it's not clear what that means. It just doesn't make any sense, at least just looking at the numbers. So I think it'll get clarified if we get a budget and you see the sort of proper costing of, what they're promising to do.
Aaron, thank you so much, as ever, for joining us. Aaron Captain, a Global Head of Economics and Strategy Research at UBS Investment Bank. Now, coming up, global data center demand helps boost earnings for Zurich Insurance. We'll speak to the Chief Executive next. This is Bloomberg.
Discover a fractional ownership opportunity where you only pay when you fly and without blackout dates or monthly management fees. Fly exclusive.
Behind every great golf shot is great equipment powered by advances in technology and smarter manufacturing. AI-assisted design expands the sweet spot on club faces. X-ray vision helps ensure consistency in every golf ball. And AT&T Business helps manufacturers connect operations across the factory floor and supply chain, giving teams the visibility to make faster, smarter decisions, so players can prepare for the most important shot, the next one.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
reciprocal tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need,
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
hear it first on Bloomberg.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, Zurich Insurance has reported a 13% gain in profit for the first half. The Swiss firm saw growth across all businesses, boosted by global data center and energy infrastructure demand. Now, we're joined by Mario Greco, the chief executive of Zurich Insurance. Mario Greco, as always, a great pleasure to speak to you. Now, what is the exposure so far to the wildfires, and actually what impact are you seeing from it?
No, good morning, Francine. First of all, my pleasure to be in the show this morning. We don't have any material exposure at the moment with the wildfires and with the current situation, but we know well wildfires from our experience in the U.S. and Australia. And we are prepared to support customers should our customers be involved in that. We know prevention, we know mitigation of wildfires. This is something that unfortunately we are kind of expert of.
So, Mario, overall, and I want to get into the data centers in just a second, but does it mean that actually certain of your competitors will also be able to, will have to stop insuring certain parts? I mean, because of climate change and what we're seeing, does a larger, proportion of the economy become uninsurable?
I would not say that it's uninsurable. I would say that the cost of this insurance might be higher over time and could reach levels that might not be interesting convenience for the customers. But in terms of availability of insurance, at least speaking for Zurich Insurance, we will definitely continue to provide coverage to customers for weather events, for natural catastrophes, at the right price.
You at the right price. So you've had a good set of earnings boosted by this global data center demand. How much more infrastructure do you think we'll need for data centers? There's concern about, the fact that we're spending a lot and we don't see revenue. Do you have a projection of how much demand could grow? Oh, I think we've lost you. Mario Greco, can you still hear me? I think we have a little bit of technical issue, and that's never a good thing when you're trying to speak to a chief executive about some of the earnings that they've put out. So I think we'll try and go back to Mario in just a second. But Siemens, in the meantime, has raised its earnings expectations for a second time this year due to a surge in data center spending. Well, the chief executive, Roland Busch, also data center spending, has been discussing the outlook with Anna Edwards.
These are two pieces. One is our automation business and our software business, and both are really firing. So our automation business had an order intake increase of 11%, grew by 7%. So we see a good momentum there that comes with a good conversion. And our software business is very strong. It grew by 11% if you take our total Siemens digital business, software and services, it grew by 15. So we have a growth momentum, which obviously translates also into good profitability.
And what about the competitive landscape? I'm thinking in particular about factory automation. There are Chinese competitors who are in that space, and I wonder how competitive the landscape is right now.
So we are very competitive also in China. We developed and launched new Chinese products. The first 16 landed in the market, another batch of 26 we launched early this year. They grow in the mid-20s percentage points. So we are winning customers, we're winning new customers, we're winning customers back. So automation business is doing in China very well. But then the rest of the portfolio globally as well. We see a pickup also in the machine business, also in China, which helps us also on the high-end side where we see our core portfolio of automation landing very well. So therefore, in total, we did our homework in developing really super competitive new products in all markets, by the way, in China, of course, in particular.
Okay, so standing up to the competition in China, then, Roland, let me ask you about the data center build-out and the ways that the Siemens product lineup is able to supply that. How sustainable is the demand that you're seeing in connection with the data center rollout?
So let's briefly talk about the impact of data center business. So again, this is a massive investment which goes there. I come to your question in a second. That helped us also growing our smart infrastructure business. For example, electrification business grew by 20%, electrical products by 18%, but we had also a growth from our automation business as well, which was pulled also in this one. So now you understand that we have, of course, the electrification piece, low voltage, medium voltage, where we have a huge demand, which we can serve. But then AI factories, they go more and more into industrial PLCs, where we have a strong offering. We're also adapting our functionality. We can use it. And then after all, if you want to build new data centers, you want to build them fast and super efficient. So we offer a digital twin of a whole AI factory or data center, which you can optimize in the digital world and then build it, which is definitively a benefit for our customers. So it's a very strong offering here. And then it goes into other technologies like 800 volt DC, so direct current. We launched new products, DC products, switching products, which we have in the market. They get a pull. And then when it comes to liquid cooling, the whole situation changes again. And we have an offering there also for things like solid-state transformers. We're working on that. There are new technologies. And we are working with NVIDIA for a blueprint of these new AI factories together, again, using our digital twins. And we are putting products behind that.
Well, that was the Siemens Chief Executive Officer Roland Busch speaking to Anna a little bit earlier on. Now, stocks broadly flat. There's quite a lot of weakness in the technology sector, but again, that is compared to what we saw in the last couple of days. Investors awaiting developments in the U.S.-Iran talks and looking ahead to key U.S. jobs data on Friday. Look, the pause in tech rally really comes as investors now reassessing valuations after AI-related shares are rebounding from last month's sell-off. Coming up, we'll have plenty more, of course, on AI and infrastructure, given the results we had with Zurich, of course, Insurance. This is Bloomberg.
Ryan Miller fixes his hair. Doesn't know why he picked such an ugly shirt, but knows he can do more with his money. Ryan opens his Fidelity app, sees his opportunity, and takes it.
Ryan sets his investments to automatic.
That was easier than I thought.
It's a good shirt.
Really?
It's like flowers, but also a cow.
Not sure that helps.
Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier investing.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.
The end of jobs or the end of human struggle? We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets. Powered by 450
on a proposed route through the Strait of Horsmuz, raising the prospect of energy flows resuming. Plus, Bloomberg learns major hedge funds were targeted by hackers in a wave of attempted cyber attacks in recent days. Now, let's return to our interview with Mario Greco, the Chief Executive of Zurich Insurance, after the Swiss company reported earnings. Mr. Greco, thank you so much for being patient with us. I'm delighted to have you back to talk a little bit more about your earnings that were really boosted by AI infrastructure and AI data centers build out. How much more can we build?
We believe there is still a lot of demand out in the market to ensure construction of technology, energy, pipelines. The world is in a transformation, and construction and infrastructure is a very hot sector. And we, as an insurance company, have been proud of being specialized on that for decades. And now we can deploy all our knowledge and expertise in following the customers on that. Now it's going outside of US. So we have lots of projects currently in Europe, in the Middle East, and in Asia. And we expect this demand to even get hotter over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and just to make sure that all the viewers understand, it's basically because Zurich offers these specialized insurance products for large, complex projects. So is that going to be the bulk or the most significant growth in terms of revenues going forward?
It's going to be one part of the growth. We also see a lot of growth in middle market and specialties outside of construction. But this is a very significant, I mean, to give you a size, our total property and casualty revenues are a little short of 40 billion. And the construction business in H1 was in the 1.3, 1.4 billion revenues ballpark. So it is significant, but then the rest of the portfolio also is growing, especially with mid-market customers, SME customers, and rest of specialties.
I know you're doubling down on this specialty insurer with the acquisition of Beazley. On Wednesday, Beazley disappointed actually on earnings for a number of things, including some of the large payouts because of cyber risk exposures. What does it mean for your appetite with Beazley? Are you having any second thoughts?
No, honestly, the vision to create a merged unit on specialty with Beazley is a long-term vision, it's a strategical vision. I think the portfolios can complement each other, and we can create a very strong and stable, big specialty writer. So they're not dependent on the quarterly or half-year results in any way, positive or negative.
Mario Greco, to what extent are you being impacted, that Zurich is being impacted by the war in the Middle East?
Not directly. We don't have a real exposure there. We don't have a marine business, so we haven't been impacted by any damage to ships, to fleets out there. Indirectly, for the financial market, movements, we've been impacted as everybody else, but we do not have a direct impact, and our accounts, I think, show that.
Mario Greco, just a final question, because there's also been some ongoing enforcement proceedings by the Swiss regulator FINMA about, some sales bans basically as related to policies in Swiss corporate life and pensions unit at Zurich. How long do you expect that to last?
That I don't know. That's a question for FINMA. We did what we had to do. So we changed the management, the organization, the structure of the company. We have been acting on improving the systems, the controls. Then it's up to FINMA to decide when they will find all these changes proper to the standards that FINMA wants us to have. We acted as quickly as we could have done it.
Thank you so much, Mario Greco. As ever, it's a great joy to speak to the Chief Executive there of Zurich Insurance. Now, Commerzbank has unveiled a fresh share buyback. The Chief Executive, Bettina Orlopp, is trying to show that her strategy delivers strong returns, while Italian rival UniCredit prepares to expand its stake in the German lender. The two banks are set to kick off what could be months of discussions about the bank's future, while Orlopp spoke to us a little bit earlier.
We have talked after every quarter, UniCredit and Commerzbank, because there are a very large investor since a couple of quarters. So it's very normal that we have interactions with a very significant shareholder, and that will and these meetings will continue for sure.
Yeah, I just wondered what your relationship's been like with Andrea Orcel, Bettina, because we know that he wants to speak with the German government and the Workers' Council, and made no mention of Commerzbank management when in the recent comments.
Well, first of all, I think we are both. We're both committed to increase and maximize the value for our stakeholders, and I think that is a good basis for meetings, also meetings between the two of us.
Mm-hmm. Well, what will your main other asks be then in the takeover talks? I'm thinking about keeping the international network, the headquarters, keeping the public listing. Maybe you want some job guarantees.
I understand the interest in that, but you will understand that I think things like that should be discussed first between Commerzbank and UniCredit, and then we will definitely come out to the public to share more details on it. For the time being, I think it's important, A, that we deliver and that we continue to deliver against our targets, and B, that we are in constructive dialogue with UniCredit to figure out also some technical details, but also then how we organize the phase ahead of us, but also how potential target pictures could look like. And the best thing to do that, and the most value accretive thing to do it, is to do it jointly, and that's the basis.
Well, that was the Commerzbank Chief Executive, Bettina Orlopp, speaking with Lizzie a bit earlier. Now we're joined by Paul Davies, who covers banking and finance for Bloomberg Opinion. Paul, I mean, my head is spinning. So now they're maybe looking at teaming up with UniCredit. Like they used to be, the two chief executives didn't used to talk, and now it feels like there are warmer connections.
Yeah, well, they kind of have to, really. It's when you look at where we are with the deal, most people in the market assume this is done now. They're like UniCredit has won. I mean, so they've got, with the tender offer and with their derivatives, they've got, I think, 48% of the shares. That would give them, a majority at most AGMs because not everybody votes. So they can kind of put their own people in charge, over time if they want to. We had a story in Bloomberg News last week that they've got approval now from BaFin to go over 30%, so to take on the rest of the shares that were tendered. That goes to the ECB. They should probably give approval by sort of October. And then, after that, the UniCredit will have to consolidate Commerzbank. Now, the interesting and slightly awkward thing there for a while is they then have to supply all of the capital to run the bank, but they still only get 48% of the earnings. So they're going to be in a slightly costly situation for a while. But, Bettina Orlopp, as well as she has done over the past couple of years, under pressure of UniCredit as an active shareholder, has no choice now but to kind of be a bit more warm.
Paul, do we understand exactly what this takeover looks like from the UniCredit side? She was very coy on job cuts and things like that. Yeah, so she really wants to protect the international network, I think. That seems to be the main difference of opinion between, Andrea Orcel and UniCredit and Bettina Orlopp and the Commerzbank team. When UniCredit get control, they will almost certainly get their way on this. I mean, it's an in-Germany deal. It's a deal between HVB and Commerzbank. It's not a kind of a pan-European cross-border deal in that sense. They will keep Poland, whatever happens, mBank, and they still need to get some approvals for that. But the rest of it will probably ultimately come down to what, Andrea Orcel wants to do. In Italian banking, like domestic banking, there's loads of M&A that's going on, trying to outdo each other and buy stuff. Like, where are we?
So, it's all finally settling down a bit. I think, Intesa, San Paolo has this bid for Montepaschi, Banca Montepaschi di Siena, which has been, the centre of a lot of this kind of consolidation for a long time already. Over the weekend, we had Crédit Agricole, a big shareholder in Banco BPM, saying, a proposed merger between BPM and Montepaschi was not going to happen. BPM has kind of now said the same thing. Luigi Lavaglio, the great, the man who kind of, is never quite defeated, CEO of Montepaschi.
Who came back against all odds.
Yeah, keeps coming back against all odds. You can never quite count him out. But, it does look like Intesa is probably going to win that deal as well now.
Earnings overall for European banks, Italian, German, they've been okay.
Yeah, they've been pretty good. I think revenues on average have risen, much faster than costs, even though costs have been a bit sort of looser than people hoped. But, the profits have improved everywhere. Capital is strong. Balance sheets are clean. Everything looks, quite decent.
Now, we're a little bit obsessed. I think it's our most read story on the Bloomberg terminal about this these hedge fund bets in the wake of the near collapse of situational awareness.
Yeah.
That was an incredible story because Citadel swooped in.
Yeah.
And it's doing very well on the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things I've been looking at a lot over, earnings season and just beforehand is just, the amount of leverage in the stock market at the moment. A lot of the big banks, particularly in the US, have been really leaning heavily into prime brokerage, which is lending to hedge funds. Obviously, retail investors in their margining accounts, there's like record leverage in sort of margin trading as well. I think, both Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan and Brian Moynihan of Bank of America kind of commented about this yesterday as well. And one of the things I've been looking at a bit actually is our traditional way of trying to judge this is by looking at the amount of debt in relation to the value of stock markets. Yeah. And, on that measure, things don't look too out of whack with the past. But a couple of people who I've been speaking to are saying, look, actually we should think about debt against GDP as we do with all other kinds of debt. And when you do that, you start to realize that, hedge fund leverage in particular is way higher than we have ever seen it in history, and the same with margin debt as well. And that's kind of makes things a bit more worrying.
멤버십 가입 환영합니다. Or is there a specific, not all hedge funds, have small hedge funds, you have big hedge funds. Is there a particular area that we should worry about in these hedge funds?
I mean, I think primarily it's about, stability of the stock markets and, and the scope for like high levels of volatility and sharp corrections. I mean, we had a taste of that over the past sort of 6 weeks with, a lot of leverage and a lot of leveraged investors coming out of the Korean market, this situational awareness situation. And the important thing about that is, that sell-off could have been much worse if it weren't for Citadel coming in and basically taking out the book and stopping a kind of, potentially a worse fire sale. So it's about stock market volatility first. That can feed into like more economic weakness if it goes on for quite a while. But the real issue for financial crisis is always, bigger problems with credit, supply of credit, that sort of thing.
Paul, as always, thank you so much. Paul Davies there from Bloomberg Opinion. I urge everyone, I read all of Paul's columns. They're great. We'll push them out on social media. Of course, you can find them on our website. Now, Bloomberg has learned that hackers launched a wave of sophisticated attacks on Wall Street firms, targeting information systems at major money managers. Point72 Asset Management told investors that it had been attacked, but there were no initial signs of stolen client data. Now, for more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Jill Deasy's. Jill, how was the attack carried out? Because it feels like it was coordinated and big, and who else was targeted?
Yes, Francine, so this is actually the really fascinating part of this attack is that these hackers were using primarily this concept called voice phishing or phishing. So the idea here is that they're actually using technology to mimic voices on voice memos or on telephone calls where they're trying to convince employees to actually trick them into releasing sensitive information. So that's really kind of the tactic that we're looking at that's being used here. So in addition to Point72, people familiar have also told us that there were others targeted, including Millennium, including 2 Sigma, Citadel. We haven't heard, some of them declined to comment. 2 Sigma says that these attacks weren't successful. So, a lot going on here, but ultimately does kind of resemble a really sophisticated version of cyber attack targeting some really major hedge funds.
Jill, why are cyber attacks surging across Wall Street?
So I think, Francine, this is might feel a bit obvious here, but ultimately it's really kind of comes down to some of these advances in technology and artificial intelligence. We talked to experts who said that, cyber attacks that maybe in the past would target, 50, places at a time now are capable of targeting, 1,000 or so. So you're looking at that development of this technology that's really enabling these types of cyber attacks to get, one, more sophisticated, but to also target a broader net of places, including obviously several major financial firms.
Jill, thank you so much. As ever, Jill Deasy's there with the very latest, of course, on these pretty incredible cyber attacks. Now, coming up, a last-minute say for Gianni Infantino as he so far survives the FIFA World Cup sell-off scandal. We'll have the full details next, and this is Bloomberg.
I had to cram a year's worth of insurance calls, billing questions, and doctor's appointments into one afternoon.
And now, Kristen Bell shows us how healthcare brands use NICE CXAI platform to make healthcare feel less like a second job.
It felt like the bureaucracy Olympics. They're asking me for the account number. Shouldn't you have the account number? But then, NICE AI agents handled everything. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was really nice. That's why leading brands choose NICE.
With agentic AI, can concrete be delivered as efficiently as the mail? At Peru's largest cement manufacturer, drivers could be stuck in 3-hour queues to pick up their loads. Using a portfolio of AI agents, the system automated not just tasks, but decisions, leveraging IBM and third-party tools. The result, up to a 40% reduction in wait time. That's how agentic AI becomes the enterprise operating system.